Fated Cultivation, I have max level divination skills. Chapter 0, Summary. As soon as Zhao Huai opened his eyes, he realized that he had become the last crown prince of the Great Yan Dynasty. However, he wasn't excited about it because the Great Yan Dynasty had already perished. In the current world, the new dynasty reigned supreme. He had fled south and settled down, becoming a small pawnshop owner. From being the crown prince of the Great Yan Dynasty to an unknown pawnshop owner, the only thing Zhao Huai could rely on was a golden copper coin he received when he first transmigrated here. By flipping the coin, he could receive instructions in his mind, know the outcome of things, and predict the fortune and misfortune he would face. In front of you is a mysterious ring. Do you accept it? The instruction you receive is fortune. You accept the ring and obtain the destiny of good fortune. In front of you is a marriage proposal. Do you agree to marry her? The instruction you receive is misfortune. You choose to marry her and obtain the destiny of divine insight. In the chaos caused by demons and monsters in the central state, you have achieved great cultivation. Do you want to emerge from seclusion? The instruction you receive is fortune. You defeat the demon lord with a single sword, shaking the world, and obtain the destiny of Sword Saint. As the new dynasty was established, its foundation was unstable. Demons and monsters caused disturbances, and people's hearts were unsettled. The world was filled with countless bones, and small countries were on the brink of collapse. Foreign tribes on the border were watching closely. Even in this prosperous era, there were countless plagues. This was a world where cultivation was revered, and Zhao Huai knew that only by becoming an immortal could he protect himself. While the former officials of the Great Yan Dynasty were searching everywhere for the heir of the former dynasty, attempting to restore the nation and continue the imperial legacy of the Great Yan Empire, Zhao Huai said, restoring the nation. It'll not be too late for me to do that after I become an immortal. Chapter 1, The Pawnshop Gentleman and the Former Crown Prince. Xia's new dynasty, thriving for 3 years. Immortal calendar year 864. Jinzhou City. 3 years have passed since the withering away of the previous Yan country, and everything seems to be buried by time. The first ray of sunlight at noon enters the city, bringing a lively atmosphere to the entire place. The tea houses, inns, and taverns on the streets are packed with people, and the laughter of diners makes the area very bustling. On the official road, merchants shout and come and go, ice-gourd vendors stand at the corners, pedestrians are in an endless stream, and children play and run around. What a prosperous scene! There is a delicately built pawnshop tile house in the east of the city, with the words Huai's Pawnshop engraved on the plaque. Boss Zhao, take a look, how much is this stone worth? A large man with a sweat towel tied to his forehead throws an ordinary pebble and flicks it in front of a young man. This young man is quite handsome. Dressed in a black long shirt, with a neat and spotless appearance, and a string of gold and bronze coins on his waist. His face is fair, with sharp features, a prominent nose, and a jade-like elegance, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He seems quite approachable and friendly. Zhao Huai picks up the stone, and examines the crystal-clear pebble in front of him for a moment. Then suddenly, a golden bronze coin appears in his hand, and he tosses it indifferently. This seemingly casual action does not catch the attention of the large man. 200 wen, what do you think? After looking for a long time and tossing the copper coin for half a day, Zhao Huai finally spoke. 200 wen. I can't go any higher. 200 wen it is, sigh, I'm so unlucky. The large man complains in his mouth, but the laughter in the corner of his eye cannot be hidden. Wait for me to find change. Zhao Huai whispers and then rummages through the drawer beneath him. Now that the large man has gotten his price, he is not in a hurry. With his hands supporting the counter, his small eyes start to sneak around. But after looking for a while, he can't help but feel disappointed. He finds that the shop is really poor, there are not even any valuable calligraphy or paintings on display. So he casually says, I say, shopkeeper, you run a pawn shop, but don't have a single treasure worth showing off? With this kind of display, people who come here may be afraid to entrust their belongings to you. Zhao Huai takes out a string of square-hole copper coins from the drawer. He counts them one by one, and there are exactly 200 pieces. I can't help it, business is not booming. Zhao Huai raises his head and replies helplessly. That's true. Your reputation as the pawnshop young master is not unfounded. It's a miracle that your shop has been open for 3 years. The large man chuckles lightly, sounding like he's teasing, but more like being sarcastic. But Zhao Huai doesn't get angry when hearing this, and just says indifferently, "The pawn shop is for making a living. It's best to make money, but there's no need to force it if you can't." The large man hears this and laughs. The shopkeeper's attitude is indeed very open-minded. "I'm a seasoned man, I've gotten used to it. Here, take this money." Zhao Huai hands over the money with a smile. The large man grabs the money, feeling the heaviness in his hand, and his heart is at ease and his mood instantly becomes pleasant. He can't help but say another sentence. "I say, shopkeeper, you came to Jinzhou 3 years ago, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai immediately becomes vigilant, but still has a smile on his face, and asks back, "How do you figure?" The large man glances around and whispers, "If so, you need to be careful. I don't know why, but the government office has been investigating new households that have come to various states in the past 3 years. Wang Erha, who sells cakes next door, came to Jinzhou 3 years ago and is an unregistered citizen. He was arrested for questioning by the government office yesterday and is now in unknown condition. If it's not the case, just count it as me farting." The big man teases with a grin. Zhao Huai shakes his head and says with a light laugh, "Don't worry, I've been in Jinzhou for 7 or 8 years, so you don't need to worry about me. Alright, I'll try to send some business your way another day. I'll be going now." The big man grips the money in his hand and leaves without delay, not staying any longer. As he leaves, he's still chuckling to himself. "Haha. A stone picked up from the mountain can be sold for 200 yuan, this owner must be a fool, hehe, there's my meal money for the next 2 days." Zhao Huai sat in his chair, watching the big man leave, his smile gradually fading, becoming very serious. He stood up, closed the door, and flipped the closed sign. Zhao Huai went to the dark warehouse behind the shop and lit the oil lamp. The entire warehouse was filled with precious antiques, bejeweled spiritual stones, and other treasures. In the highest level of the warehouse, there was a delicate wooden box with a white jade imperial dragon seal embedded in it. Zhao Huai held the stone he had just acquired. Splash! In an instant, the stone in his palm turned to powder. As the dust dispersed, a jade-like black ring appeared in his hand. "Who's the fool now?" At this moment, Zhao Huai's mouth revealed a deep and profound smile. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He was actually not a native of this world but a transverser. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by eunuchs in a magnificent imperial palace. Only then did he realize that he had traveled through time and had become a fugitive prince. The last crown prince of the Yan Dynasty. The Yan Dynasty was originally a great unified dynasty, but his former self was pleasure-seeking, incompetent in ruling and cultivating, setting a tone of mediocrity. If the son can be educated like this, the father is not a good bird either. All prosperous dynasties cannot escape the fate of decline. The Yan Dynasty was overthrown by the rebel army, and the emperor hanged himself on a tree behind the palace. On that day, his previous self escaped the palace and, unable to bear the humiliation of being on the run, attempted to commit suicide by drowning in a lake. The man died, but he came along. The new dynasty that replaced it was the today's Xia dynasty. Zhao Huai went south, continuing his flight, passing through numerous states and counties, and finally settling down in Yanqing City, a seaside city in the south, near Jinzhou. Zhao Huai stared at the golden bronze coins in his hand, lost in thought. Along the way, he avoided the surge, experienced war turmoil, plague, and famine. People around him died tragically on the road, but why was he the only one to survive? He relied on this golden bronze coin. As long as he tossed the coin, he could know the good and bad of things in his mind and predict the fate of future events beforehand. With this small coin, Zhao Huai had survived, sold the jewelry he brought from the palace, and opened a small pawn shop to live in seclusion among the people. He had been living like this for 3 years. During these 3 years, Zhao Huai had no desire for revenge. Honestly speaking, he didn't feel much about his predecessor's enmity. He just wanted to survive and that's it. This was a world where immortal cultivation was revered, and humans and demons coexisted. The mortal world was ruled by various dynasties, and cultivators were bound by 5 ancient and powerful immortal cultivation sects. These powerful sects are also known as immortal sects. Immortal sects generally do not interfere in worldly affairs. So Zhao Huai's intention was clear: Cultivating immortality was what he should do, and becoming an immortal was his goal. Only when one becomes an immortal can they be self-sufficient. As for the trivial hatred of his father's death, well, he'll settle it in his next life. Zhao Huai tightly held the black ring, remaining silent and looking forward to it, and immediately tossed the golden bronze coin in his hand. He didn't know what was in the ring. Was it a devil who wanted to seize his body? Or a kind grandpa? Who knows? So when in doubt, toss a coin first. In an instant, a line of words appeared before Zhao Huai's eyes. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, have a look for now. For both, seek not from others but yourself, thousands of hexagrams, all from the heart. Hexagram 1, Serendipity, blessing for those who dwell in it, mysterious ring, unknown origin, take the ring, the instruction you get is fortune. Seeing the word fortune in the text, Zhao Huai immediately showed a bright smile. Since it was a blessing, it meant there was nothing harmful to him. Without a word, Zhao Huai bit his fingertip and dripped blood onto the black ring to recognize it as his master. An odd feeling surged up in his heart, and he could already see what was inside the black ring. Before Zhao Huai could take a glance, an orange light flew out and entered his mind. Chapter 2, The Strange Investigation. Zhao Huai hurriedly examined the light in his mind. The black ring symbolizes great fortune, all things will go smoothly, start with good luck. Lucky strike, superior earth grade, gain a large amount of flowing chi, increase the probability of obtaining destiny, improve quality and change the results of fortune and misfortune once a day. There's actually a new destiny. This destiny looks unusual, it's actually an orange earth grade, this is the first time to get an earth grade destiny. Zhao Huai said with surprise. Every time he casts copper coins and reaches a certain number of fortune or misfortune divinations, it triggers another function of the copper coins. Absorb destiny and change fate against the heavens. However, this destiny is as mysterious as a blind box. Each time it comes out, the grades and additional effects are different. The destiny of copper coins is divided into 7 levels: Immortal, Emperor, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yellow, and Human, which are further divided into 3 ranks, Upper, Middle, and Lower. Human grade is the lowest, and Immortal grade is the highest. This lucky strike destiny should be the best he has gotten in 3 years. Ever since Zhao Huai got the golden bronze coins, he hasn't received many destinies, very few of which are useful, and most of which are useless. The 3 destinies he is currently using are: Light as a swallow, human grade average, excellent body movements, increased agility, and your speed is extraordinary. Swordsmanship specialization, superior yellow grade, greatly fond of swordsmanship, enhancing the efficiency of practicing and repairing swords moderately. Diligent reader, superior Xian grade, persevering and persistent, tireless cultivation makes your cultivation speed 3 times faster than ordinary people. Light as a swallow and swordsmanship specialization are easy to understand, both related to martial arts destinies, which can increase small buffs, it's better than nothing. Among these, Zhao Huai thought the most useful destiny was the one called Diligent Reader. This scroll does not refer to the pressure of competition but to the scroll of books. As the saying goes, diligent reader refers to tireless, unceasingly diligent people, generally referring to hard-working students. One snowy evening a year ago, Zhao Huai came across a young scholar on his way to take the imperial exams in the capital. Because it was late, the inns were closed, and the scholar came to Zhao Huai's pawnshop hoping to stay overnight. Zhao Huai thought the scholar didn't look like a bad person, and after receiving guidance from the copper coins, he took him in. The destiny of diligent reader came along with it. It was precisely because of this 3-fold increase in cultivation that Zhao Huai was able to cultivate all the way to the 9th stage of refining qi in just 3 years, with initiation stage just around the corner. So he was particularly concerned about this newly acquired lucky strike. Do you want to absorb destiny? Seeing the small characters that appeared in his mind, Zhao Huai didn't hesitate at all. Absorb it right away. A blazing, brilliant light bloomed in his mind, and the orange light instantly filled his entire consciousness. Suddenly, an invisible force was drawn to Zhao Huai, causing him to shudder. Zhao Huai felt as if something had indeed increased on his body, but he couldn't see what it was. Because the flowing qi is invisible and intangible, it can only be sensed slowly over time. Lucky strike allows me to increase the probability and quality of obtaining destinies, which means I can get more destinies. Zhao Huai furrowed his brows and pondered, I'm not quite sure about changing fortunes and misfortunes for now. Does it directly change the divination results of the copper coins? He temporarily suppressed his doubts and checked the items in the ring. Except for a thick parchment, an ancient sword, and a bottle of pills, there was nothing else inside. The text on the parchment was obscure and difficult to understand, and he didn't know what medicine was in the pills. As for the ancient sword, it was still extremely sharp and emitted a faint glow. The 3 items didn't seem too amazing, which was a bit disappointing to his excited passion. He thought there would be some grandpa figure coming out, or at least some earth-shattering cultivation technique treasure. Are these 3 items really that simple, considering they're called the symbols of great fortune? Zhao Huai said with a puzzled look. If it weren't for the results of the copper coins, he would have doubted if things had gone wrong. Hurry up! Over here! Search! Suddenly, the rustling sound of belts and sabers colliding came from outside the pawnshop. With his cultivation level, Zhao Huai's ears were extremely sharp, and he immediately heard the movement outside the house. It seems the people from the police station have arrived. Zhao Huai said solemnly. The big man mentioned before that the city was strictly checking those who arrived in Jinzhou in the past 3 years, as well as unregistered citizens. The purpose behind this was unknown for the time being. If they were truly here to arrest him, he would have to prepare countermeasures in advance. With gold and bronze coins, isn't turning misfortune into fortune simple? Moreover, my own cultivation has reached the 9th stage of refining qi, so I haven't encountered any opponents in the mortal world for now. As thoughts flickered, Zhao Huai tossed the gold and bronze coin in his hand once more. Soldiers are chasing me outside the house, how should I act now? Come on, give me an accurate answer. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent, for now, let's see. Hexagram 1, on an auspicious day, outside the peach blossom world, the guidance you receive is fortune. Hexagram 2, in the house, soldiers bring calamity, if you encounter fear, you'll give rise to chaos. If you stay at home, the guidance you'll get is misfortune. Since that's the case, let's go. After checking the results, Zhao Huai pocketed the bronze coin, closed the warehouse, and decisively left. On the originally bustling and noisy streets, several groups of armor-clad soldiers with long sabers had appeared, attracting a lot of people's attention. The equipment of these soldiers was quite sophisticated, with fish-scale armor and long sabers, driving the crowds on the streets. There wasn't a single commoner who wasn't afraid, each one had to roll up their sleeves and hurriedly leave. What kind of grand operation is this? Who are they trying to catch? I don't know. Let's go. I heard some rumors that they seem to be investigating newcomers and unregistered citizens in recent years. Could it be that some great thief has fled to Jinzhou? Oh no, if there's a murderer who has escaped here, we're in trouble. Among the crowd, Zhao Huai listened to the people's discussions, constantly thinking. Are these armored soldiers here to catch him? Based on previous experience, it looks a bit like an overreaction now, doesn't it? In his first year of fleeing south, there were many searches and they were very strict, as the new dynasty was worried about the whereabouts of the remnants of the previous dynasty like him. However, in the following years, both the number and quality of people decreased year by year. The dispatched personnel changed from soldiers to some minor officials for investigation, and they were not as concerned about him as before. At the beginning of the Xia country, everything was thriving, so they naturally didn't have time to manage an unnecessary former crown prince. However, now the pursuers have returned to their first-year level, which looks very strange. It doesn't seem like they are here to catch him. No matter what, avoiding misfortune is always the right choice. Zhao Huai shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore. Since staying in the pawn shop meant misfortune, he couldn't gamble on it. How can I escape this search? I need a place to go. Faced with a difficult choice, Zhao Huai picked up a gold and bronze coin from his waist and tossed it again. Hexagram 1, going to the downtown street, the guidance you receive is disaster. Hexagram 2, going to the tea house, the guidance you receive is disaster. Hexagram 3, going to the Drunken Flower Tavern, the guidance you receive is disaster. Hexagram 10, going to the Fragrant Wine Alley, the guidance you receive is disaster. Damn, it's haunted. Zhao Huai's face showed shock after casting 10 coins and all of them resulted in disaster, which meant that disaster was unavoidable. It seems that no matter where he goes, it's not safe. This situation has happened before, he must use the results obtained and come up with a solution to change the fortune or misfortune. However, he quickly calmed down and suddenly remembered the new destiny he had just obtained. Zhao Huai clenched his fist, not admitting defeat, and said, I just don't believe it. Activate Lucky Strike, change the outcome of fortune and misfortune once. As the bronze coin leaped into the air again, it turned over. A new hexagram appeared before him. Chapter 3, Erbo Divination, No Fault in the Body. Misfortune relies on fortune, and fortune hides within misfortune. Changing the outcome of fortune and misfortune at this moment. Fortunately relies on each other, let's take a look. Hexagram 11, if you divinate, there will be no regrets. Head to the matchmaking agency, and you will be guided to fortune. Matchmaking agency. Zhao Huai unconsciously hesitated when he saw this place. This matchmaking agency was an institution representing the ancient government in charge of handling marriages between men and women. There were many matchmakers inside, specializing in introducing marriages, and it was also known as an official matchmaker. In other words, in modern parlance, this place was for arranging blind dates and introductions. If you divinate, there will be no regrets. This line comes from the Book of Songs and its meaning is quite clear, it is telling him to prepare for marriage. Zhao Huai could only smile bitterly. Could it be that he, a passionate youth in his 20s, was supposed to go on a blind date? But after thinking about it, he only cared about avoiding misfortune by going there. He was not really going on a blind date, but just to gain new experiences. At the same time, a ray of blue light escaped from the copper coins and entered Zhao Huai's mind. This meant that a new destiny had been added. Expecting a great outcome, Zhao Huai checked the blue light cluster. After the star points scattered, a message appeared. Dragon seeking, inferior yellow grade, seek the dragon and unlock its treasures, peer through mountains and break barriers. With this destiny, the heart is clear, ghostly walls are impenetrable, and one will never get lost. It seems useful, but it also seems useless. What's going on? Zhao Huai muttered to himself. He divined which paths would bring fortune and misfortune, but the result was a destiny that only helped with finding his way. However, fortunately, Lucky Strike had truly taken effect. In the past, it wouldn't have been so simple to draw an inferior yellow-grade destiny. After glancing at the sparsely populated street, Zhao Huai did not delay and hurried to the matchmaking agency. The matchmaking agency was located in the northwest corner of Jinzhou City, nestled among the wealthy houses of the rich merchants. This area was mostly inhabited by the wealthy, and it was an extremely active area for matchmakers. Helping these rich merchants successfully negotiate a marriage would earn them several times more commission than assisting common people. At the entrance of the matchmaking agency, a matchmaker in purple, not much older than 60, with a head full of white hair, was about to close the red-painted door. A government notice had just been issued out of nowhere requiring a day of control, making it difficult to do business, and causing much irritation. Today, not a single marriage proposal was made, and I have to close the door. What a bad day. As the matchmaker in purple was mumbling, she glanced sideways and caught sight of a shadow in the corner of her eye. The shadow was clothed in a black long shirt. Although the material was not extravagant, it was spotless and exuded an indescribable grace. As the figure got closer, his appearance was clear, a handsome young master. The smile on his face was naturally relaxed. The way he moved revealed an air of gentle and elegant charm. This inner yet unconstrained aura made the experienced matchmaker in purple feel something was special about him. This was a big catch. This young master here appears to be very talented. Have you come to the matchmaking agency for the great matter of marriage? The matchmaker in purple's face was filled with a warm smile. Such a handsome young man would definitely be loved by many elegant young ladies. If she succeeded in making a match, wouldn't she make a fortune from the commission? She couldn't let such an opportunity pass by. Well, not in a hurry, let me take a look first. Zhao Huai rubbed his nose, putting up a calm, nonchalant appearance as if he were an experienced old hand. Even as a man who has lived 2 lives, blind dates remained an unexplored territory for him in both lives. Moreover, he was only here to lay low, how could he possibly go on a real blind date? Just have a casual look, and it will be over. Zhao Huai couldn't help but reassure himself. All right then. The matchmaker in purple smiled and invited Zhao Huai into the house, then closed the door behind her. Zhao Huai himself didn't know how he was invited to the table in the living room and then started flipping through the pages of the albums with portraits. Before he started looking, the matchmaker specifically asked about Zhao Huai's family situation. What is the condition of the young master's family so that I can explain a little further? Zhao Huai thought for a moment and gave a small estimate. 300 square meters of houses, 100 acres of farmland, carriages and all, running a pawnshop business. The wealth of the family may not be over 10,000, but it must be more than enough in the thousands. Although he said so, in the mortal world, Zhao Huai's money should only be abundant, and just the gold, silver, and jewels in his warehouse could rival a wealthy merchant from the two river regions. The main reason is that money in the mortal world is of no use if it's too much. It's enough to make ends meet. His primary goal is cultivation, so he doesn't put his heart into making money. It seems that the young master's conditions are still quite good. After hearing this, the matchmaker in purple secretly felt complacent. As she expected, she had an eye for talent, and the young master in front of her was indeed a big fish. Only then did she confidently point at the album and started introducing the pages one by one. Young master, look at this first one, a fine family background, wide hip bones, and plump figure. Children raised like this must be intelligent. Never mind that, too plump. Zhao Huai looked at the round cheeks in the picture and showed an apologetic smile. Then, how about this one? Big chest, tiny waist, prominent family, an elegant young lady with a wealthy father. There are many pursuers as well. Zhao Huai's finger rested on his chin, pondering, she looks too old. She must meet your requirements, master. She has long legs and a lifted buttocks, her father was once a provincial graduate, and now has an official position. An official? This is serious. Marrying her in, wouldn't that be setting a trap for himself? If he really had to choose, he wouldn't choose her, let alone just taking a look. Zhao Huai shook his head directly and gave the answer. I can't reach that high. Next, the matchmaker introduced more than a dozen different styles and family backgrounds of women, including their conditions, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. But they were all rejected by Zhao Huai for various reasons. Encountering a guest like Zhao Huai, a normal person would usually be discouraged and then show him an impatient expression. But this matchmaker was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, she was even more energetic and took out another large stack of albums, slapping them in front of Zhao Huai with a thud. There are so many. Zhao Huai was astonished. In a short period of time, he saw so many women that he became dizzy. He also gained new knowledge. It turned out that there were so many unmarried girls waiting to meet someone. It is said that in ancient times, the arranged marriages were mainly based on the words of matchmakers and the orders of parents, but in his view, the matchmaking agency is much better than parents' introductions. The matchmaker in purple explained with a smile, since the young master doesn't often visit, it's normal for him not to know. Besides the women, we also have corresponding albums for men. They have all been brought here by the elders of their families, all hoping to find the best candidate. So, the matchmaking agency has collected the list of unmarried men and women in Jinzhou and nearby states and counties, all just to help lovers find each other and find the best match. Often, there will be women or young masters with no appointments squatting here to flip through the albums, waiting for a destined person. When the timing is right, the matchmaking agency will send a matchmaker to notify the party and propose a marriage. Everything goes smoothly. Hearing that, Zhao Huai nodded slightly, having a deeper understanding of this profession. So, what kind of person does the young master prefer? So I can help you find a match. Seeing that she had introduced so many people and the young master was still indifferent, the matchmaker was somewhat helpless. But Zhao Huai was clearly here to pass the time and avoid misfortune. However, under the matchmaker's enthusiastic recommendation, he felt embarrassed. He was like those onlookers who only watched but didn't buy anything. Zhao Huai thought, why not just choose one to chat with casually and pass the afternoon? In the end, he can use the excuse of being unsuitable to brush it off. So, he gritted his teeth and pointed to a woman who was still passable and whispered, "How about her?" Looking at her with surprise, the matchmaker said, "This one, although she has a pretty appearance and is a young girl, her conditions and character are not as good as the previous ones. She's just average." That's great, being too excellent would be difficult to refuse. Zhao Huai thought to himself. Then let's go with her. Chapter 4, A Series of Unfortunate Coincidences. At the same time, in a courtyard of the matchmaking agency, Cold light flickered, and sword shadows filled the sky. A woman inside was wielding a treasured sword, her moves sharp, ferocious, and decisive. The woman wore a white gauze skirt embroidered with plum blossoms, paired with a silver costume, resembling a cold plum in the snow that came to life, which gave her a cold and aloof atmosphere, making her seem like a beautiful woman with plum blossoms in her hair. General, the people investigating have blocked off the entire Jinzhou city. A beautiful maid bowed to the woman in front of her. The figure holding the sword stopped, revealing smooth black hair that flowed down her back, an exquisitely beautiful profile, and skin that was even whiter than snow, with a clean collarbone that looked as delicate as mutton fat. However, her sharp slanted eyes made people feel apprehensive at a glance. The woman's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips parted lightly. I wondered who it was, but it's just a 6th-ranked commander of bodyguards, daring to cause trouble for the master of this palace. The beautiful maid nodded in agreement, also feeling resentful. Indeed, although the general has already retired, at least on the surface, she is still the 1st-ranked princess personally appointed by His Majesty. How dare these lowly creatures be so presumptuous? If there were no one backing them, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Could it be King Qin? But he is your highness's elder brother. The woman held the sword in silence, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and upon hearing the maid's words, she seemed to remember something. Memories surged in her heart, her gaze dimmed, she retracted her sharpness, and sighed. Never mind, the father has ascended the throne, Xia country is just established, and the prosperous age has just begun. It's a busy time, so I won't cause trouble for him. Just investigate as much as possible without alerting anyone. Also, since I have retired, there's no need to call me general anymore. The woman turned her head and said calmly. By the way, have you found a suitable candidate? The beautiful maid nodded gently. We have found a young man who meets your highness's requirements, and he should be here this afternoon. The woman put down the sword, drained the tea on the table in one gulp and muttered to herself, to live in seclusion and marry a suitable husband is a way to give an account to my elder brother and father. Although I, you King Han, do not like to compete, I am not someone who can be manipulated. On the other side, Zhao Huai followed the matchmaker into an elegant room and slowly sat down. The matchmaker smiled and said, Young master, please wait a moment. I have already informed the young lady you wish to meet. Their elders have also agreed to meet after listening to your conditions. However, it will take some time, as the entire city is currently under lockdown, and it will take some effort to come here. Although the city was under control, powerful families still had special channels to use. Zhao Huai nodded slightly, expressing understanding. After the matchmaker finished explaining, she left, allowing peace to return to Zhao Huai's ears. At least the meeting was helpful, he wouldn't have to listen to the matchmaker's sales pitch anymore. However, he still had to think in advance about how to reject the young lady. After all, he was content cultivating on his own and had no time to take care of another person. Having some free time, Zhao Huai took out the golden bronze coin from his pocket and carefully examined it. The origin of this coin was quite mysterious. On the first day of his escape, exhausted, he slept in an old Taoist temple in the suburbs. The next day, when he woke up, he found a golden bronze coin in his arms. Even now, Zhao Huai still had a clear impression of the temple's furnishings in his mind. Over the past 3 years, he had revisited the site once, trying to discover the secret of the coin, but the old Taoist temple could never be found again. After thinking about it, Zhao Huai tossed the copper coin in his hand, trying to see if staying here would go as smoothly as he had imagined. Misfortune and fortune are intertwined, let's see. Hexagram 1, gentle and graceful lady, a good match for a gentleman, there is a marriage proposal in front of you. Whether you agree to accept her and marry her, the instruction you receive is misfortune. Hexagram 2, no women in the heart, naturally divine when drawing the sword, prepare to reject the proposal, the instruction you receive is fortune. It seems my choice is correct. Upon seeing the results, Zhao Huai showed a proud smile. Almost at the same time, a blue light flashed into his mind. Ever since I got lucky strike, the probability of triggering destiny has been really high. Zhao Huai couldn't help but sigh. So, this is the fate that emerged because he chose to remain chaste and not get married, right? Stable Taoist mind, superior black grade, maintains a clear and transparent state of mind, making it impossible for inner demons to breed. The cultivation speed of the primordial spirit and spiritual power is slightly increased. Would you like to absorb the fate? Absorb it. As soon as Zhao Huai spoke, a refreshing feeling instantly entered his brain, making his mind, consciousness, and awareness extremely clear. His sensitivity towards the surrounding grass, trees, and various inconspicuous breaths also improved. This is because his mental perception received the blessing of stable Taoist mind. This fate is useful for maintaining a Taoist mind, enhancing spiritual power, and dispelling the interference of inner demons. Not bad, it suits my current situation. Zhao Huai was very satisfied indeed. The qi refining realm is about absorbing spiritual qi from the universe, strengthening spiritual power, and improving the constitution by cleansing the marrow and changing the tendons. Although his current cultivation level was still one step away from the initiation stage and far from encountering inner demons, having this fate meant he was prepared for any eventuality. With stable Taoist mind, he now had 5 practical fates in total. Zhao Huai divided his fates into 3 categories according to their types. The first category was martial arts-oriented fates, such as light as a swallow, swordsmanship specialization, and stable Taoist mind, all of which fall into the realm of cultivation. The second category was flowing qi-oriented fates, lucky strike being one of them, which belonged to a newly developed type. The third category was backup fates, which were the fates Zhao Huai was most troubled with. These fates generally seemed rather insignificant, but it was unclear when they would come into effect. For instance, the dragon-seeking fate, aside from finding paths, it was really unclear what other purposes it served. However, it seemed a pity to break it down. Zhao Huai knew that the fates in his mind could be broken down. The purpose of breaking them down was naturally to enhance other fates, such as raising his yellow-grade swordsmanship specialization from skilled swordsmanship. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Come in. Zhao Huai spoke loudly. A young servant wearing short brown robes walked in, his hands clasped in front of him as he reported, "Young master, the old lady asked me to inform you that the person you were waiting for has arrived." Zhao Huai nodded, then asked another question, "Where is she now?" The young servant showed a helpless expression on his face and explained, "The officials have come to search the manor, and the old lady is stopping them, arguing with them." I see. Zhao Huai suddenly realized and understood the matchmaker's methods. If she let the imperial envoy in, wouldn't the matchmaking agency's business be ruined? Places like matchmaking agencies were also institutions set up by the government. It was no big deal if there were internal disputes, but common people would not dare to interfere. Soon, Zhao Huai followed the young servant through a courtyard filled with peach blossoms into a corridor with rooms on both sides, all of them with closed doors. There were 3 large characters written on the corridor plaque, "Peach Blossom World." "Young master, this is the place." The young servant gestured with his hand. "Go straight and enter the 3rd room on the turn, and make sure you don't get the wrong one, young master." "I understand." After giving the instructions, the young servant left. Zhao Huai walked to the end of the corridor, and another 2 rows of rooms appeared in front of him. His gaze landed on the 3rd wooden door. Zhao Huai pushed open the large door on the right, stepped into the partition, and lifted the bead curtain in front of him. What he saw was a folding screen with a picture of cold plums and a snowy scenery. In front of the screen were a pair of soft brocade chairs, accompanied by a square red wooden table. On the table was a set of glazed teacups, shimmering brightly. There was a faint but not pungent wisp of white smoke in the room. Zhao Huai looked down and saw that it was the gentle fragrance emitted by the incense burner. The plum blossom shadows on the wall flickered as a beautiful woman approached. Chapter 5, The General's Daughter, Yu King Han. Zhao Huai was slightly entranced by the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose. The folding screen of picture of cold plums and snowy scenery hid the face of the beauty, but a vague outline of a beautiful figure could be seen, far exceeding Zhao Huai's expectations. "The young master is here." A gentle magnetic voice rang, as charming as the song of the oriole. Hearing the voice, Zhao Huai came to his senses, pulled the door shut behind him, bowed his hands, and smiled. "I am Zhao Huai, and I have seen the young lady. The little girl Qing Han has met the young master." The voice responded like this, standing up and slightly bowing her body, but contrary to Zhao Huai's expectation, this woman did not shy away from people behind the folding screen. Instead, she was very generous, standing straight up and walking out, even showing an inexplicable aura. As the beautiful figure walked out directly, a pair of imposing slanted eyes stared directly at Zhao Huai at the door. Even Zhao Huai had to admit that these eyes were indeed beautiful, with a strong aesthetic sense, radiant looks, and mesmerizing. The only strange thing was that Zhao Huai felt an invisible sense of oppression from her eyes. However, this did not affect her appearance, she was also very beautiful. The white long dress showed off her graceful figure, and her exquisite melon-seeded face was not elaborately made up, flawless like a piece of jade. She had lightly gathered cloud-like temples, delicate willow-like eyebrows, and cherry-like moist lips. Pure, elegant, and ethereal, just like a fairy who walked out of the painting scroll. Is she really my blind date? What happened to the average-looking girl I was told about? Zhao Huai's eyes were calm, but his heart was filled with doubt and surprise. He felt that this woman was much prettier than what he had seen in the painting album, and she didn't look like what he had expected, so he wondered if he had gotten the wrong door. "Young Master Zhao, don't stand there, sit down first." The woman smiled faintly, seemingly seeing through Zhao Huai's thoughts, but still gestured with her hand, pouring a cup of hot tea for both of them. "Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Qing Han, and my last name is Yu. Yu King Han, Miss Yu." "Yes." Yu King Han nodded her head lightly, and then a faint smile emerged at the corner of her mouth. "The young master seems puzzled." Zhao Huai shook his head. "I'm not puzzled. I just feel that the young lady looks different from what I saw in the painting album." To him, who was sitting across from him didn't matter, because his purpose was just to spend a peaceful afternoon here. "What's the difference?" Curiosity appeared in Yu King Han's eyes. Zhao Huai smiled. "Usually, when men and women meet each other, there are inevitably many ridiculous things happening. But the young lady looks much better than the painting album, which surprised me." Upon hearing this, the laughter deepened at the corner of Yu King Han's mouth, and then she said, "I also feel that the young master looks different from what I had imagined, not like the person the matchmaker described. I originally thought the young master would be thin and weak, but I didn't expect his complexion to be so good, and his spirit to be much better than normal people." Her first impression of Zhao Huai was quite good, with a touch of goodwill. Of course, she knew she was beautiful, and she had seen countless people before. Without exception, their performances were all terrible. Normal men, when faced with her, either were frightened by her gaze or dared not look her in the eye, acting very coy, not like a man at all. Or they were some vulgar people who didn't know about manners, saw her as just a mere woman, and relied on their family background to repeatedly offend her. But the young master in front of her had clear eyes and could communicate and look at each other normally. Moreover, his conversation was quite extraordinary, and his appearance was not bad either. His sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes made him quite handsome and very much to her liking. However, Yu King Han's words caught Zhao Huai's attention. He was acutely aware of his own situation. As a cultivator who had reached the 9th stage of refining qi, his complexion, vigor, and spirit were nothing short of excellent. At his current level, breaking boulders with his bare hands, scaling walls, and throwing punches weighing 1,000 pounds were a piece of cake, as his physical body had already reached an initial saturation point. However, the young lady's eyes were extraordinarily sharp, able to perceive such minor details, which implied that her own strength was not to be underestimated. "I have some free time, so I practice some martial arts from the outer sect in the mornings to strengthen my body. That's why I'm in good shape," lied Zhao Huai, his face unfazed and his heart steady. Concealing one's cultivation was a form of self-protection. He didn't know the girl well and needed to be cautious in their first interactions. "Oh? Young master is also interested in the path of cultivation." Yu King Han's eyes flashed with surprise, her smile taking on a touch of genuine interest. Her smile now seemed more sincere than her previous, polite one, as if she had found a kindred spirit, much to her delight. Could it be that Miss also practices martial arts?" Zhao Huai asked back, attempting to sound polite yet not overly awkward. "Yes, I've been cultivating and following my father in the army since I was young, over a decade now," Yu King Han revealed with a soft smile. "I forgot to mention, my father was an esteemed general back in the day. He's retired now due to a mistake he made, but my family is still considered of military background. Practicing martial arts has been a tradition for generations, and my elder brother is currently serving in the army." After she finished speaking, there was a faint worry in the depths of her eyes. As Yu Qinghan had expected, upon hearing this, Zhao Huai's heart jumped and he inwardly cursed. With a father who was a general and an elder brother actively serving, coming from a long line of martial artists, wasn't her family the epitome of a military family? The girl was none other than a scion of a prestigious military family, no small matter indeed. Would it be appropriate for someone with his background to interact with such a person? Zhao Huai wondered. Nonetheless, he joked, with your background, miss, it's hard to imagine you turning to a matchmaking agency. I snuck out, she confided, her gaze dimming. Snuck out? Zhao Huai was slightly taken aback by her response. Were your family unkind to you? In a world where the pursuit of immortality was paramount, nobles and gentry were still surrounded by luxury, wealth, and privilege. They certainly didn't lead a rough life. Not at all. I'm just tired of the life at home and all the competition. Yu Qinghan shook her head. Zhao Huai gave a bitter smile but didn't respond. Her eyelashes trembled as she brought up memories with a sigh, speaking as if to herself, young master, do you know that I disliked practicing martial arts when I was younger? Just like other girls, I was fond of cosmetics like rouge and powder, I enjoyed fiddling with embroidery needles and threads, and I loved listening to storytellers narrate tales of growing old together and idyllic lives. Those were my fantasies. However, my father told me that being born into our family, I too had a responsibility to bear. Even as a girl, I should strive for greatness and follow in those footsteps. The ordinary lives of common people were not meant for me. From that day on, I began my martial arts cultivation. I initially disliked martial arts, for it was a bitter and tiring pursuit. I also hated killing. At night, I often had nightmares and struggled to sleep. Sometimes, I would think about how wonderful it'd be if I wasn't born into such a family. Every day, I would sleep until noon, spend my afternoons listening to music and strolling the streets, read books, watch interesting plays, and eat whatever I fancied. Simple dishes wouldn't bother me, and even if I were completely alone or poverty-stricken, it would be better than exhausting myself on the battlefield. As I grew older and eventually achieved the goals my father set for me, I realized that what he wanted was not what I desired. By that time, my hands had been stained with too much blood, and my martial arts cultivation had become inseparable from my life and habits. Now, I'm tired. All I want is to find someone to live a peaceful life with. So, I ran away, Yu Qinghan concluded, her voice getting smaller and the reminiscence in her eyes lingering for a long while. Chapter 6, I Will Take Action. The air was silent for quite a while. Yu Qinghan apologized with a guilty expression, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said any of this. I was too talkative, and I made a fool of myself in front of you. Having just met, her behavior might indeed seem strange to others. It's okay, it's my fault for asking, Zhao Huai replied. After listening to Yu Qinghan's story, Zhao Huai couldn't help showing some sympathy in his eyes. Now he knew where the strangeness about this woman came from. Having killed people before, no wonder her gaze was as sharp as a knife, and her mentality had long been different from ordinary people's. But he was not one to comfort her because, since she was able to talk about it, it meant she had already come to terms with it. And all he could do was to listen quietly, without expecting anything more. Everyone had enough trouble in their lives, why bother worrying about others as well? Young master, aren't you afraid of me? Yu Qinghan asked, surprised by Zhao Huai's demeanor. Her story, though half true and half false, still shared a similar overall trajectory. Yet upon hearing it, the man seemed not afraid at all. Wouldn't normal people be frightened when they learn someone had killed? Not afraid, Zhao Huai shook his head. Miss Yu's open-mindedness surpasses others, he added. Yu Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and she smiled, your words are indeed unexpected, young master. It seems you, too, have a story, young master, she remarked. But Zhao Huai seemed not to hear and remained silent. In all fairness, Yu Qinghan had a good personality and was easy to talk to. If he could disregard her background as a general's daughter, marrying such a beautiful woman would be a blessing. If the outcome with the copper coin had been good, perhaps he would have considered spending more time with her. Having thought it through, Zhao Huai took a deep breath and made his decision, calmly saying, Miss Yu, I think we should not. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside the house, interrupting everything. Military officer, we really can't go in. We haven't had any business today. The whole city must be searched, and your matchmaking agency is no exception. Immediately after, the two exchanged glances. Zhao Huai quickly realized that the search party had arrived. For a moment, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Don't worry, I'll take action, Yu Qinghan reassured him, seeing his expression. The source of the noise was from the corridor outside the house. The small courtyard gate had been blown open, and the young servant, looking terrified, squatted by the door, staring at the entrance. Now, the peach tree-lined corridor, which once symbolized love, was filled with uninvited guests. Rows of soldiers wearing fish-scale armor and stainless steel long broadswords came in at a trot, their armors emitting crisp rustle sounds. They divided into two lines, and there seemed to be more than 10 of them. In the lead was a man in a green martial robe, with a fierce expression, dark skin, and a sturdy build. Clearly, he was the commander of these soldiers. Standing opposite him was the matchmaker who had just served Zhao Huai. At this moment, the matchmaker wore a distressed expression, pleading earnestly, "Sir, our matchmaking agency is a government-managed institution. How could we harbor any criminals?" The commander coldly responded, "We have a search warrant, and we're following orders. How dare you block my men? You must have a death wish. If you delay our mission, even 10 heads won't be enough for you. Guards!" The next second, the commander gave a cold order. "Search! Make sure to find the person King Qin is looking for." Receiving the order, the soldiers dispersed and headed toward the main gate. For a moment, the entire courtyard was in chaos. There hadn't been many people at the matchmaking agency today, and now they were all being driven out. Everyone, like little chicks, was carried out, their faces filled with anxiety and fear. People who don't know might think this is a brothel. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came, and a soldier flew out of the room, hitting the wall hard. The cracks on the wall were like a spider web, shattering in all directions. A figure in white clothes with plum embroidery slowly walked out. At the same time, an elegant young master was behind the woman. Such strong power! Zhao Huai looked at the scene in front of him, his expression extremely astonished. Then, his gaze fixed on Yu Qinghan's body. At first, he thought that the strength mentioned by this lady was at most the peak of the outer sex martial arts practice, reaching only the first stage of refining qi. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated it. With this palm strike, it was at least at the level of the third stage of the refining qi and possibly even higher. Strange, didn't the hexagram predict fortune? How did it still happen? Zhao Huai saw the commander and others coming, wondering if there was a problem with the result of the copper coin, or if he had done something to change the outcome. He could take a shot and settle everyone in a single breath. However, this would undoubtedly expose his whereabouts and attract the attention of the Xia dynasty government once again. As the commander at the front saw Yu Qinghan's move, his face looked ugly, but there was also a trace of shock in his eyes. The true qi fluctuations remaining in the air were much more terrifying than his initial entry into the first stage of refining qi. Where on earth did this person come from? Are you the one sent by the top? Yu Qinghan's voice was very cold, and she asked with narrowed eyes. At this moment, her eyes were filled with murderous intent, her momentum domineering and sharp-edged. It seemed as if she had changed into a completely different person, contrasting sharply with her gentleness in the room just now. Although the commander was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, we are here on orders to capture the rebel." "Who are you?" Hearing this, Yu Qinghan sneered, "Just a mere centurion, without any knowledge or background, don't get involved in this dirty water. You might be used as a pawn without even realizing it." After speaking, Yu Qinghan threw out a jade token. The commander took the token, glanced at it, and his hands trembled. His eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Yu Qinghan and said, "You are." In the commander's heart, the level of this token was too high. He had only heard that in the army, as long as it was seen, it was an absolute iron order. "Get lost now!" Yu Qinghan scolded sharply, interrupting the other party. "I apologize for my rudeness." The leading commander respectfully saluted Yu Qinghan, with no dissatisfaction on his face. He then led the soldiers behind him to leave quickly. Zhao Huai was also surprised by this scene. It seemed that the force behind Yu Qinghan was quite significant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to scare off the searching soldiers. At this moment, Zhao Huai understood why the result of the copper coin divination was fortune. With Yu Qinghan's background, he could get through this round of search safely. Did the people just now come from her family? Or perhaps they were the subordinates of someone she knew. Actually, the result of the copper coin was not wrong, he had just jumped to conclusions too early. Miss, your background is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Huai stood behind Yu Qinghan, pretending to be amazed. It's all just some troublesome matters. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, young master. Yu Qinghan withdrew her aura and gave Zhao Huai a slight smile. This is... The matchmaker on the side was shocked by what had just happened. Compared to Zhao Huai, she was even more confused. Thanks to your introduction of Miss Yu, otherwise this time, it would have been more bad luck than good. Zhao Huai smiled as he said this. It was Miss Yu. Miss Yu? I remember that I found a girl with the surname Lu for the young master. The matchmaker was a bit puzzled. Chapter 7, Why won't the young master marry me? Surname Lu. Upon hearing the matchmaker's words, Zhao Huai was stunned, as if he had realized something. At this moment, among the crowd in the courtyard, a young girl stepped forward and pointed at Zhao Huai, saying in surprise, "Grandma, is he the one you wanted me to wait for? I've been waiting for a long time and haven't seen anyone." Zhao Huai furrowed his brow, "But I did enter the third room." At this point, he understood. He had entered the wrong room and met the wrong person. The matchmaker, whose face was covered in cold sweat, quickly called a young servant beside her and angrily asked, "Xiaoju, what's going on? Didn't I say it was the third room?" The young servant shrank his neck, fear on his face, and stuttered, "I did inform them that it was the third room." Zhao Huai asked, "Is it the third one on the right?" "Yes." The young servant nodded. The beautiful woman then explained. "At first I went to the right, but when I saw people there, I went to the left instead. So that's how it happened." Zhao Huai suddenly realized how the misunderstanding had occurred. Yu Qinghan had occupied the spot early, causing him to go to the wrong place. "Miss Yu, young Master Zhao, and everyone else, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for not making the arrangements well." The elderly matchmaker's face showed worry as she bowed apologetically to Zhao Huai, Yu Qinghan, and the others around her. "Never mind, it seems that today is not suitable to find a suitor." The beautiful woman sighed and then turned and left. The matchmaker, seeing that the other party did not hold a grudge, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yu Qinghan again. This one seemed to have an even more important background. The matchmaker hurriedly said, "Miss Yu, I'll arrange it for you right away." Who would have thought that Yu Qinghan gave a gentle smile, shook her head, and said, "It doesn't matter. I think young Master Zhao is a very good person. By chance, I feel that he is more suitable for marriage." Her words left Zhao Huai slightly taken aback. What did she mean by more suitable for marriage? Did she have her eyes on him? It hadn't been long since they first met, this was too fast. "Young Master Zhao, what do you think?" Seeing Yu Qinghan's unexpected reaction, the matchmaker couldn't help but ask excitedly. This Miss Yu could also be considered a regular customer at the matchmaking agency. She not only had a beautiful appearance, generous disposition, kind and polite demeanor, but she also had a good background, making her an ideal partner. However, her demands were rather high, and none of her previous suitors had pleased her. But unexpectedly, today's accidental encounter seemed to be a success. As long as young Master Zhao agrees, this marriage can be preliminarily settled. The matchmaker added another sentence. Well. Zhao Huai looked at Yu Qinghan's enchanting eyes, feeling quite conflicted. If it weren't for the copper coin result, he might not have been able to resist agreeing, even though they hadn't known each other for long. "Young Master Zhao, give a definite answer." Miss Yu is heartbroken waiting. The impatient matchmaker walked up to Zhao Huai. "With such good conditions, how could you refuse? Is this what a man should do?" At this moment, the matchmaker was like an ant on a hot pot, extremely anxious. If she succeeded in this deal, there would be a lot of silver waiting for her. Zhao Huai sighed lightly and said, "I think that Miss Yu and we are not suitable." Upon hearing this, the matchmaker's face showed an incredulous expression, and even the young servant beside her looked astonished. "Why?" Yu Qinghan's expression remained unchanged as she took a step forward and asked earnestly. "Young master, why won't you marry me?" Zhao Huai calmly replied, "Miss Yu comes from a military family, I'm not worthy. Yu Qinghan replied earnestly, that's no reason. I've already told you, I've left my family behind and am no longer of a noble lady's status. But can you guarantee that they won't come looking for you? I seek a peaceful and quiet life, and your lifestyle is contrary to mine. Zhao Huai raised this point very seriously. I can. What I'm pursuing is just an ordinary and peaceful life. Yu Qinghan's eyes were full of determination, and her tone was extremely resolute. Miss Yu. Zhao Huai was moved by her unwavering tone and hesitated for a moment. When in doubt, let's toss a copper coin. Unable to find a solution, Zhao Huai decided to use a copper coin to make a decision. He tightly held the copper coin in his hand, and a series of words appeared in his mind. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, let's see. None of them can be obtained without seeking it, countless hexagrams all come from one's own heart. Hexagram 1, the shining star of martial arts, there is a marriage proposal in front of you. Whether to accept it and marry her, the indication you get is fortune. What? It's actually fortune? Zhao Huai was very puzzled. The previous divination result was clearly misfortune. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Huai suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this marriage proposal is not the same as the previous one? It turned out that the person he was supposed to meet was different from Yu Qinghan, so the result was different. In other words, marrying Yu Qinghan would lead to fortune, while marrying the previous one would result in misfortune. Upon knowing this, Zhao Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, everyone was waiting for his answer. Zhao Huai turned his head, looked into Yu Qinghan's beautiful eyes, and asked very solemnly, Miss Yu, are you sure about this? Of course, I've made up my mind. As soon as Yu Qinghan heard Zhao Huai's words, she seemed to know his answer and decisively responded. In that case, let's set the wedding date for this month. Seeing Zhao Huai finally agreed, the matchmaker let out a sigh of relief, her face showing a relaxed expression. She said with a grin, you two go home and make preparations. Inform your family's elders. In 3 days, you can get married. Yu Qinghan and Zhao Huai exchanged glances again with tacit understanding, and then quickly separated. No problem. Zhao Huai replied. Same for me. Yu Qinghan responded as well. At that moment, a deep purple ray of light quickly streaked through the air and entered Zhao Huai's mind. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan agreed to see each other again on their wedding day. Wearing a white dress, Yu Qinghan returned to her room. After glancing at the maid next to the door, Yu Qinghan slowly sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, and asked, how did it go? The tall maid who had been waiting for a long time respectfully performed a salute and said reverently, my princess, I have found out that the search in Jinzhou was secretly arranged by King Qin. He bribed officials in Jinzhou and other large cities in the coastal region, apparently in order to find your whereabouts. Yu Qinghan's face was as cold as frost, and her tone was icy cold. My dear brother, in order to fight for power, he is really desperate. He's already targeting me after such a short time. So, what should we do? The tall maid asked for instructions. Sow confusion so that he doesn't disturb my life and doesn't come to Jinzhou. Yu Qinghan finished her tea with a calm expression. Yes. After receiving the order, the tall maid asked curiously. Princess, did you really tell young Master Zhao everything? Yu Qinghan shook her head. No, I was afraid he couldn't accept it, so I changed things a little. The overall story is the same. I told him I come from a military aristocratic family, and he only barely accepted it. It was just to prevent unexpected scenarios in the future and cover up. But why did your highness choose him? The tall maid's expression was full of questions. Although the princess didn't have high requirements, she just wanted someone to live her life with. None of the previous candidates were satisfactory. But this one suddenly made the cut. Yu Qinghan took a deep breath, recalling Zhao Huai's gentle smile. The cold aura on her face disappeared, replaced by a faint smile. I don't know, maybe we just hit it off. Being with him, even talking, feels really comfortable. The tall maid covered her mouth and laughed. Your highness dares to marry, and young Master Zhao dares to accept. It's truly a match made in heaven. Chapter 8, Turning Misfortune into Blessings, the Divine Destiny. At this moment, Zhao Huai was on his way back to the shop. After a whole afternoon, the search finally ended, and the shops on the street had reopened. Zhao Huai looked at the words that appeared before him. Turn adversity into good fortune, change disaster into blessings, and prosper in destiny. It meant that the marriage he had just agreed to somehow triggered the ability to turn disaster into blessings, so he would receive even better rewards. That's why he got the purple light. Zhao Huai carefully examined it. Heavenly Heart Wisdom Eyes, lower grade of heavenly level, the powerful destiny grants you extraordinary comprehension talent. Whether it's divine skills, magic, mental techniques, or cultivation techniques, you can master them just by looking. When he saw this purple heavenly grade destiny, Zhao Huai was completely stunned. In just one day, he had received several destinies, especially the Earth grade Lucky Strike, which he thought was more than enough. However, he didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. Bright, deep purple light filled his mind, looking extremely dignified and elegant. Would you like to absorb it? As long as he absorbed this destiny, he could quickly master any cultivation technique and become proficient in it. Zhao Huai's mood was undoubtedly very excited. Let's absorb it right away. As soon as Zhao Huai finished speaking, the purple light burst forth. A warm, scorching sensation surged up, enveloping his entire body. Unconsciously, Zhao Huai felt that many of the problems he encountered while practicing swordsmanship, boxing, and other techniques were easily resolved, and the forgotten contents of those techniques were remembered, never to be forgotten again. This feeling was like eating a memory bread. The difference was that in addition to the original knowledge, there was a great extension, as if it would automatically think. This was a huge boost to the understanding of the martial path, a real qualitative leap. Zhao Huai couldn't help but mutter, this Heavenly Heart Wisdom Eyes is really worthy of being a heavenly grade destiny, it's so powerful. I feel that the swordsmanship I learned a year ago is like a three-legged cat's skill, the same as a roadside stall technique, extremely simple and easy to understand. It only took me half a year to learn it before, but now that I've just studied it a little, I've already understood it thoroughly. The value of a heavenly grade destiny. Zhao Huai would have preferred a few more destinies like this. Unfortunately, such a destiny was extremely difficult to obtain, and this time it was only because he had triggered the turn misfortune into blessings effect, which granted him an enhanced chance, otherwise it would have been impossible to obtain. Somewhere deep down, Zhao Huai felt that the destiny he had obtained was somehow related to the prophecy he had made. But for now, he couldn't figure out the pattern. In a short while, he passed through the broad and narrow alley, walked down Yangcheng Street, and returned to Huai's pawnshop. Arriving at the back door, he took out the key and aimed it at the lock hole. Just about to insert it, his hand stopped at the entrance, suspended in midair. Because he spotted something unusual. When he locked the door as he left, a wisp of lime powder fell on the doorstep. Why was it gone now? Zhao Huai's eyes turned, he put away the key, squatted down, and examined the carpet under his feet. He gently lifted a corner to check the situation below. On the floor covered with lime powder, there were 4 large footprints. Somebody had been here. Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an extremely dangerous look. 4 footprints, 2 people. Someone was targeting him. Based on the skill required to enter the door, they were not ordinary people. Could it be someone sent by the imperial court? But that was impossible. He had never experienced such treatment in the 3 years he could recall. No matter what, today's sword might be stained with blood. Zhao Huai covered the carpet at the entrance, his body leaped like a dragonfly skimming the water and stepped on the railing outside the house, performing his lightness skill to fly to the roof. Finally, he landed on a tile, making no noise throughout the entire process. He went to the corner of the eaves and pulled up a hidden thin rope from the gravel, pulled it hard, and a window large enough for a person to pass through appeared in the seamless roof. This was originally his escape route, but he never thought that one day he would enter his house through it. Zhao Huai entered through the window by himself, landing smoothly and silently. Before his eyes was his bedroom. Inside, there was no light, it was very dark. Zhao Huai's gaze was sharp as he searched for the 2 people's silhouettes. His cultivation had reached the 9th stage of refining qi, and his flesh body had been tempered to its current peak. With every breath, he could exquisitely control even his footsteps. If he wanted, he could move without making a sound. Zhao Huai was like a ghost walking in the dark, making no noise as he moved. Huai's pawn shop was located on the east side of the busy streets, with 3 floors in total. The first floor was the pawn shop's facade, the second floor was a warehouse and storage area, and the third floor was the living quarters, the bedrooms. Decorating it had cost him 600 ingots of gold. Zhao Huai knew that the best hiding place was the warehouse. A sharp treasured sword appeared from the black ring, and with the sword in hand, Zhao Huai emotionlessly made his way to the warehouse. "Did you hear any movement?" "No, the search has been over for so long now. He should have returned by now. That this kid can chat with that person so happily is enough to prove his importance. We must capture him and take him back. This mission is too important, we can't afford any leaks or screw ups." From within the warehouse came the voices of the two men talking. The two masked men crouched on the roof beams, looking straight down, still waiting for the target to appear. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked by in front of them. Clang! The two men couldn't even see what it was, they only felt a chill running up their spine. An extremely fast sword strike had blinded the two masked men for an instant. One man's chest had been pierced, and his heart shattered by the sword's true chi. With burning hot blood gushing out, the other masked man only then realized what had happened and frantically tried to counterattack. A shadow appeared in midair, striking down with a palm, and the powerful force directly knocked him down. With a thud, he fell from the roof beam. One of them had already lost any sign of life. The other black-clothed man looked up in fear, trying to make out the face of the person who had come. The strength of these two men was far from weak, today, they had met such a ruthless character. With a ding, a beautiful treasured sword fell from the sky, nailing the man's palm to the ground, leaving him unable to get up. Zhao Huai pressed down on the sword, towering over him, and coldly asked, "Speak. Who sent you here?" He had already sensed the two men's presence outside the house. The cultivations of these two assassins had actually reached the third stage of refining qi, which was quite rare. That's why he had held back on that palm strike, not killing the other party, but intending to question the mastermind behind the scenes. "Damn! I didn't expect to miscalculate. You're actually a hidden cultivator." The black-clothed man nailed to the ground had a resentful look in his eyes. "Answer my question." Zhao Huai exerted more force on the sword, his gaze ice-cold. "Ah!" The black-clothed man screamed, gritted his teeth, and coldly laughed. "You wish." He then closed his mouth, his eyes resolute. Not good. By the time Zhao Huai realized it, it was already too late. Black blood flowed from the black-clothed man's mouth. This black-clothed man had already taken poison to commit suicide. Zhao Huai looked at the two corpses and the bloodstains on the ground, his face unspeakably gloomy. He bent down and searched the two men's clothes. From the first black-clothed man, he found a token. Chapter 9, The Wonders of Divination, the Hope of Becoming Immortal. At dusk, as the sky grew darker, most of the merchants on the street had already closed their stalls, and many night markets were preparing to entertain their night business. In Huai's pawnshop. After cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground, Zhao Huai moved the two corpses to the backyard. He then skillfully took out the gold and bronze coins from his waist, threw them into the air, pressed them on his hand, and began checking the results. Misfortune and blessings depend on one another, let's see. Hexagram 1, dispose of the corpses and erase the traces. Bury them under the tree, and all troubles will be gone. The hint you get is blessing. Hexagram 2, be clear and insightful. Investigate the corpses and trace the origins of the incident. The hint you get is misfortune. Hexagram 3, killers must shed blood, and weeds must be uprooted. Report to the government office. The hint you get is misfortune. This time, Zhao Huai was not satisfied with the blessing result. Because the black-robed men's superiors would definitely investigate, he had to find the most secure way to handle the situation. So he tossed the gold and bronze coins again and again, hoping for more results. Once, twice, 3 times. Zhao Huai didn't know how many times he had tossed, but the results were mostly similar. Either he was to dispose of the bodies secretly, or seek help from other forces. But during the process, a white light suddenly appeared. However, Zhao Huai's expression did not change. Because he was too familiar with this light. It represented the human grade destiny, the lowest grade of destiny, and the most common one he had seen in the past 3 years. So he didn't hold any hope for it. Immortal's guidance, human grade excellent, a crude trick of the rivers and lakes, mastering the initial art of divination and reciting I Ching skillfully. As expected, the human-grade destiny never disappoints, it has always been disappointing in the same way. If he could really know what would happen next, it would be fine. However, it was just a trick of the rivers and lakes swindlers, no different from those who deceive with their boxing skills. But Zhao Huai started to think about the destiny of immortals' guidance. Logically speaking, since this destiny could be activated, it must have its uses. Even if it is the so-called absolutely useless human-grade destiny, would it be useful after upgrading to yellow grade? Thinking about this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but give it a try. In order to upgrade the destiny's grade, other destinies need to be merged. When low-level destinies upgrade high-level destinies, the speed is very limited. However, when high-level destinies upgrade low-level destinies, the speed is immediate. Zhao Huai immediately found the unused dragon-seeking yellow-grade destiny in his mind. This destiny was useless to him, so he decided to give it a try. Would you like to decompose destiny? Decompose. Zhao Huai directly decomposed the dragon-seeking destiny in his mind, turning it into countless dots. Then he had these dots all absorbed by Immortal's path guidance. The white light immediately dimmed, and in its place, a yellow light bloomed from the center. Trace origins, yellow grade average, trace the origins of events to happen, and you can trace some of the results of misfortune and blessings. Trace the partial results of misfortune and blessings? What does it mean? Zhao Huai muttered to himself, then firmly decided. Never mind, I'll know when I try. Misfortune and blessings depend on one another, let's see. Hexagram 1, dispose of the corpses and erase the traces. Bury them under the tree, and all troubles will be gone. The hint you get is blessing. Trace guidance, the killers acted independently, burying under a tree, putting all troubles to rest. Hexagram 2, be clear and insightful. Investigate the corpses and trace the origins of the incident. The hint you get is misfortune. Trace guidance, investigating will bring trouble. Hexagram 3, killers must shed blood, and weeds must be uprooted. Report to the government office. The hint you get is misfortune. Trace guidance, the government is as a chessboard. It seems that the two assassins acted independently before, no wonder no one could find out if they were buried. After reading the latest results, Zhao Huai felt quite satisfied. This trace origins destiny was like an upgrade to the golden bronze coins technique. Before, Lucky Strike increased the probability of destinies, allowing him to change misfortune and blessings once a day. With trace origins, his judgments became more supported. The combination of the two makes it almost perfect. This also made his goal of becoming an immortal even more determined. In this world full of crises, the internal strife of Xia country was far from over. The traces of demons and monsters could be seen everywhere among the people. Bordering alien tribes took advantage of Xia country's rest and recuperation to annex many small countries nearby, always staring, waiting for the right moment to strike. They did not know when a crisis would erupt. When chaos arrives, lives would be as insignificant as straw. Only by becoming an immortal can one survive. As long as he can upgrade his destiny to the immortal grade and obtain an invincible destiny, he will be invincible in the world. Once he had buried the two corpses under the tree, Zhao Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the shop, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip. He then took out a token. This token was found on the bodies of the black-robed men. On it was a large letter engraved with gold. This seemed to be a token for colleagues to travel between cities, allowing people to pass through without any obstacles, crossing all city walls without being intercepted by anyone. It was very similar to the Emperor's imperial envoy. For him, this thing was quite useful. However, this also showed that the forces behind the black-robed men were extremely powerful since they could carry such a thing around. As for the purpose of the black-robed men, Zhao Huai did have some guesses. From their conversation, it seemed that they wanted to use him to threaten someone. Who was that person? The next second, Yu Qinghan's face flashed across Zhao Huai's mind. The only person he had recently interacted with was her. Maybe it was Yu Qinghan's enemy who got wind of her whereabouts and tried to assassinate her. When they found they could not beat her, they came after him, plotting against him. In the end, they were killed by him. Upon reflection, the logic seemed quite reasonable. To be honest, forming a marriage alliance with Yu Qinghan had another consideration. He could make use of Yu Qinghan's connections to learn some inside information about the happenings in the world and in the imperial court. Her family was an aristocratic military family, so they must have access to a lot of information. Maybe he could even gain some benefits from it. However, as they would be husband and wife in the future, would it be inappropriate to engage in such schemes? After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Huai decided not to think about it anymore. After all, as long as he was strong, he had nothing to fear. As long as he reached the initiation stage, he would have officially entered the path of immortal cultivation. By then, there would be very few people who could pose a challenge to him. Lounging in the Taishi chair, with nothing to do, Zhao Huai took out the black ring and started to study it. He took out the stack of thick parchments and a bottle of pills, and began to study them carefully. Zhao Huai spread out the parchment and scanned it. In his mind, the Heavenly Heart Wisdom Eye's destiny started to run slowly. The obscure ancient characters on the parchment turned into a row of symbols and recombined. In the end, they appeared before Zhao Huai. Chapter 10, 3000 Thunderbolt Technique, Fire Thunder Talisman. This is. Seeing the clear text in front of him, Zhao Huai seemed somewhat surprised. He had flipped through this parchment roll before, but he couldn't read it at all, so he gave up on trying. Now, with the Heavenly Heart Wisdom Eye's talent added, the obscure characters in the scroll became much simpler. 3000, Thunderbolt Technique. Zhao Huai looked at the first line of the parchment, slowly reciting it. The densely packed tadpole-like text could easily be misread if one didn't pay close attention. Fortunately, Zhao Huai had the stable Taoist mind supporting him, with a calm, clear and stronger spiritual power. Therefore, he could read the content inside the parchment without any obstructions, even with an invisible protective power present. After an hour of reading, Zhao Huai got a preliminary understanding of what the 3000 Thunderbolt technique was all about. It turned out to be a textbook teaching the art of creating talisman inscriptions, specializing in thunder talisman inscriptions. It can be said that the types of thunder talisman inscriptions in it are all-encompassing, covering all aspects. For instance, there are top-level talismans specifically designed for large-scale demon extermination, such as the 9th Heaven Hell Thunder Talisman, Alarmed Destruction Thunder Talisman, 10,000 Thunder Roar Talisman. For warding off evil talismans, there's Universe Thunder Suppressing Talisman, Blackwood Thunder Talisman, Dragon Thunder Reversing Talisman. There are also some more basic incantations, such as 5 Elements Thunder Talisman, Yin Yang Thunder Talisman, 5 Thunder Execution, and so on. Zhao Huai was dazzled by all the information. He became increasingly curious about the owner of the black ring. The 3000 Thunderbolt technique was indeed a good find, as was the unknown treasured sword, and the pill he received. All these had been a great help to him thus far, and he could only be grateful. That person must have been a powerful figure in an immortal cultivation sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have these magical items. This black ring also served as a storage ring, which was quite useful for Zhao Huai to carry some things with him. Zhao Huai was quite yearning for the immortal cultivation sects. But if they could join a sect to cultivate, who would open a little pawn shop and practice cultivation alone? When he settled down in the south in his first year, he visited those so-called immortal sects, but none of them were willing to accept him. On the one hand, he was too old to join a sect at 20, their cultivation was considered too late. They believed that even a late maturer would have to reach refining qi to perfection by their 50s, which was too slow. The other reason was that they all said his spiritual roots were too poor and his potential too limited. They estimated that he could only reach the initiation stage at most, and he was not worth nurturing. From that day on, Zhao Huai's mentality became more relaxed. Well, there were so many rules for cultivating immortality, and it was better for him to upgrade his destiny by himself instead of joining a sect and being mistreated. It really brought bad luck. At first, his cultivation speed was indeed very slow, reaching the peak of the outer sect martial arts, but the efficiency of refining qi only reached the second or third stage. This level was at most equivalent to the bodyguards escorted among the common people, and it was passable for running a children's martial arts school. Willing to cultivate immortality? Are you kidding? Keep dreaming. No one would have expected that the mysterious destiny diligent reader Zhao Huai had obtained unintentionally would increase his cultivation speed by 3 times. His realm's advancement speed also rose steadily. In just 1 year, all he had to do was sleep in, water the flowers, listen to music and watch beautiful tofu sellers. With casual training, his cultivation quickly reached the 9th stage of refining qi. These days were wonderful, but Zhao Huai found another problem. The immortal cultivation sect was right, his potential was indeed low. He had been at the 9th stage of refining qi for a long time, but he still hadn't broken through to the initiation stage. He felt that he needed an initiation pill. With it, his progress should be much more efficient. However, initiation pills were hard to buy in the market, as they had a lot of demand but were scarcely available. Ordinary people without strong backing couldn't even buy one. Maybe he could rely on the remaining pills he had? Zhao Huai decided in his heart that he would test what kind of pill was in the bottle in a few days. Although he was thinking about it in his mind, Zhao Huai's hands were not idle. After reading the 3000 Thunderbolt technique once, he had already memorized the contents in his mind. Next came the practical application, transforming the knowledge of talisman inscriptions in his mind into real usable talisman inscriptions. Zhao Huai took out a stack of blank yellow paper and sketched on it with a brush according to the memories in his mind. It seemed simple in his mind, but once he started drawing, he realized that these bizarre symbols were truly difficult to draw, especially the top-level inscriptions. He couldn't draw them at all, which required incredibly strong spiritual power. So, Zhao Huai decided to start with the simplest ones. The Fire Thunder Talisman, one of the most basic 5 elements thunder talismans. Fire Thunder Talisman, the demon expelling fire, the object attracting thunder, using thunder-shocked wood as the base, the cinnabar pen for inscription, the combination of the two complement each other, forming a basic thunder talisman. The requirements are quite high. Thunder-shocked wood can ward off evil and it's not cheap, it costs 10 taels of silver on the market. Zhao Huai was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that drawing thunder talismans would be such an expensive endeavor, and the cost of materials involved would be too much for ordinary people to afford. From this, he concluded that cultivating immortality was indeed an activity that sucked up money. But it's alright, he had plenty of money. After preparing the materials and numerous attempts and failures, Zhao Huai quickly drew his first thunder talisman. His martial talent was now incredibly high, no matter how difficult the cultivation techniques, heart techniques, or skills were, he could learn them quickly. In the end, he had to thank the heavenly heart wisdom eyes. Zhao Huai picked up the newly drawn thunder talisman, just about to test the power of the fire thunder talisman. But there was a knock on the door outside. Knock, knock. The knocking was light, and the rhythm was slow. Hearing it, Zhao Huai couldn't help but be curious. Who would come looking for him at this hour, when the sky was already dark? Although his relationship with the neighbors near and far was not bad, there was no one who would come knocking at this time. Outside the window, dusk had fallen, lanterns were lit in front of the shops, and the busy streets filled with the smells of various steaming snacks. The night market was bustling. Zhao Huai went to the door, opened the bolt, and quickly opened the door. But upon opening the door, the person he saw made him dumbfounded. A beautiful lady was standing at the door, smiling at him. With a small wooden food box in her hands, Yu Qinghan was wearing an elegant long dress, a smile on her lips, and her slanted eyes narrowed into a gap. "Miss Yu, what brings you here?" Zhao Huai rubbed his eyes, unable to believe his own eyes, and asked incredulously. They had previously agreed to meet on the day of their marriage. He didn't expect that after an afternoon, it wouldn't be long before she arrived, bringing her luggage. What was she up to? "Young master, have you had dinner yet?" Yu Qinghan blinked her beautiful big eyes, expectantly. Not yet." Zhao Huai touched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. He had been drawing talisman inscriptions for a long time and had already forgotten about everything else, naturally including dinner. Yu Qinghan smiled and said, "I heard that the tofu sold by the Tofu Beauty in the East City is quite good, so I bought some to taste, made it into a dish, and asked the matchmaker to inquire about your residence. I just happened to bring a bit over. How about we have it together?" Zhao Huai heard this and smiled as well. Eating tofu? That's great. He did like tofu. Chapter 11, King Qin of Xia Country. In the pawnshop, the light was bright, with a touch of warmth. Zhao Huai sat at the table with 5 steaming dishes and a bowl of fragrant rice in front of him. Now he knew what was in the wooden box, the 5 dishes. Scallion ribs, fried sesame cakes, steamed meatballs, Wensi tofu soup, and fresh bamboo shoot soup. Zhao Huai picked up the spoon and took a mouthful, savoring it carefully. Does it taste good? Yu Qinghan looked at Zhao Huai in front of her, full of anticipation. It tastes great, especially the knife work of the tofu. It melts in the mouth, and the choice of mushroom as the soup base makes it very aromatic. Zhao Huai nodded lightly. It was not easy to cook the dishes to this level. Getting such an answer, Yu Qinghan felt satisfied and laughed in surprise. I didn't expect young Master Zhao to have studied cooking. A little. Zhao Huai thought to himself that all those food bloggers' videos from his past life were not watched in vain. Actually, I'm not very good at cooking. I learned all these from the servants. When I'm bored and can't go out to enjoy music, I would study cooking at home. Yu Qinghan explained. In that case, you are truly talented. Zhao Huai sincerely said, I thought Miss Yu, being experienced in battle, would be clueless about cooking. I didn't expect the attention to detail in cooking as well. Faced with such blatant praise, Yu Qinghan was very pleased. Nobody had ever praised her for her culinary skills for so long. Young master, you flatter me. After a while of dining, Zhao Huai finished the dishes on the table. Perhaps it was the company of a beauty, but his appetite was exceptionally good today. After the satisfying meal, Zhao Huai looked at Yu Qinghan's back and couldn't help but ask. Miss Yu, if you were to marry me, would your family's elders be able to attend? As far as he knew, Yu Qinghan ran away from home, so her parents might not come. Yu Qinghan sighed while cleaning up the lunch boxes. It's a disgrace to say, but I've been living in the matchmaking agency these days. If I get married, they probably won't come, and I wouldn't invite them either. My father and I are now as estranged as strangers. It's that serious. Zhao Huai was shocked to hear this. In fact, Miss Yu might not know, but I'm also an orphan. My parents passed away when I was young, and I don't have any elders. So if I were to get married, there would be no elders to attend either. Zhao Huai gave a bitter smile, and comforted her softly. Oh? Young master is also alone. Yu Qinghan was surprised to hear this. Yes. Yu Qinghan was actually quite optimistic and joked, then it's easier to get married. It saves a lot of cumbersome procedures. It seems so. Zhao Huai also smiled helplessly. Since Miss Yu doesn't have the pressure of family, why not move in sooner? Staying there all day isn't ideal. Are you willing to take me in? Yu Qinghan asked in surprise. Since we are getting married, what is there to talk about taking or not taking in? Zhao Huai found it very amusing. All right, as the young master says. Yu Qinghan agreed with a wry smile. Jinghai City. King Qin's mansion. At the entrance, soldiers stood on both sides, each one an imposing figure clad in black iron armor and wielding a halberd. In the mansion, there was a luxurious attic, very quiet, without the bustle of music and dancing to be heard. All the generals were present, with the strategists by their side. In the middle stood a handsome youth dressed in a white jade dragon robe. He possessed a pair of dominating golden pupils, emanating an aura of sharpness, like a divine sword out of its scabbard. His untamed eyes revealed the despotic nature of a ruler, utterly imperious. He was none other than the current king of Xia country, Yu Shiwang. Greetings, Your Highness King Qin. An elder in a Confucian robe bowed by the side. Humph! You even messed this up and failed to capture the person. Are you all just a bunch of idiots? Yu Shiwang scoffed coldly, his anger in his words threatening enough that the surrounding strategists and generals hardly dared to even breathe. They knew that the person before them was not someone to be trifled with. King Qin Yu Shiwang. The eldest legitimate son of the Emperor of Xia, the Crown Prince. His status was very noble, and apart from the second prince and the princess, he was the unquestionable authoritative figure in the entire Xia country. The elder in the Confucian robe said, Your Highness, please calm down. The princess is in the Suzhou and Hangzhou area, and we can find her in just 2 more days. Yu Shiwang waved his hand impatiently, asking, What's the situation in the capital recently? The elder in the Confucian robe replied with seriousness, Your Highness, the Emperor has given the command of 140,000 soldiers stationed in the capital and Guangzhou region to the second prince. Now the military power of the entire Xia has been divided into 3. My brother is also not an easy one to deal with. Yu Shiwang sneered coldly before continuing, What about the other 2? The elder in the Confucian robe went on, The second force is naturally the nearly 200,000 soldiers under your control, occupying half of the central plains and the north to the Hungmen border, west to the Yaishan mountain, east to the coastal areas, it has the widest coverage. Go on. The third force is the 300,000-strong army under the command of the princess, occupying the south and the most important areas of the central plains. Their strength ranks first. Yu Shuang calmly said, you missed one thing. Though they have 300,000 soldiers, most of them are occupied with transportation and logistics. They should only have around 100,000 actual soldiers. Their ranking should be third. The elder in the Confucian robe replied, but, the princess's army is battle-hardened. Starting from scratch, they rose from a mere 1,000 soldiers to a force of 70,000 and constantly achieved victory. In the end, they even severed Yan country's last lifeline. Well said. Yu Shuang laughed coldly, my sister managed to cut off the last lifeline of Yan country, so today, let's all talk about how to deal with her army. The elder in the Confucian robe said, Your Highness, we cannot rush this matter. The princess has no intention to contend for supremacy, and she has gone into hiding. Her army is without a commander and there is no news about her movements. Now is the best time to take action. If your highness is reluctant to take action, the second prince certainly will. Yu Shuang snorted angrily, picked up the glaze cup and smashed it forcefully, then come up with a solution for me. You have been following me for so many years, can't you handle an army trained by a woman? Crash! The sound of the shattered cup echoed, and Yu Shuang's sharp gaze scanned the room. But nobody dared to meet his eyes. Your Highness, I have a plan. A thin and tall strategist with a goatee dressed in black cloth stepped forward and bowed. Yu Shuang's expression eased slightly, frowning, he said. Speak quickly. The strategist in black cloth stroked his goatee, speaking earnestly, the princess's martial prowess is outstanding, known to all. Her army is also exceptionally loyal, so we cannot overpower them with brute force. We must outsmart them. Yu Shuang said dismissively, just say it, how can we outsmart them? If the princess has reached where she is today, it is impossible to have done so without the support of someone behind her. The strategist in black cloth had a mysterious smile on his face. Oh? Who is it? The strategist in black cloth shook his feather fan, saying, it is naturally the one on the throne. Without the support of the current emperor, the princess would not have gained the support of so many people in the court and acquired so much power. Once you ascend the throne, dealing with the princess's army will only require an order. Are you saying I should win over my father? Yu Shuang pondered aloud. Exactly. The strategist in black cloth smiled faintly. The emperor has been fighting for years, and his body has suffered many hidden injuries. He is merely trying his best to hold on to his power. Your Highness just needs to wait for the opportune moment, ascend the throne at once, and issue a disbanding order. Every problem will be solved easily. Yu Shuang casually said, I understand. After contemplating for a long time, he made his decision. In that case, let's focus our efforts on the imperial city. As for my sister's side, there's no need to alert her by stirring up any trouble. Send someone to the black market and let them handle it. Yes, sir. Everyone received their orders. Chapter 12, Getting Married. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the first day of the 5th month in the lunar calendar. On this day, Jinzhou City was still as peaceful as ever, with people bustling about their daily lives. Only at Huai's pawnshop, the atmosphere was extremely festive. Everywhere was beautifully decorated with lanterns, and rows of red lanterns hung on both sides of the street. Rabbit-shaped paper cuttings covered the door of Huai's pawnshop, giving off a very auspicious and lucky atmosphere. Pawnshop young master is finally getting married. Wishing young master Zhao an early birth of noble children. Wishing master and madam to grow old together. At the entrance of the pawnshop, there was a crowd of people. Men, women, and children from both sides of the street squeezed in with smiles on their faces. They yelled their blessings at Zhao Huai from their mouths. Thank you all for coming. Zhao Huai slightly bowed his hands and smiled while thanking everyone. He was dressed in a red robe, with a red embroidered ball hanging on his chest, a jade belt and silver red crown. His tall and upright figure made him look heroic and extraordinary. After discussing their wedding plans, the prospective couple decided to simply get married as soon as possible. Both of them were casual and easygoing people, so they went ahead with the plan. Since the elders of their families couldn't come to the wedding ceremony, they could only invite their close neighbors and friends to participate in the wedding. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride. I heard she's as beautiful as a fairy. Boss Zhao is truly blessed. Accompanied by the appearance of a red sedan chair, a large number of cute children with double buns on their heads ran back and forth on the street, shouting out their praises. They also held bags filled with red dates, peanuts, and wedding candies, handing them out to pedestrians on both sides of the road. These children were hired by Zhao Huai to create a festive atmosphere for the wedding. For this marriage ceremony, Zhao Huai spent a lot of money to ensure everything would be grand and splendid. In his previous life, he was almost 30 years old and had not married. He had spent his life busy and muddled, but now, in this life, he was getting married at the age of 23. Soon after, Yu Qinghan stepped out from the sedan, wearing a red veil, and was helped down by two beautiful maids. She wore a red dress, adorned with various ornaments. Her beauty and elegance were beyond description. She was both stunningly beautiful and dignified. Yu Qinghan slowly entered the inner hall after completing the formalities of entering the bridal chamber. The inner hall was supposed to be reserved for celebrating with the relatives of both families, but considering the unique circumstances of the couple, Zhao Huai invited their neighbors to serve as witnesses. As a result, even the steps of the wedding ceremony had to be shortened. Originally, they should have first performed rituals, such as paying respects to heaven and earth, their ancestors, and their elders. Now, they could only bow and pray to heaven, earth, and their ancestors. Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan sat opposite each other, with the man to the west and the woman to the east, representing the balance of yin and yang. Actually, ancient wedding ceremonies were not as lively. The Book of Rites, the Great Border Sacrifice records, marriage ceremonies do not use music, which represents the yin and the darkness. Marriage ceremonies do not receive congratulations, which represents the order of mankind. In the Book of Rites Questions from Zhengzi, it says, in the bride's family, there should be no music for 3 days. However, marriage is, after all, a great blessing, and an extraordinary blessing. In later generations, as rituals and music degenerated and chaos reigned, many ceremonial practices were abolished, and weddings gradually became more lively. The couples bowed to each other. Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan bowed to each other. At this moment, young attendants served fresh water for the couple to cleanse their hands, and another attendant filled glasses of wine. Before drinking, the couple cut a strand of each other's hair and tied them together to symbolize shared love and unity. This is called knotting hair. Indeed, knotting hair is to become a couple with love and trustfulness. After drinking the wine, the couple held hands tightly, symbolizing holding hands for a lifetime, growing old together, and never betraying each other in this life. With the completion of the official wedding ceremony, the newlyweds were ready to go out and meet their guests. During this segment, many men toasted to Yu Qinghan. They came under the pretext of toasting, but they just wanted to get a glimpse of the bride's face. Zhao Huai couldn't bear it and blocked them all. This immediately incited public anger, causing a large group of drinkers to join in. They yelled that they would not leave until they were drunk. But these ordinary people were no match for Zhao Huai, who was already halfway to becoming a cultivator. He could sober up quickly, and even after drinking several stones of wine, he still showed no signs of drunkenness and was very energetic. There were over 10 tables at the wedding, each filled with a lavish feast. Zhao Huai accompanied the guests and was too busy to leave. Time passed quickly. Dr. Yan is here. A thin, middle-aged man dressed in blue walked in with a smile on his face. Oh! If it isn't the famous doctor and lifesaver of Jinzhou City, Yan Wang. Upon seeing the man, Zhao Huai's heart overflowed with joy, but his tone carried a hint of teasing. Yan Jing was a well-known doctor in Jinzhou who specialized in saving lives and treating injuries. His medical skills were extraordinary, and he could handle all kinds of complicated and difficult cases. He was highly praised among the people, and it was said that as long as a patient was not dead, he could save them. When it came to charging fees, he was very fair, unlike those unscrupulous quack doctors who charged exorbitant fees without even curing patients. His surname was Yan, which was a homophone for the word Yan, so his nickname was Yan Wang. The common people often joked that he was on par with the king of hell and challenged the gods. When Zhao Huai first arrived in Jinzhou, the situation was quite chaotic, and a terrible plague broke out. At that time, even Dr. Yan, with his great skills, was unable to stop the large-scale spread of the disease. It was Zhao Huai who later found him and suggested a number of ways to prevent and treat infectious diseases, which helped to suppress the further outbreak of the plague. Thus, the two men became acquainted and subsequently became good friends. More importantly, Yan Jing was a hidden cultivator. Although his cultivation level was not as high as Zhao Huai's, it cannot be denied that when Zhao Huai's realm was still low, he had sought advice from Yan Jing about cultivation issues more than once. "You little rascal, you finally got married. I thought you were going to follow in my footsteps and remain single forever." Yan Jing picked up a glass of wine and laughed and scolded Zhao Huai. "Your new bride looks extraordinary." Yan Jing took a sip of wine and laughed. "Beautiful, isn't she? That's because I have a good taste." Zhao Huai grinned, looking pleased with himself. "Showing off in front of me, huh? Be careful, I might just seize your pawn shop one day." "You're welcome to try, you're no match for me now." "Alright, you little brat, you've soared to new heights and don't care about your older brother anymore." After chatting for a while, Yan Jing's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said earnestly, "Brother Zhao, you may have a big business opportunity in the next few days. Be sure to seize it." "Oh." Zhao Huai raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Besides being friends, he and Yan Jing also had a partnership. Most of the business for his pawn shop came from Yan Jing's recommendations, which were always top-notch in Xia country. "I got word from Yancheng City that a treacherous merchant has secretly transported a cartload of stolen goods. He's tried numerous pawn shops, but no one dares to buy them. It's very mysterious, and no one knows what's inside. I dare say that in the entire Jinzhou, you're the one with the best judgment. If you succeed in this deal, you won't have to work for half a year." "But I have no interest in it." Zhao Huai responded with a faint smile. "How can you not be interested in a pile of silver?" Yan Jing also laughed. "I've made enough money, I'm financially free now." Zhao Huai shrugged. "Alright then, as you wish." Seeing that Zhao Huai didn't care, Yan Jing didn't want to push the issue further. Instead, he shared another piece of news: the cultivation technique auction you asked about will start tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget about it. "I know." Zhao Huai nodded. This news was still very important to him. Since he had acquired the Heavenly Heart Wisdom Eye's destiny, he couldn't waste it, so naturally, he needed to acquire more cultivation techniques to learn. Chapter 13, Enter the Bridal Chamber. Behind the pawn shop was the location of the wedding room. Yu Qinghan, dressed in a red skirt, had a cold and charming face, snow-white skin, and cherry-like bright and transparent lips. At this moment, she had her eyes closed, sitting upright on the bed, her breath stable and strong, and her invisible true qi flowing through her meridians. Obviously, she was cultivating. After a while, her slanted phoenix eyes opened, and a fleeting joy flashed in her sharp gaze. "My cultivation is about to break through again." Although she didn't like to practice martial arts, it had already become a part of her daily life, inseparable from her. In the peaceful days to come, even for the sake of young Master Zhao, no, for her husband, she had to cultivate diligently so she could shield him from wind and rain. It was absolutely necessary. Her only concern was that Zhao Huai was a mere mortal. If her lifespan far exceeded his in the future, what would she do? "No, I must teach him cultivation." After thinking for a long time, Yu Qinghan decided to lead Zhao Huai into the world of cultivators. She couldn't bear to watch Zhao Huai grow old like this. It would be too painful. At that moment, a beautiful maidservant, who appeared out of nowhere in the darkness, bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, my princess." Seeing her appear, Yu Qinghan immediately knew there was news from the outside world, so she replied indifferently, "Today is my wedding day. I hope there's good news." "My princess, it is indeed good news." The beautiful maidservant replied, bowing her head. "Speak." "King Qin has lifted all surveillance on the army and relaxed the investigation of coastal cities. It seems that he wants to put this conflict behind." "What does he want to do?" Yu Qinghan's eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Her restless brother was usually ambitious and eager for battle, without any other schemes. However, this time, his actions were surprisingly unfathomable to her. "My princess, should we counterattack?" the beautiful maidservant asked. Yu Qinghan shook her head, "No need, this has no effect on me, and I no longer have the power to command a large army." The beautiful maidservant knelt down, saluting in military fashion, and shouted, "As long as my princess wishes, 200,000 soldiers are ready at any time." "That would be a rebellion," Yu Qinghan said coldly. "But you were the one who fought for the world." The beautiful maidservant tried to argue. "It wasn't just me, everyone did it together." Yu Qinghan sighed, stood up, and fiddled with the rose flowers beside the bed. The beautiful maidservant advised, "My princess, the conflict between you and your majesty is not irreconcilable. If you and your majesty admit your mistakes, you might be able to resume your post." "I've said it many times," Yu Qinghan replied indifferently. "It's impossible." "Then, how will you deal with your majesty's longevity banquet in 7 days? Just ignore it." "My princess." "Enough, leave me, I'm tired." "Yes." When most of the guests in the main hall left, Zhao Huai finally arrived at the most exciting moment. "It's time to enter the bridal chamber." With a nervous heart, Zhao Huai stepped into the wedding room. "Madam, I'm coming in." The wooden door covered with red paper made a gila sound, and Zhao Huai saw Yu Qinghan sitting on the bed. She wore a red floral cover over her head embroidered with peonies. Despite wearing a large red skirt, her figure was still graceful, and her phoenix-embroidered shoes were delicate. As Zhao Huai approached her, he could clearly hear her breath, as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Apparently, Yu Qinghan was also very nervous in her heart. Zhao Huai carefully lifted the red veil, and Yu Qinghan's stunningly beautiful face was completely revealed before his eyes. Compared to her icy, elegant appearance when they first met, Yu Qinghan now had light makeup, dark eyebrows, delicate features, and even more vivid red lips. The only constant was her pair of engaging, slanted eyes. At this moment, those eyes were gazing at him with tender affection. "My husband." The title of husband made Zhao Huai's wish come true. Who could understand the depth of love in those words? He couldn't believe that he had really married such a breathtakingly beautiful wife. Was this really not a dream? Their encounter could be described as love at first sight. They simply took an instant liking to each other. Having secured such a virtuous wife, what more could a husband ask for? With Yu Qinghan's hand in his grasp, Zhao Huai softly said, "My lady, I will never let you suffer any grievances as long as I'm around. From now on, you can do whatever you want, and no one can limit you." Yu Qinghan nodded vigorously. At this moment, her heart was pounding, and her body felt as if all the bones in it had disappeared. Zhao Huai's words filled her with warmth and hope for the future. Seeing such a charming beauty in front of him gave Zhao Huai immense satisfaction. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he kissed her deeply. "My lady, it's time for us to consummate our marriage." "Ah!" Accompanied by a startled cry, the candles suddenly flickered and went out. The second day. Amidst the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the sun shone brightly. Yu Qinghan woke up slowly to find that there was no one beside her. She felt dizzy and unwell, her thoughts returning to the events of the previous night, which were indescribable. Her husband didn't seem like an ordinary man, his stamina was incredible. Yu Qinghan rose from the bed, intending to bathe first. Someone had prepared hot water for her, so she washed her face and body before changing into fresh clothes. She sat in front of the mirror to apply makeup and was about to comb her hair when a warm hand suddenly enveloped hers. Reflected in the bronze mirror was a handsome face filled with tenderness. "Let me comb your hair." "All right." Yu Qinghan found these words as sweet as honey in her heart. Zhao Huai held the comb in one hand and gently stroked his wife's dark, long hair with the other. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, his movements were incredibly gentle. Gazing downwards at her flawless, jade-white cheeks, he softly said, "My lady. You're so beautiful, and I can't get enough of you." Zhao Huai sincerely praised her. Yu Qinghan covered her mouth and giggled, "I didn't notice before, but you're quite the silver-tongued devil." "Well, that depends on the person." Unfazed, Zhao Huai gave an eloquent reply. "My lady, I have to go out this afternoon, so you can cook dinner later. For the pawnshop's business, just watch it for me." Zhao Huai hadn't forgotten that he had important matters to attend to. He'd been waiting a long time for the cultivation technique auction this afternoon and couldn't afford to miss it. "All right, be careful. Leave the pawnshop to me." As for Zhao Huai's personal matters, Yu Qinghan wouldn't interfere since he hadn't said anything about it. Soon, Zhao Huai went to the warehouse and took some money and valuables into the black ring. He glanced at the white jade imperial dragon seal at the very top, hesitating for a moment before putting it away inside the black ring. To cultivate immortality and achieve immortality, I now have one more thing to consider. Exiting the door, Zhao Huai tossed the gold and bronze coins in his hand. A smile crept across the corner of his mouth, and he felt refreshed and invigorated. Chapter 14, Cultivation Technique Auction. In the afternoon. The sunlight was just right, shining down on people, making everyone feel pleasantly warm. Zhao Huai hummed a little tune and strolled nonchalantly down the street. The Cultivation Technique Auction this time took place at the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association. It was quite a distance from the eastern part of the city. The Heavenly Treasures Trade Association was the largest and most active commerce guild in the entire Xia country. In every somewhat prosperous city in Central State, there was a branch of the association, and Zhao Huai was currently heading to the Jinzhou branch of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association. The Heavenly Treasures Trade Association was initially formed by a group of powerful cultivators. It has developed over more than 800 years and now has become a dominating presence. Apart from Central State, its influence can also be seen in other remote areas. If a cultivator wanted to obtain cultivation materials quickly, they would inevitably have to deal with them. Internally, they say that the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association doesn't produce cultivation resources, they are merely the movers of resources, providing a trading platform for the wider community of cultivators. Strictly speaking, it transcends the mortal world, with its lifespan being longer than most dynasties. Zhao Huai passed through the bustling crowd and soon arrived at the location of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Branch Association. Before his eyes was a broad street, the ground was very clean. Looking ahead, there were rows of exquisitely built attics, grand in scale. The entrance of the street was filled with lanterns. The source of light within the lanterns was not fire but spiritual stones. In the eyes of real powerful cultivators, gold, silver, and jewelry mean nothing. Therefore, without a doubt, in the realm of cultivators, the mortal world, an imperial court, the hardest currency is the spiritual stone. Besides, demonic cores, demonic bones, strange stones, pills to assist cultivation can also be used for trade. But how many true cultivators are there? Usually, only those who have reached the initiation realm are considered to have stepped into the door of immortal cultivation, and becoming a strong cultivator is a difficult task. However, most people are stuck at refining qi. Considering the situation of most people, gold and silver are also acceptable in the association's transactions, but the exchange rate is quite low. Zhao Huai had quite a bit of gold and silver, but his spiritual stones were very limited, so his purchasing of a cultivation technique this time was quite targeted. If there were not cultivation techniques that were extremely valuable to him, he would not buy them. At the entrance of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Branch Association, the Grand Customer Lounge was filled with all sorts of people. The ones who could come here were either rich or noble, so they were dressed extravagantly. Even people from slightly affluent families would come here to broaden their horizons. Among the hustle and bustle, Zhao Huai lazily walked through the door, scanned around. The highest cultivation here was not more than the third stage of refining qi, lower than what he had expected. After all, those with good aptitude would have joined a sect already, how could they still be here? Zhao Huai came to a quiet room and found an elder. "Elder Chu, long time no see." He greeted with a smile as soon as he entered the room. "Ha ha ha, it's young Master Zhao. You've finally arrived." Elder Chu was a kind-hearted old man in a grey Taoist robe. With white hair and a face full of wrinkles, he was quite old. He was a guest elder of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association and has been stationed at the Jinzhou branch for many years for a retirement pension. Although he seemed old, he was at the second stage of initiation realm. He had lived for more than 100 years and was a frontline member of an immortal cultivation sect in his youth. Now, he was spending his old age in this branch. "The pills you bought last time were useful, weren't they? Judging by your complexion and mood, it seems like you've made some progress." Elder Chu stroked his beard, looking at the spirited Zhao Huai with eyes full of undescribed envy. The difference between people was huge. When he was as young as Zhao Huai, he was still struggling at the first or second stage of refining qi. "Thanks to your recommendation, Elder Chu, the pills last time were really good. I encountered a small bottleneck in my cultivation recently, so I decided to come and check out some cultivation techniques." Zhao Huai responded with a light smile. Cultivation technique? I heard there are a few top-notch pieces among the new ones this time. Let's see if you can get them. Elder Chu hinted with a profound tone. Couldn't you reveal a bit more? Zhao Huai was relieved as he couldn't help but smile. A little mystery is good. Elder Chu shook his head and chuckled. Then Elder Chu tossed a token to Zhao Huai, smilingly said, "Your room has been reserved. Just go straight there. It's at the front and it's a luxurious private room." Zhao Huai took the token and laughed lightly. "Thanks a lot, I will invite you for some tea another day." Arriving at their arranged luxurious private room, Zhao Huai comfortably settled himself on a mink-covered armchair as a pretty maid served him high-quality tea and refreshments. The spot he was sitting in was elevated to the perfect high platform, giving him a bird's-eye view of the entire auction and a clear look at the items being sold. There was a similar platform next to them, currently empty. This height would also prevent others from recognizing who he was. He had frequented the place quite often and spent a good amount of money to the point where it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a member of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association. It was how he had become acquainted with Elder Chu. Besides, with all the strenuous cultivation, why shouldn't he enjoy some leisure time? People had begun to file in and fill the vacant seats. Before long, the venue was filled to capacity. Simultaneously, a young man in a dark green robe entered the room next to Zhao Huai, accompanied by his followers. He was dressed to the nines, wearing 3 jade rings on one hand, a clear sign of abundant wealth and influence. Zhao Huai spared him a fleeting glance. This was just an ordinary man without any cultivation. His servant, on the other hand, seemed to have some abilities, clearly playing the role of a bodyguard. Zhao Huai quickly withdrew his gaze, pulling out his gold and bronze coins, intending to divine his fortune for the day. Misfortune and fortune come hand in hand, let's see. Hexagram 1, bringing the spirit into matter, infusing form with life, lucky stars shine brightly, your indication is fortune. Trace guidance, fortune bestows its rays, harvest is plentiful. Upon seeing the emerging text and guidance, Zhao Huai murmured under his breath. Bringing the spirit into matter, infusing form with life, it sounds profound. What kind of abundant harvest is it referring to? Money? Cultivation technique? The message was unclear, much like a riddle, leaving Zhao Huai somewhat perplexed. Should he consider upgrading the Trace Origins destiny later on? Perhaps the results would be even better? Regardless, after consulting the bronze coins, Zhao Huai was filled with anticipation. At this moment, the young man in the dark green robe next to him kept looking around in curiosity, finding everything extremely fascinating. When he caught sight of Zhao Huai's calm and composed demeanor, he couldn't resist striking up a conversation. "My dear friend over there, you seem to be quite an expert. Do you know what valuable items will be auctioned today?" Zhao Huai gave him a brief glance. "I don't know." The youth in the dark green robe seemed to have already made himself at home and still wore a smiling face as he said, "I am Li Yanqing, and I have been struggling to find a way to break through my qi refining stage. I came to this auction with the aim of finding a solution. Do you know any quick breakthrough methods or any cultivation experiences?" "I don't know." Zhao Huai didn't even spare him a glance, his eyes staring fixedly at the auction items being presented at the center of the hall. "Better for a fellow deist to die than for me to become poor. Most cultivators are primarily self-interested and generally don't concern themselves with others' affairs, not even to offer advice. Besides, he doesn't have any familiarity with this person." The auction officially begins. As the auctioneer called out loudly from the stage, the auction started, and the man in the dark green robe had no choice but to shut up, a trace of regret visible in his eyes. Chapter 15, Buying Cultivation Technique, X, Upgrading Destiny, Square Root. In the center of the auction, there is a high platform where a refined middle-aged man stands, giving an opening speech to the audience. "Welcome everyone to the venue of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Branch Association's event. My name is Li Yuanxing, I am the president of the provincial branch and also the host of this event. On behalf of Heavenly Treasures, I would like to thank you all for attending the second auction of this month." Zhao Huai props his chin up, looking at the refined man standing on the stage with a strong and upright posture, his voice revealing a rich true qi. Without even thinking, he knows that the man must be a cultivator as well. After all, in a place like an auction, it is impossible not to have a powerful cultivator to manage it. "We are all old friends here, President Li does not need to be so polite. Yes, let's save the pleasantries for later, we are all very eager for the start of the auction. After only a few words, many cultivators and Jinzhou businessmen in the seats were urging him to start. All right, since that is the case, I will not beat around the bush. Li Yuanxing is straightforward, and after a hearty laugh, he lifts the red cloth to reveal the first auction item. The first item to be auctioned off is a strengthening soul pill made by a 7th-grade alchemist. It can strengthen the flesh body of a cultivator during the refining qi stage, acting as a blood invigorator and muscle strengthener. And as we all know, a 7th-grade alchemist is already a rare existence. After all, the top alchemist in the entire Xia country is only 3rd grade. A 7th-grade alchemist is comparable to a money tree for a family. This strengthening soul pill was made by the alchemist to raise the funds for purchasing expensive medicinal herbs. It's an opportunity that shouldn't be missed. The starting price is 3,000 silver or 300 inferior spiritual stones, and each price increase must be at least 1/10 of the minimum price. 3,500 silver. Just as the host finishes announcing the price, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe immediately raises his hand and calls out a bid. 4,000 silver. A chubby uncle with a plump figure also joins the fray. It seems that this pill is indeed very popular. For cultivators within the 5th stage of refining qi, the strengthening soul pill can greatly enhance their flesh body. But beyond that, the effect is quite limited. As a result, Zhao Huai is not interested in the pill wafting pleasant scents behind the glazed cover. He has already reached the 9th stage of refining qi, with his flesh body having reached an initial peak. This kind of pill is no longer suitable for him. However, the bidding continues and quickly rises to 7,000 silver. With a single pill selling for 7,000 silver, it is equivalent to buying a luxurious villa in any large and prosperous city in Xia country, including maidservants. Zhao Huai does not idle, taking out the gold and bronze coins and flipping them in his hand. He wants to develop a habit where he tries his luck every now and then. Who knows, maybe there will be a surprise. Misfortune and fortune are intertwined, let's see for now. Hexagram 1, on the path of immortal cultivation, refining the body comes first. The strengthening soul pill made by a 7th-grade alchemist, the guidance you receive is fortune. Reverse tracing guidance, the hastily made pill is crudely made. After taking it, there will be no harm, but also not much benefit. Zhao Huai can't help but laugh, this guidance has become longer this time. Is it because of the appraisal of treasure? This pill is indeed the product of a dishonest alchemist trying to cut corners. Before he can react, a bright yellow light ball directly enters his mind. Oh? Is it already here? Zhao Huai is surprised. Alchemy maniac, inferior yellow grade, your speed at refining yellow grade pills increases slightly, your efficiency doubles, and you have a special effect that allows you to refine 2 batches of pills at the same time. However, the consumption of your spiritual power increases. Looking at the newly acquired destiny, Zhao Huai purses his lips, not feeling satisfied. Because he does not know alchemy, so what use is this destiny? It would be better to disassemble and upgrade other destinies. Let it collect dust at the bottom of the box first. Zhao Huai decides not to worry about it for now, and continues to pay attention to the auction. However, the bidding for this strengthening soul pill has ended, and a result has been reached. Eventually, it is sold to a middle-aged businessman for a price of 7,000 silver. Next up is a treasured sword forged from deer demon bone. Unfortunately, it is a defective item. The blacksmith, who is also a weaponsmith, encountered some trouble during the forging process. As a result, this is a failed magical weapon, and it cannot be considered a magical weapon, but it is still better than an ordinary sword. Li Yuanxing carefully introduces the pale white long sword that was just placed on the stage. The starting price is 5,000 silver or 500 inferior spiritual stones. A defective one, never mind then. Zhao Huai shook his head. However, this didn't affect his following operations. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other, let's just take a look. Hexagram 1, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. In front of you is a failed magical weapon. The guidance you received is misfortune. Retroactive guidance, even a meticulous blacksmith makes mistakes sometimes. Hopefully, he won't drink while forging next time. Following the guidelines, a bright yellow destiny was created. Sword heart as firm as a rock, middle yellow grade, your Taoist mind resembles a sharp and strong sword, not easily affected by external factors. Special effect, the sharpness of weapons increases. His. Zhao Huai took a cold breath, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He already had the destiny of Taoist mind quite settled, mysterious grade, so the effect of sword heart as firm as a rock was quite limited. It's really unlucky. No problem, just let it gather dust in the box, let's continue. Zhao Huai didn't get discouraged. Instead, he revived his spirits and started the rapid destiny refining process. Several items appeared one after another on the auction stage, each attracting fierce competition, including pills, weapons, seeds of spiritual grass, Taoist talismans, demon armor, and so on. Basically, every time Zhao Huai threw a copper coin, he could get a destiny, which could be described as an astonishingly high probability. He came to this auction not really to buy cultivation techniques but to refine destinies. Indeed, most of the time, he didn't necessarily need these dispensable items. As long as he obtained their destinies, he could exert no less than their original effects. In comparison, why should he buy them? The atmosphere of the auction became even hotter, and Li Yuanxing was delighted to see such a scene. The better the business, the more they earned. Once again, thank you all for your presence. You can take a break now, and I'll have someone bring up the next items on stage, Li Yuanxing said with a smile. During the break, Zhao Huai also took the time to count the newly acquired destinies. He started viewing them in his mind. Scholar of wood plants, inferior yellow grade, the growth speed of the plants and medicinal herbs you cultivate is twice as fast, limited to low-level spiritual objects. Master's ultimate intention, superior yellow grade, the power of the cultivation techniques and methods performed by your flesh body is doubled. Excellence in talisman inscription, inferior yellow grade, the speed of your basic talisman inscriptions is twice as fast, with a special effect that allows you to simultaneously draw 2 talismans. Diamond body, middle yellow grade, under the protection of true qi, your flesh body becomes extremely hard, and ordinary swords can't cause you any harm. Of the 4 destinies, except for the first one, the other 3 all have significant effects on Zhao Huai. Excellence in talisman inscription can increase his efficiency in drawing talismans, perfectly matching the 3000 Thunderbolt technique. Master's ultimate intention, needless to say, is incredibly useful. What does it mean to double the power of cultivation techniques? 1 punch from me is equivalent to double damage. This is just a yellow grade. If it upgrades, this destiny will likely become even more terrifying. Time flew by quickly, and Li Yuanxing stood in the center of the high platform once again, announcing loudly. The next item up for auction is a cultivation technique that our Heavenly Treasures Trade Association accidentally obtained. Rumor has it that this technique is incredibly abstruse, like a heavenly book. No one has been able to understand it or learn it so far. All we know is that it is a powerful intention technique, from a declined great immortal cultivation sect. No one can understand it. The words from the stage immediately caught Zhao Huai's attention. His interest surged, and his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Since no one can learn it, it has been idle for a long time and has become a decoration. That's why it was brought to the auction. You should know your limits, everyone. It's not bad to collect it either, Li Yuanxing said to the crowd with a smile. Chapter 16, Insanity Technique, Defying the Heavens Bidding. On stage. A waiter slowly approached, holding a tray with a crystal-clear jade slip standing silently on it. Zhao Huai knew that the cultivation technique he was waiting for has arrived. From the high-end packaging, it was evident that this was a high-level technique. This technique is called Insanity Technique. After cultivating it, one can greatly enhance one's spiritual power. It's a rare technique that mainly helps in boosting one's spirit power. However, its content is a bit abstruse. Li Yuanxing pointed to the jade slip and introduced it to the audience below the stage. A spirit-based technique? That's indeed rare. Insanity Technique, I've heard of that name before. It seems like I remember, 100 years ago, the famous idealism sect was able to make a name for itself with this technique. It was said that many sect disciples used it to suppress a large number of demons. The idealism sect has long declined. The reason why the immortal method remains everlasting is that it can constantly update and innovate. This technique of theirs is outdated, which is why it has become so. Many cultivators and swordsmen present discussed enthusiastically, talking about the past of the Insanity Technique. Many people thought that such a technique was only a small path and could not make it to the big stage. Zhao Huai naturally heard all these words, and he thought there shouldn't be many people competing for this technique, so he should be able to acquire it easily. At the same time, he stayed silent and started to toss copper coins. Misfortune goes hand in hand. Let's just look at it. Hexagram 1, Unity of Taoist Mind and Divine Prowess Dual Cultivation. Faced with an unknown technique, the indication you get for bidding for it is fortune. Trace back guidance, this is a restraining type of intention technique. Hexagram 2, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener has a mind. If you decide to give up this declining technique, the indication you get is misfortune. Trace back guidance, the listeners have ill intentions and impure motives. There aren't many techniques like this, it seems like I have to fight for it. Zhao Huai's sharp gaze swept over the entire auction venue and saw 4 masked men, completely covered on a hot day, as if they were too ugly to show their faces. Their clothes were surprisingly identical, indicating they all belonged to the same power. Their eyes were all fixated on the jade slip, as if their gleaming eyes were about to overflow. It seemed that there were people who knew the value of this technique, so couldn't be careless. Zhao Huai thought to himself. The starting price of insanity technique is 5,000 liang, taels, or 500 lower grade spiritual stones. Each bid must not be lower than 1/10 of the original price. Li Yuanxing raised his hand and announced, the auction starts now. 6,000 liang. The first masked youth among the 4 yelled, directly adding 1,000 liang. This price surprised many people at the scene, as a cultivation technique wasn't as practical and direct as pills, talisman inscriptions, or magical weapons. It was possible that you couldn't learn the technique, couldn't learn it well, or it might be incompatible with your physique. Therefore, it usually had to be targeted. 6,500 liang. A stern-faced middle-aged businessman also added to the price with a smile. It's not bad to buy it for collection. After all, it's the heirloom of the great immortal cultivation sex. It has some immortal aura. 8,000 liang. The masked youth raised his hand again, showing no expression while increasing the price. This time he added 2,000 liang. Everyone, including the middle-aged businessman, looked astonished. We really need this technique, so we hope you can give us some face. The masked young man used his true chi to transmit his voice. It was extremely hoarse and harsh, barely audible as if it wasn't human, and extremely strange. At the same time, the masked young man emitted a pressure befitting a high-level cultivator, making people around dare not breathe. Therefore, no one else immediately called out a higher price. After all, exceeding 8,000 liang to buy a technique that you might not even learn would be a significant loss, right? 10,000 liang, I'll take it. A languid voice sounded, carrying a faint tone of unquestionable authority. It was Zhao Huai who was in the luxurious private room. This immediately caught the attention of the guests present. After all, there had never been a sound from this room before, and now someone was actually bidding. They didn't know who this big figure from Jinzhou was, but he had quite a presence. The moment he opened his mouth, he raised the price to 10,000 liang. Everyone wondered if they had misunderstood. Was this technique really that good? Good. 10,000 liang. Is anyone going to raise the price? Li Yuanxing saw that the insanity technique was being fought for. Even though he was surprised, he was naturally delighted. A technique that had been gathering dust in the warehouse could sell for 10,000 liang, which was a great profit. He immediately asked another question, as if to fuel the fire. Hearing Zhao Huai's voice, a vicious look flashed in the eyes of the masked young man, and he glared at the private room above with an unhappy face. The masked people around him revealed questioning gazes. Boss, should we kill him? Don't create trouble. It's not easy to come here, and there are powerful people guarding it. The masked young man shook his head and then raised his hand. 10,002, plus 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Zhao Huai slightly sat up on the mink-covered armchair and exclaimed with surprise. Wow, this guy is serious, pulling out spiritual stones directly. He had somewhat underestimated the determination of the other party. 10,002, plus 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Zhao Huai decisively followed up. 10,002, plus 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The masked young man looked extremely indifferent. Zhao Huai saw this situation and couldn't help but frown. He hit a hard rock. Could it be a ploy? He came out this time, originally thinking it would be good enough to obtain a satisfactory cultivation technique, so the money he brought was limited. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, someone would stubbornly snatch things from him. Of course, if he wanted to grab it, he could take out most of his wealth, but it would seem a bit unworthy. For a moment, he hesitated. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have hesitated for so long since money could be earned again. It was just dirt. But right now, he had just gotten married and gotten a new wife. It was a time for spending money in his family. If he spent like this, would it affect his foundation? Dear friend, do you seem to be having difficulties? At this moment, the youth in a dark green robe who hadn't spoken for a long time laughed and said, "It's not difficulties, just a bit of a struggle." Zhao Huai glanced at him, didn't hide anything, and spoke directly. "How about I help you this time, just to make a friend?" "Oh." Zhao Huai cautiously stared at him. The young man in a dark green robe laughed helplessly, spread his hands, and said, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to find a teacher who can teach me how to refine qi." "Why are you looking for me?" Zhao Huai asked, puzzled. The young man in the dark green robe was serious. "I have an intuition that you are very powerful. 10,002, plus 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, once." Zhao Huai heard the voice and knew that he had no time to consider it, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." "How much money can you contribute?" "Not much, but I can definitely help you get this cultivation technique." The young man in the dark green robe looked extremely confident and then raised his hand to bid. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. What kind of concept was 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones? The exchange rate between spiritual stones and silver was 1 to 10. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 30,000 silver taels. That was almost the entire wealth, right? It was worth knowing that the annual tax revenue of Jinzhou was only 90,000 silver taels. They must be crazy, completely crazy. Zhao Huai listened and was also very surprised. "Can you do it? This is not a small amount." "Senior, don't worry." The young man in a dark green robe tilted his head, smiled brilliantly, and gave a thumbs up, saying, "My father is the governor, so don't worry." Chapter 17, Initial Appearance of Demons, Major Upgrade of Destiny. The main gate of Jinzhou City. Two figures wearing black bamboo hats passed through the gate and stood at the entrance. Judging from their back, one was fat and one was skinny. The skinny man was bone-thin, frail-looking with delicate fingers tightly clutching a feather fan. The other man was burly, with a strong presence. A knife hung from his waist, and his arms adorned with numerous chains. The two men silently exchanged glances before nodding to each other. They were the two preeminent assassins sent by King Qin's mansion in response to a bounty reward. Despite their young age, they had reached the 8th stage of refining qi, showing extraordinary talent. The skinny man was known as the life-taking scholar, while the burly man was known as the butcher. Both of them looked to be in their early 20s. They were members of the Shadowless Assassin Pavilion, nurtured within the black market. The black market was distinct from regular business associations like the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association. It leaned on the extreme side, dealing in gambling and the sale of slaves, reselling resources, human trafficking, and assassination. It was an underground platform in a grey area of morality. The butcher had participated in underground rings organized by the black market. As a slave, he won 28 consecutive fights in the ring and was spotted by the Shadowless Assassin Pavilion because of his skills, and was recruited as an assassin. The life-taking scholar, on the other hand, was a student expelled from his academy. The reason he was expelled was simple. He often got in fights and kills, which was a crime against humanity, but it also went against school's Confucian teachings. Thus, he was expelled, leading to his jailing. After being released from prison, the life-taking scholar was recruited by the Shadowless Assassin Pavilion and became an assassin. With considerable resources invested in his cultivation, his skill advancement was rapid, and he became a distinguished character in the refining qi realm. They became leading figures among assassins and were considered strong individuals within their realm, even capable of crossing realms to kill. The moment they saw the bounty, they were stunned. This was because the woman in question had a very high status, and a significant reputation. It would be difficult not to know of her. 3 years ago, after a decisive battle between Yan country and the rebel army, it was she who put down the last breath of the Yan kingdom. However, they still accepted the task without hesitation. As for the consequences of the assassination, they didn't care. The reward was enough to cover their cultivation expenses for half a lifetime. If she died, the entire Xia country would surely be rocked. I heard she recently married a man who runs a pawnshop. Let's go, it's time to kidnap. Meanwhile, the auction was still ongoing, and it was in its most heated phase. The expression of the masked youth was extremely unpleasant, his eyes seemingly about to spit out flames. The voice from the open single room hadn't echoed for a while. He'd thought he'd almost certainly won, but who would have guessed someone else had raised their hand in another room? This was a blatant disrespect to his patience. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? If not, we are ready to conclude the auction, Li Yuanxing called out from the stage. 3,000 lower grade spiritual stones, once. Boss, we have only 500 spiritual stones left. Do you want to continue with the bid? Asked the masked man beside him. Forget it, it isn't worth it. The masked youth knew that it wasn't possible to spend all of their money at once, but it was still a big loss this time. When we go out later. He began, and then made a chopping motion with his hand. Understood. The henchmen around him revealed knowing smiles, their eyes filled with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, Zhao Huai on the high floor, with the assistance of the young man in the dark green robe, was watching the four people below with a thoughtful look on his face. He felt something was off about these men. 3,000 lower grade spiritual stones, twice. 3,000 lower grade spiritual stones, thrice. 3,000 lower grade spiritual stones, sold. Following Li Yuanxing's high shout, everything was decided, the insanity technique was off the table. Senior, we've successfully bidden for it. The young man in the dark green robe was giggling as he spoke. It was indeed not easy for him to find a senior who could guide him. To him, these 3,000 lower grade spiritual stones were nothing. But they were definitely worth spending. You're called Li Yanqing, right? Zhao Huai broke the silence. Yes. Li Yanqing smiled slightly. He was quite delighted, because the senior had remembered his name. When the auction is over, come with me. Zhao Huai turned his head and said seriously. Although Li Yanqing's behavior seemed a bit foolish, he actually provided substantial help. He is not one to meddle in others' affairs unnecessarily, but first and foremost, he has to be one who knows to return a favor. All right, I understand. Li Yanqing nodded honestly, just like a chick pecking at rice, without questioning the reason. The auction was coming to an end, and Zhao Huai no longer needed to worry about anything else. Just this one cultivation technique, along with a large number of destinies, had made him plenty of gains. Now, the only thing to worry about was what happens after leaving the auction. With that thought, Zhao Huai tossed up the copper coin again. Let me see, the situation I will be in half an hour from now. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent, let's see. Hexagram 1, controlling motion with stillness, changelessness becomes the only constant. You stay in the auction and don't move, the indication you get is misfortune. Trace guidance, external danger, immobility signifies adversity. Hexagram 2, active assault, breaking the deadlock. You take the initiative to break the deadlock, the indication you get is misfortune. Trace guidance, beware again and again, there are many enemies, not being human-like. Hexagram 3, responding stably, having careful plans. You make ample preparations, waiting for the crisis to come, the indication you get is fortune. Trace guidance, there still exist retreat routes, being stable brings life chances. After seeing the last result in front of him, Zhao Huai also breathed a sigh of relief. He still has a considerable chance of winning. But now it seems that he has more than one enemy. There are unknown entities outside that want to take action against him. As for this non-human-like entity, it deserves some pondering. Zhao Huai thought. He had thought about it early on, the four people in front of him, all masked and behaving strangely, did not look like human beings, could they possibly be demons disguised amongst humans? You should know, this world is a world of immortal cultivation, and naturally, there will be demons. As far as Zhao Huai knows, demons disguising as people will definitely leave the characteristics of demons on their bodies, these characteristics cannot be completely removed, this is perhaps the reason why they cover their faces. While demons hiding amongst humans may not dare to confront the human race head-on, they absolutely cannot be underestimated. Whoosh! While checking the result, a blue destiny light group entered his mind. Wolf in sheep's clothing, high-class mysterious possessor of this destiny can hide cultivation, those below the rebirth realm can't see your real strength. Seeing this line, Zhao Huai couldn't help but laugh. This destiny is interesting, hiding cultivation, it's absolutely necessary for the old six. Imagine for a moment, one day, a devil at the Golden Core stage goes to ambush a merchant team, there's a row of bodyguards at the chi refining phase protecting them, thinking they have it under control, but then a giant disguised as metamorphosis stage slips out from the middle. A direct show of flying moth rushing into the fire. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, Zhao Huai began absorbing the destinies he had gained. Sword heart as firm as a rock and alchemy maniac are absolutely ones he doesn't need, or rather he has better alternatives. The same goes for scholar of wood plants, he does not plant anything. If it could cultivate immortal medicine or spiritual grass, it might be worthy to cultivate a little to earn some silver, but for now it can only raise some low-grade spiritual grasses and the cost of upgrading is too large, so he chooses to abandon it. Better to break them down and use it to upgrade better destinies. As for which destiny to enhance, there is a knack. Best to upgrade those that can improve his strength in the short term. After much deliberation, Zhao Huai felt that peak ultimate's intention was the most appropriate. Increasing the power of the cultivation technique, can there be anything more against the heaven than this? Next is Diamond Body, which concerns defensive power, but it only resists ordinary swords, it's certainly not enough, it needs to be strengthened. Decomposed Sword Heart as firm as a rock, and Alchemy Maniac, all to be absorbed into peak ultimate's intention. Upon Zhao Huai's words, the light group in his mind began to operate. The two clusters of small yellow light became a dust of stars, all absorbed into the light group where the peak ultimate's intention resides. The bright yellow light gradually dimmed, with dazzling dark blue light blooming in its place, a larger light group appeared. Ultimate's peak, high-class mysterious, the techniques and measures you deploy with your physical body, their power will all get a 4 times increase. Special effect, physical body receives the blessing of intention, reaching its peak, the strength gets doubled, lasts for 1 hour, once a day. Chapter 18, The True 10,000 Catty Strength, the Madam is taking action. Zhao Huai looked at the upgraded brand new destiny, and surprise was revealed in his eyes. Peak ultimate's intention? This special effect is too heaven-defying. Firstly, the added power was twice the original, reaching a 4-fold increase. Moreover, the special effect was that, as long as extreme intention was activated, and entering the peak state, double cultivation boost could be obtained, which was equivalent to a skill of burning essence and blood, but without the need to consume chi blood. One enhances the technique's power and the other improves one's cultivation. Thus, Zhao Huai had a guess. If the support of peak ultimate's intention destiny was added, and extreme intention was activated, would the power of the burst technique be able to stack? If it was possible, the combined power of the two would be 8 times the original. Zhao Huai's mind began spinning rapidly. A strong adult male's full force punch would weigh about 150 kilograms. Chi refining cultivators have 10 times their power, so they can exert a force of 1,500 kilograms. However, his punch's power was 8 times that of a regular chi refining cultivator, which was 12,000 kilograms. After activating extreme intention, could he easily strike with the power of 10,000 kilograms? Killing a burly demonic beast in one blow would be a breeze. Although the above calculations were just Zhao Huai's temporary assumptions and had many uncertainties, the value of the 8-fold power was not affected. Merging Destiny Peak Ultimate's intention. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huai immediately absorbed the destiny. With the ultimate bloom of the destiny light group, Zhao Huai carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that the cells in his body seemed to open up, becoming extremely active and lively, and the meridians in his body widened, allowing his true qi to flow faster. The quality of qi inside his body was much higher than before. More importantly, his muscle strength surged, his qi blood surged, and his spirit became much better. If Zhao Huai's figure was previously more elegant and thin, now it could be called perfect. Having power without losing beauty, his muscle curves were incomparably perfect and just right. This was a prerequisite to opening up the peak transformation, as the flesh body must withstand it. Zhao Huai felt very good about himself. Then, he dismantled Scholar of Wood Plants and upgraded Vajra body. Vajra body, high quality yellow, your flesh body becomes extremely hard, and iron weapons cause negligible harm to you, except for magical weapons. Unlike before, Vajra body did not need to consume true chi and could now resist all iron injuries. The upgrade was limited due to the limitation of destiny, so it didn't advance to the black grade level. Senior, the technique has been brought to you. Li Yanqing, who had been standing nearby and didn't dare to disturb Zhao Huai as he pondered, finally spoke up when the beautiful maid holding an exquisite jade slip in her hands slowly approached. Zhao Huai's consciousness returned to the present, and he couldn't help but feel a strong interest in the insanity technique presented before him. I will give you the money later. After handing over the money and spiritual stones, Li Yanqing shook his head with a smile. This technique will be my registration fee for you, senior. From now on, you are my teacher. He generously gifted the large sum of 3,000 spiritual stones. It wasn't necessarily foolish of the youngster to do so. He did have some cunning in him. Zhao Huai couldn't help but think so. You said your father is a governor. Is he the prefecture chief of Jinzhou? True to the saying, those who take others' things find it hard to resist their demands. Zhao Huai's attitude was no longer so indifferent as it had been before. Exactly. Li Yanqing nodded solemnly. My father discovered a new spiritual mine with the Heliacal mysterious sect a month ago. He's in charge of mining it. Senior, if you teach me chi refining, there will definitely be no shortage of spiritual stones. You dare to speak of such confidential matters? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Zhao Huai's mouth twitched, at a loss for words. It turned out that the little lad's family had a mine, no wonder he was so rich. At the beginning of the Great Yan Dynasty, each state established the position of governor, who was regarded as the top local official. The position of the Jinzhou prefecture chief was still very high. Jinzhou, geographically, is located in the south near the sea, known for its salt trade, making it one of the rich cities in Xia country. I trust senior. Li Yanqing said solemnly. Seeing his attitude, Zhao Huai's eyes were slightly moved. Since coming here, he had always felt that this world was cruel and full of intrigue, but this boy's attitude made him change his mind. This auction is now over. Thank you for coming, and we hope to see you next time. Li Yuanxing, who was at the center of the counter, looked at the empty backstage with a smile on his face and announced the end of the auction. The four masked men under the stage stared deeply at the single room on the high platform and left the scene. Zhao Huai's eyes were fixed on it, and he knew it was time to leave. He looked at the insanity technique in his hand. He couldn't help but ponder. Why do demons need this cultivation technique so much? At this moment, in Huai's pawnshop located in the East Busy Street, a charming woman sat. It was hard not to glance at her as the passing men just wanted to feast their eyes. This pawnshop owner's new wife was even better looking than the tofu beauty in the West Lane. It was really strange, no one knew where he got such a beautiful woman. Yu Qinghan enjoyed the sun, leisurely basking in it. The tall table in front of her was laid out with melon seeds, cake dates, dried fruits, and fresh fruit. She squinted her eyes against the dazzling sunlight, stretching out her delicate jade hand, looking like a lazy little kitten. This was the life a normal person should live, carefree and content. Yu Qinghan thought to herself. What should I buy for dinner tonight? Her husband should be home in a couple of hours. It's been a long time since they last had dumplings, so maybe they should have dumplings tonight, with chive and mutton filling? Or maybe pork and cabbage filling. However, the next second, an untimely dark shadow appeared beside her, interrupting her thoughts. My princess, something terrible has happened. What is it? Yu Qinghan replied indifferently. The woman who appeared from the shadow half knelt and reported, someone found out that the princess's name and portrait have appeared on the bounty list in the black market this afternoon and have been taken by someone. I have been tracking the traces of the two assassins all the way, but I was still a step behind. The assassins may have entered Jinzhou by now, so I came to inform the princess. It's just an assassin. I have fought powerful enemies at the initiation stage, so what is there to fear? Yu Qinghan shook her head, not afraid. My princess may not be afraid, but young Master Zhao. Yes, my husband. Yu Qinghan suddenly realized that she didn't need to worry about assassins with her cultivation level, but Zhao Huai was different. He was just an ordinary person. If the assassin didn't target her first but attacked her weakness instead, what should she do? The beautiful maidservant noticed Yu Qinghan suddenly standing up, her aura changing, and a cold murderous intent filling the air. Your Highness, the princess. The beautiful maidservant hesitated, only to be interrupted. You watch the shop. I'll be back shortly. Yu Qinghan held her wrist, giving a cold order. In the next second, she turned into a residual shadow, disappearing on the spot. A very fast figure swept across the eaves, and many people couldn't see what it was. Passers-by on the road glanced sideways, wondering where this sudden gust came from during the day. Chapter 19, Do you know the power of my fist? The auction ended, and Zhao Huai and Li Yanqing walked out of the venue side by side. Zhao Huai's gaze swept around, waiting for the crisis to happen. Under the blessing of the stable Taoist mind destiny, his mind was extremely sensitive to everything around him. He could perceive even the slightest movement. Unfortunately, there was no sign of any movement. Zhao Huai tossed the copper coins again, and the result was consistent with the previous one: act calmly but firmly, and he could pass the crisis with ease. Senior, are you waiting for someone? Li Yanqing saw Zhao Huai looking around and couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I'm just worried that the people you competed with earlier might ambush you. Zhao Huai shook his head. Li Yanqing's face was full of optimism, pointing to the servants around him. Don't worry, my father found me some bodyguards. Although they are not as good as you, they are still in the 3rd or 4th stages of qi refining. Isn't that enough for self-protection? The next second, Zhao Huai's big hand patted Li Yanqing's shoulder, making him stunned. Zhao Huai's expression was serious. Remember, never underestimate anyone. This is the first lesson I teach you. Disciple will follow your teachings. Li Yanqing nodded earnestly. Let's go, the governor's mansion is on my way. Zhao Huai saw that there was no danger for the time being, walked ahead, and said leisurely. Li Yanqing followed with his servants quickly. Why do you want to practice qi refining? As they were walking, Zhao Huai suddenly asked. Li Yanqing sighed. My father said that if I didn't practice qi refining, he wouldn't let me inherit his business. But I've changed many teachers and still failed. Your father must be very kind to you then. Li Yanqing immediately shook his head. No, he is too fierce, and he is always busy, so I rarely see him. Everyone envies me, but I don't like it this way. Zhao Huai smiled slightly and instructed. You are actually in the midst of fortune. Suddenly, at that moment, a chilling sense of crisis emerged from Zhao Huai's spine, extremely cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Stable Taoist mind vaguely acted, sending a refreshing breath into his body. His body seemed to have a nerve reflex, moving backward. Several sharp cold lights cut through the sky, falling from the heavens. Thin as wings flying knives passed extremely quickly before his eyes. In Zhao Huai's eyes, time seemed to slow down. The flickering cold light in front of him, each one emitting a terrifying chill. In an instant, time returned to normal. Zhao Huai's center of gravity fell backward, and his right hand pulled Li Yanqing beside him. Soon, he regained his footing. They were about 4 or 5 meters away from their original position. Puff! The 3 servants surrounding Li Yanqing were directly pierced by the flying knives that fell from the sky. Their bodies collapsed heavily to the ground, blood splattering on the spot. There's an assassin! Protect the young master! A servant shouted loudly. The remaining servants wrapped Li Yanqing in the middle, their faces tense and as if facing a formidable enemy. Only Zhao Huai's face was calm, his gaze sweeping around, activating his spiritual power to look for traces of the assassin. No wonder he couldn't find the enemy just now, as they were actually hiding in a high place. Zhao Huai's sharp eyes swept over the empty alley in front of him, fixing on 2 figures on the eaves not far away. The opponents were also in the qi refining realm. Scholar, your sleeping flying knives failed. What's the situation? On the eaves, a burly butcher questioned with a deep voice. This person seems to be somewhat skilled and not that simple. We cannot be careless. A touch of solemnity appeared on life-taking scholar's thin face. This person could dodge his flying knives, definitely a cultivator as well. Damn it, we've never failed when we work together. If a sneak attack won't work, then let's do it the hard way. The butcher spat and leaped into the air, 20 meters above the ground. He landed heavily, shattering the green tiles beneath him and sending up a cloud of dust. The life-taking scholar tapped his toes and jumped down gracefully. Zhao Huai faced the two of them without fear, rubbing his hands together, eager to test the power of his destiny. Both of them wore black bamboo hats that obscured their faces. Zhao could only make out their silhouettes, one fat and one thin. Li Yanqing watched nervously from afar, held back by his attendants. These two men seemed quite formidable. He hoped his senior could defeat them. Zhao Huai had thought that when the enemy revealed themselves and leapt down, they would have some words to say, like threatening remarks or something. But the next moment, the life-taking scholar violently flicked the fan in his hand. 6 flying daggers shot out from the fan. Like a cheetah, the butcher dashed towards Zhao Huai with incredible speed, quickly closing the distance between them despite his bulky size. The two didn't say a word and just began their attack. They had a clear strategy, one focused on long-range attacks to draw attention, while the other closed in for a rapid takedown. The butcher's speed was incredible, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at Zhao Huai's side. Ever since they realized that Zhao Huai's strength was not ordinary, they had planned to use lethal force. Every move they made was aimed at killing him. Despite facing their combined assault, Zhao Huai remained calm, disregarding the flying daggers and focusing solely on the butcher in front of him. However, a shocking scene soon unfolded. As the butcher threw a punch imbued with powerful qi and true qi surging through his meridians, his veins swelled, as if a single blow could reduce a bull into a pile of mince. Yet, his punch was effortlessly caught by an invisible hand, like hitting cotton, soft and powerless. Zhao Huai's right palm caught the butcher's technique without losing any energy. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he threw a plain punch that caused the surrounding air to whistle and screech. Whoosh! The butcher's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time his eyes regained focus, the fist was already on his left cheek. He was unable to resist. Bang! With a loud explosion, a wave of energy radiated from the center of Zhao Huai, spreading violently. A shadow flew out at high speed, snapping a willow tree in half at its waist. Yet it didn't stop there, as the shadow continued to crash into a solid mud wall, causing debris to scatter before finally stopping. Ting! Ting! The flying daggers finally reached Zhao Huai, aiming for his heart, forehead and neck. Their metallic clinks sounded incredibly unnatural. The 6 flying daggers fell to the ground ineffectively. Seeing this, the life-taking scholar's pupils shrank, and his icy face was filled with amazement, as a sense of foreboding overtook him. Li Yanqing and the surrounding attendants exchanged shocked glances. Did he take them down that quickly? With a smile on his face, Zhao Huai rubbed his wrist, his narrowed eyes brimming with sympathy as he chuckled. Coming to die? Do you know the power of my punch? The life-taking scholar looked back at the battered butcher, his eyes conveying a hint of terror and uncertainty as he asked. Who are you? They came to assassinate someone, not to be assassinated themselves. That's the question I should be asking you. Zhao Huai couldn't help but laugh. The life-taking scholar fell silent immediately. The next second, 6 sharp sword tips emerged from the layers of his feather fan, which made a swish sound. Empowered by his true qi, the 6 fan swords levitated. It seemed the enemy still wanted to fight. Extreme intention, activate. Zhao Huai muttered internally. Showing no mercy, he went all out and directly activated his peak mode. All the true qi within his body was mobilized, and his 9th stage of refining qi cultivation had doubled. The commotion generated by the true qi was enormous. The wind rustled the leaves of the distant willows, and the signs of the surrounding shops trembled under the force of the turbulent qi. As dusk approached and Jinzhou City gradually grew dimmer, an unknown force continued to stir up whirlwinds in the hidden alleyways. Chapter 20, The Pinnacle of Ultimate Intention, Breaking the Shackles. Zhao Huai could feel the surging power within him, his eyes, with a hint of surprise. This ultimate intent state at the 9th stage of refining qi unexpectedly had a trace of touching the initiation realm's shadow. His flesh absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the universe, all of which transformed into the true qi within his body, and the true qi in his pubic region continuously compressed, showing a trace of condensing into true vigor. 7. One should know that only at the initiation realm could one gather the qi in the pubic region, compress spiritual qi, and solidify it into true vigor. Now, he seemed to have reached the threshold of the initiation stage. Swoosh! The life-taking scholar quickly launched an attack without a moment's rest. The sharp 6-fan sword pierced towards Zhao Huai's face in a flash. In the eyes of Li Yanqing and others, they could only vaguely see the blurred after images. However, Zhao Huai's expression was calm as he extended 2 fingers and leisurely intercepted the incoming sword edge. Then, with a flick of his index finger, ding! A crisp sound emanated from the sword body. During the sword control process, the life-taking scholar felt a fierce chi coming towards him. He hurriedly concentrated his mind, mobilizing his true chi to resist the attack. Splash! However, the suspended 6-fan sword lost its strength under this attack and fell to the ground with a clatter. The surface of the sword edge cracked into segments and became scrap iron. With the support of the ultimate intent, Zhao Huai's finger had the power of tens of thousands of pounds, and with full force exerted, how could the life-taking scholar withstand it? Seeing his defeat in a single move, the life-taking scholar quickly retreated, his face ugly, and his gloomy eyes sweeping over Li Yanqing and others. Judging from his steps, there was no doubt that he was showing fear. Without a doubt, he had the intention to retreat. Assassination was not about sending oneself to death, as long as one was alive, one remained a hero. Trying to leave. Zhao Huai had a keen sense of insight and noticed his opponent's fear almost immediately. The black ring flashed, and a long sword with a dark blue double-edged blade and a deep sword body hovered in front of Zhao Huai. This was exactly the unknown treasured sword. The power of fist arts and flesh was certainly not bad, so why not try sword techniques? As he spoke, Zhao Huai's big hand clenched, and as the cold iron entered his hand, he immediately felt a heart-to-heart connection. It was the swordsmanship specialization destiny quietly operating, giving him an excellent sense of adaptability when using weapons. His fists were so powerful in their own right, how formidable would he be with a sword? Chills flashed through the heart of the life-taking scholar. As a result, he stepped hard on the green slate stone, splashing it, and flew more than 10 meters away in an instant before fleeing. Such a decisive escape undoubtedly left his back exposed to Zhao Huai. As an assassin, you have no fighting spirit. Zhao Huai chuckled softly and swung his sword-holding hand, throwing the long sword outward. Swoosh! The sound of air breaking burst forth. Damn it! Seeing the sword coming toward him, the life-taking scholar exclaimed through gritted teeth. With a swing of his large sleeve, 8 sharp blades shot out in an attempt to block the strike. Seeing this, Zhao Huai's figure moved, disappearing on the spot. Ding, ding, ding! All 8 blades were knocked away by the flying sword. The next second, Zhao Huai appeared in midair, reaching out to catch the sword just right. Immediately afterward, with a forceful swing. With the support of the ultimate's intention stage, Zhao Huai's flesh body seemed unchained. The sword body trembled, and a dragon-like blue sword chi emerged from the sword edge, breaking through the air with the sword. As the sword chi approached, the life-taking scholar's eyes flashed with extreme terror. It was already too late to resist. PFF. The sword chi shattered the life-taking scholar's true chi barrier, instantly crushed his heart meridian, causing him to spew a large mouthful of blood. His limp body fell to the ground like a boneless cloth doll, heavily dot before dying. His eyes were wide open, apparently not expecting the failure this time to be at the hands of an ordinary-looking young man. This unknown treasured sword seems to be a magical weapon. Zhao Huai wiped the blood on the sword with the life-taking scholar's clothes, looking at the crystal-clear sword body, and muttered to himself. At this moment, the butcher's stiff body shook slightly, and the pig-slaughtering knife at his waist was drawn out with a swish and hung parallel to the ground. A pair of angry eyes opened, even red. On the other side, Zhao Huai's mind seemed to sense something. He just raised his eyelid, and his eyes showed no ripples. With a throw of his hand, the long sword turned into a dark blue lightning, shooting out. Clang! The resonance of the sword was ethereal and clear, like a water droplet falling into a 1,000-year-cold pool. So strong! The butcher's chest, which had just sat up, was pinned to the mud wall by a long sword. Immediately, the pig-killing knife clattered to the ground, blood oozed out of the corners of the butcher's mouth, and the disbelief in his eyes lingered for a long time. Zhao Huai walked slowly, drew the long sword from the wall, and sighed. Leaving him alive probably wouldn't get any information, and with the previous lesson in mind, he didn't plan to hold back this time. Are these assassins really here to kill me? I feel like they made a sudden decision. Could it be another assassination of Madame? Zhao Huai pondered secretly. Combining the experience of the last time and this time, it was not difficult for him to infer that the real target of these assassins was Yu King Han. However, they chose the weakest, and they all came to him. Zhao Huai felt that this was unacceptable, for who could tolerate being assassinated every day? He had to have an in-depth communication with Madame at night. Some contradictions need to be resolved at the root. Senior. Senior. At this time, Li Yanqing ran over excitedly, and the followers around him could barely catch up. Your swordsmanship is so powerful. Can you teach me? Li Yanqing's face was full of excitement, even more excited than the first time he went to the brothel. Zhao Huai retracted the sword into the black ring and said indifferently, you still have a long way to go. Practice refining qi first. Li Yanqing was not discouraged at all and grinned. No problem. He thought that as long as he followed such a master for cultivation, where would he be afraid that he couldn't practice refining qi? The strength Zhao Huai showed completely outperformed the so-called expert cultivators Li Yanqing's father had found. Those unscrupulous sects obviously took his father's money but sent a few ordinary disciples to teach him. Wasn't that perfunctory? Zhao Huai collected the money bags from the two corpses in front of him, counted them accurately, and found that there was a lot of silver, thousands of silver bills, and hundreds of spiritual stones. It was a small fortune. Then he took out 2 fire thunder talismans he had refined from the black ring. Senior, is this a talisman inscription? Li Yanqing was very insightful, seeing the yellow paper with various patterns carved by Zhao Huai and saying it immediately. Yet. Zhao Huai answered softly, then threw out the fire thunder talismans in his hand. The masculine fire ignited spontaneously from the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the raging red flames engulfed the 2 corpses. Burned to a pile of black ash, this can also be regarded as another use of the fire thunder talisman. With a gentle breeze, it disappeared. After destroying the corpses and hiding the evidence, the dead would naturally be unverifiable. Zhao Huai looked at the scattered ashes and thought to himself. In an instant, Zhao Huai suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he hadn't dealt with. That was the 4 masked strangers he encountered in the auction. He remembered that these 4 people were going to trouble him. But now, where are they? Zhao Huai did not forget that the identities of the 4 masked strangers were likely to be demons. Chapter 21, Pig Demons Show Evil, Madame Displays Power. At the entrance of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Branch Association. 4 masked figures gathered together, their eyes filled with coldness. The temperature around them was very low, devoid of any warmth that living beings should have, and a faint stench lingered around them. What was the outcome? The masked young man was the first to speak. We lay in wait by the main and side entrances of the other doors, but we didn't catch a whiff of that kid. Same here, I was in the auction, waiting for him like a hunter waiting for its prey, but there was no trace of him. Boss, what if those 2 are in cahoots? Were they already gone through the back door as soon as the auction ended? The masked young man pondered, it's highly possible. Originally, this cultivation technique was as good as ours. Suddenly, someone appeared to compete with us for it, it's hard not to suspect that they're working together. Boss, is this cultivation technique really that important? One of the subordinates asked in confusion. The masked young man cast a glance at him, speaking indifferently, it's normal that you don't know since you've just joined Black Wind Cave. 100 years ago, an immortal cultivation sect developed a mental technique targeting demons, capable of obstructing their psychic erosion on the human race. At that time, the demons suffered huge losses, and the humans gained the upper hand. Is it the same cultivation technique we're looking for? His subordinate asked. The masked young man nodded. Indeed, due to internal strife within the human race, that sect has now fallen into decay and become a ruin. Before invading, we in Black Wind Cave received information about this technique. In order to ensure the smooth progress of our plan, we must eliminate any unfavorable factors first. A fierce glint flashed in the masked young man's eyes. The plan of Black Wind Cave was originally aimed at Jinzhou, to further infiltrate the human race. But now that they had discovered the re-emergence of the insanity technique, it posed a great threat to them. They absolutely could not allow the current human race to discover the true purpose of the insanity technique, otherwise, their survival space would be further squeezed. In other words, if they couldn't get their hands on it, they would be forced to change their target and aim for other states and counties. Boss, look! There's a human woman over there. At this point, one of the men by his side pointed and shouted at the woman across the street. At the street corner, a woman with a cold and beautiful demeanor emerged, dressed in a green silk blouse and a plain white long skirt, her figure stunning. She scanned her surroundings, clearly looking for someone. Strange, I remember my husband mentioning that he would come to the auction to purchase some items. Could it already be over? The person who arrived was Yu Qinghan, who had followed all the way from the pawnshop. Due to her deep concern for Zhao Huai's safety, she hurriedly went after him, her mind only vaguely remembering the words auction and cultivation technique her husband had mentioned. She searched the vicinity of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association, but saw no one. A sense of dread crept into her heart, unwilling to witness the worst happening. A cold expression surfaced on Yu Qinghan's face. Whoever dared to harm her husband, she would make them pay in blood. Boss, what do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Not bad at all. If we made her into a new skin, I imagine the effect would be excellent, probably capturing a large number of men. The masked young man's eyes were filled with excitement. For a demon, choosing a good skin was an important task. A good skin could save them from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Excuse me, has the auction already ended? Yes, it ended half an hour ago, and everyone has already left. Yu Qinghan received the answer from the attendant at the entrance of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association. She continued to search the nearby streets, her phoenix eyes scanning the street corners, but still, there was no trace of Zhao Huai. Her anxiety grew more intense. Suddenly, she noticed 4 figures tailing her in the corner of her eye. Judging by their skills, they were no ordinary people. Yu Qinghan's eyebrows furrowed, her phoenix eyes narrowing, as anger surged within her. I didn't come for you, but you came for me? Yu Qinghan deliberately walked into a deserted alley before turning around and looking back coldly at the 4 masked men, saying, Are you the killers sent by the black market? Killers? The masked young man found her words somewhat baffling, subconsciously thinking that the woman had mistaken them for someone else. You might as well just think of us as killers. The masked young man gave a slight smile, his hand stretching out from under the bamboo hat. It was a pair of ugly, dark-boned claws. The surrounding subordinates also took on a combat stance, with excited looks on their faces. Hunting down such fair-skinned and tender-flesh woman was simply an overwhelmingly enjoyable task. Yu Qinghan's pendant on her snow-white chest flickered slightly, and a sharp treasured sword appeared in her hand. It turns out she's a cultivator, no wonder she's so calm. The masked young man sneered when he saw this scene. Just a cheery-fining cultivator struggling in vain. Yu Qinghan kept a cold face and did not speak. She stabbed out with her sword, its icy light flashing, as fast as lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, she directly chopped off the masked young man's head. The rest of the gang were all shocked. Yu Qinghan appeared behind them and looked at the bloodless sword blade in her hand, frowning again. Die! A sharp cry came from the severed head of the masked young man. Clumps of black smoke burst out from the body, converging into the face of an evil pig demon, and pounced straight at Yu Qinghan. Yu Qinghan slashed with her sword, only to hear a ding sound. Then her body leaped up, flipping several meters away, widening the distance. Yu Qinghan was not surprised, on the contrary, she sneered. I wondered where the stench came from, turns out it's 4 pig demons. The faces of the 4 changed in an instant. Underneath the masks covering their mouths and noses were rows of densely packed tusks, red mouths, and extremely terrifying pig noses which were very obvious. After shedding their human skin, they were clearly 4 extremely ugly demons. Kill her, our identities have been exposed. The swollen-faced pig demon leading them said in a deep voice. Roar! Amid the low growls, 3 gusts of demonic wind suddenly swept through. Yu Qinghan's expression remained calm, as she lightly touched the jade pendant on her chest and said faintly, well, it's just a warm-up then. The pendant flickered, and a long halberd with a frosty and pointy tip appeared in her hand. Ding! She gripped the long halberd tightly and stabbed it into the ground, making a loud noise. Boom! Immediately afterward, a surging killing intent emanated from Yu Qinghan's body. This aura was incredibly fierce, directly sending the gathering demonic wind back. The swollen-faced pig demon fell to the ground with a thud, and exclaimed in shock, Is this a magical weapon? As far as he knew, magical weapons were rare among the human race, not something ordinary chi-refining cultivators could possess. If one did have it, it indicated that the cultivator's strength was definitely very strong. Undoubtedly, they had run into a formidable opponent this time. Before the 4 demons could react, Yu Qinghan had already vanished from her original spot, halberd in hand. Boom! As the halberd swept by, it carried explosive true chi, and with the power of the magical weapon, shattered the green slate stone in the surroundings. The swollen-faced pig demon was completely wiped out by the magical weapon. As Yu Qinghan coldly glanced at the trembling bodies of the other 3 demons, her demeanor did not change. "Please spare." Before they could finish pleading, Yu Qinghan snapped their heads, killing them on the spot. After settling the situation at hand, Yu Qinghan retracted her long halberd. However, her mood did not improve, as these were just some minor, insignificant demons. Killing them meant nothing. Her goal was to find Zhao Huai, but there were no clues at the moment. "Madam." Yu Qinghan walked home with an anxious heart, as a familiar voice suddenly came to her ears. She turned her head and saw Zhao Huai holding a bag of vegetables, looking shocked. Husband. Chapter 22, Model Couples. "Madam, why did you come out?" Zhao Huai saw that Yu Qinghan was walking alone on the street looking unhappy, and he couldn't help but feel curious. When Yu Qinghan saw that Zhao Huai was unharmed, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart, and the stone in her heart finally fell. But when faced with her husband's doubts, she hesitated for a moment. She had a muddled mind because she hadn't figured out what to say yet. She couldn't just laugh and say, "I was afraid you'd be killed by an assassin, so I came out and killed 4 demons while I was at it," could she? That would sound far too terrifying. And it would provoke her husband's extra attention and questioning. Where did the assassin come from? Why was there an assassin? Didn't you cut ties with your family? After all, she had promised before her wedding that their normal life together would not be threatened, and no one would disturb them. Revealing the truth now would be like slapping her own face, wouldn't it? Seeing that it was getting late, Yu Qinghan, in a hurry, came up with a bright idea and laughed. "I saw that it was almost dusk, and I thought of going out to buy some vegetables, but I didn't expect to run into my husband." Zhao Huai lifted the basket of vegetables in his hand, shook it, and smiled, "No need, I've already bought them. The auction ended early today, so I came back quite quickly. That's why I went to the market and bought the vegetables." After he had sent Li Yanqing back home and explained some matters regarding accepting a disciple, he made a trip to the fair, otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain his whereabouts. Yu Qinghan glanced at the fruits and vegetables in Zhao Huai's hands, which were filled to the brim, and gave him a faint smile. "You bought so much?" "Yes, I bought a lot of beef and mutton, as well as enough for the next few days. After all, we have a cellar at home to store them in, so they won't spoil." Zhao Huai grinned. "Did my husband have a smooth day today? Did anything bothersome happen?" Yu Qinghan saw that her husband was fine, her heart naturally felt happy. However, her words still subtly asked if any issues had come up. Facing the inquiry, the images of the 2 assassins, one fat and one thin, subconsciously flashed in Zhao Huai's mind. He didn't even know their names until he killed them. If he were to tell Yu Qinghan about the 2 assassins, it would undoubtedly be unwise because it would be hard to explain their whereabouts. Back when they met, hiding his cultivation was a form of protection. Now that they have been together for some time, it's difficult to admit the truth. He would pick a better time in the future. Nothing went wrong. "I got a great harvest, especially a bottle of body refining pills. You know, I've been practicing martial arts for a while but haven't had any breakthroughs, however, these pills seem to be quite effective, making my body stronger." Zhao Huai made up a story about an auction harvest, which also explained his reason for going to the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association. Li Qinghan listened, nodded slightly, and seriously advised. "Pills are ultimately a low-end method. To become strong by self-cultivation, one must rely on oneself." Zhao Huai smiled bitterly, "I'm not as gifted as you, madam, and can only rely on external help. My talent is really not enough." The truth was, what he said was also accurate. His original body was that of a playboy prince who indulged in pleasure and played hide-and-seek with palace mates all day long. Even at his age, he had yet to practice martial arts. Looking at it from another perspective, his aptitude was not only poor, but he was also lazy, unwilling to work hard or practice. As a result, when he first arrived, he was just an ordinary person. This extremely poor aptitude even affected him. Zhao Huai had been stuck at the 9th stage of refining qi for some time, unable to break through to the initiation stage. From a certain perspective, wasn't this a manifestation of his limited potential? Having the destiny of a diligent reader, it was true that his cultivation speed was fast. However, with his bottleneck still present, he remained stuck in place. My husband should not think of himself as worthless. Yu Qinghan heard Zhao Huai's self-mockery, pursed her red lips, and grabbed his hand in disbelief, carefully feeling it. She had not paid attention to her husband's talent issue before. Now, she could take a closer look. Seeing this development, Zhao Huai's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, he had the destiny of posing as pig-eating tiger to cover up. No one could see his true cultivation. Otherwise, if his secret were discovered, it would be difficult to explain. Yu Qinghan carefully felt Zhao Huai's muscles and bones and the meridians within his body, as still as water. His body was indeed like stagnant water. Yu Qinghan was puzzled, it shouldn't be like this. My husband's meridians are very broad, and his body is excellent, it's just that his spiritual root is lacking. So how could he not become powerful? It might just be a lack of talent, Zhao Huai laughed. Before obtaining his destiny, his meridians and body were never as good as she said. It should be the wrong method, Yu Qinghan pondered. Teaching Zhao Huai the basics of cultivation was a top priority in her eyes. Let's go home first. It's already dark, Zhao Huai urged, looking at the sky. Yu Qinghan snapped out of her thoughts, took the basket of vegetables from Zhao Huai, and spoke softly. Yes, let's go home. The next moment, Zhao Huai held her other hand, and Yu Qinghan's fair face immediately lit up with a sweet smile. Today, I will let you taste my culinary skills. You can't eat anything quite like it outside. Really? Of course, although it can't compare to Madame's cooking, it's special in its novelty. The palms of their hands joined together as they talked and laughed, walking towards the end of the East Street, with the dim yellow lanterns adding a touch of warmth. At dusk, cooking smoke rose from the chimneys, and the windows of every household were bright. Although the nights in Jinzhou were pitch black, they were not desolate. Huai's pawnshop. Yu Qinghan looked at the figure of the man who was constantly busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but smile. My princess, don't you think it's strange? A voice came from the shadows nearby. What's wrong? The assassins sent by the black market vanished into thin air like they had disappeared. They should have arrived in Jinzhou a long time ago. Yu Qinghan replied indifferently, what are you trying to say? The shadowy figure of the female servant paused for a moment before speaking. Is it possible that young Master Zhao killed them? He's actually a top-notch expert, lurking by your side to gain your trust and then seize control of the military. Yu Qinghan shook her head, that's impossible. I've checked, my husband is just an ordinary person. I even felt his muscles and bones myself. Your imagination is too rich. Also, I have no more ties with the military, don't come looking for me unless there's something important. The female servant in the shadows retorted, perhaps, my princess, you were not able to see through his true cultivation. Tomorrow, I will ask Elder Yu to come and test him personally. Do as you wish. Yu Qinghan got up impatiently, intending to help in the kitchen. The shadowy figure of the female servant watched the couple's receding backs, sighed, and then vanished from the spot. Chapter 23, Initiation Stage Hopes, Pill fully equipped. Another early morning. The rooster crows, fog ascends, and a long line had started to form at the street corner's pancake shop owned by an old lady. It's another beautiful morning. Zhao Huai got up from the bed, yawned, and stretched lazily. Then he glanced at the snow-white jade-like back next to him, accompanied by a faint sound of breathing. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, they must have had an intensive discussion late into the night, she must be so exhausted. Zhao Huai got dressed, freshened up, opened the door of the pawnshop, flipped the sign to open for business, bought breakfast at the street corner 2 meat buns and 1 egg and prepared 1 portion for the madam as well. Then he left home. There were quite a few things that needed to be done today. Brother Yan, I'm here to visit you. Yan Jing, known as Sai Yan Wang, came out of the dispensary with a smile holding a piece of medicinal herb. Oh, it's Brother Zhao. It's pretty rare for a married man to take a trip like this, what brings you here? Stop it with the banter. Our relationship is not like that. Zhao Huai, showing a disdain expression, refuted. Speak up, what favor do you need this time? You're always up to no good unless you're up to no good, don't you think I already know you well? Yan Jing laughed and scolded, he understood Zhao Huai very well. Help me look at this, what kind of medicine is in this porcelain bottle? Zhao Huai took out a porcelain bottle from Black Ring, It was one of the items produced at the same time as the parchment roll and the unidentified treasured sword. After cultivating the parchment roll, they found out it was the 3000 Thunderbolt technique. Only after using the unidentified sword, did they realize it was a magical weapon. So, he had a feeling that the medicine in the bottle wouldn't be simple. So, very early in the morning, he brought it over for evaluation. While Jinzhou indeed has many varied pill shops, he didn't fully trust them. There are too many scandals now about unethical alchemists practicing fake medicine, shortchanging on the amount, and withholding medicinal herbs. As for Yan Jing, besides being a doctor, he was also a genuine professional alchemist, leading a group of 8, holding multiple positions. Even if he couldn't concoct any precious pills, he still recognized most of them. A professional is always better than an amateur. To Zhao Huai, pills all look similar, just like a brown mud ball. Yan Jing took the porcelain bottle, opened the plug, gently waved it in his hand, took a sniff, and immediately furrowed his brows. "Please wait a moment." Then he went into the dispensary and researched in silence. While waiting, Zhao Huai wasn't idle either. He took out a glittering jade slip from the black ring and started to study it. This was the insanity technique that he competed for in yesterday's auction with the 4 masked men. Although in the end he didn't figure out where the 4 demons had gone, the cultivation technique was in his hands. Why should he care about a few little demons who dare not blatantly cause trouble in the human world? In putting true chi into the jade slip, line after line of tadpole-like small characters appeared. Firstly, the densely packed text was very discouraging. Then there was the content, which was very obscure and difficult for ordinary people to understand. But Zhao Huai was different. The destiny of the heavenly heart wisdom eyes quietly activated, as if a gleam of light appeared in his eyes, letting him see through the obscure text in front of him. Instead of saying it's heavenly heart wisdom eyes, it's more like speed reading with quantum efficiency. In just a while of reading, Zhao Huai had already got a rough idea of the theory and function of the insanity technique. This insanity technique is a spiritual power cultivation technique that integrates attack and defense. Beginners can form a self-protecting barrier in the mind, and experienced practitioners can intimidate all external enemies from outside with spiritual power. When practiced to a great level, it can form terrifying coercion. Using the word insanity to describe it, it can be said to be very apt. As for why this cultivation technique attracted the attention of the demons, Zhao Huai was unsure. In an instant, Zhao Huai began to attempt to construct a reliable spiritual barrier in his mind. This can prevent enemies from directly invading the brain and attack his mind. It wasn't as difficult as imagined, and Zhao Huai accomplished the first step very quickly. The second step is to release his powerful spiritual power outward, forming a big net to attack, but Zhao Huai was still lacking in terms of spiritual power strength. He estimated that if he could break through to the initiation stage, it would be very easy to accomplish. "Brother Zhao, be honest, where did you get this medicine from?" After some time, Yan Jing's voice finally rang out from the pharmacy. However, Yan Jing's expression seemed somewhat unusual, extremely solemn. "Bought from the pawnshop, just trying my luck, what's wrong?" Seeing his expression, Zhao Huai's heart skipped a beat, thinking, "It's not some nasty poison, is it?" "You've hit the jackpot." Yan Jing finally revealed a brilliant smile. "Don't scare me like that." Zhao Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "What kind of medicine is inside?" Yan Jing smiled slightly, "All good stuff, this porcelain bottle is filled with various kinds of pills, come have a look." He poured out the pills and began to explain one by one. This fragrant, large pill is called a vigor-gathering pill. It can improve the true vigor in the body of a cultivator in the initiation stage, greatly enhancing magic power. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai frowned, saying, "But I haven't initiated yet, so it's of little use to me for now." "Don't be hasty." Yan Jing chuckled, pouring out the second golden pill, which was crystal clear and translucent. It seemed to be wrapped in a layer of fog, appearing quite extraordinary. "What is this?" Zhao Huai couldn't resist asking. Yan Jing's eyes sparkled, he said word by word. "Initiation pill. Initiation pill." Zhao Huai suddenly brightened up. He then directly grasped the golden pill in front of him, held it in his palm, and examined it closely. As everyone knows, once you have an initiation pill, you can break through to the initiation realm smoothly. However, the initiation pill is priceless. Regardless of how much money you have, you can't buy it. Initiation pill, made from 31 precious spiritual grass and medicinal herbs like jade marrow mushroom, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit. Only some official great immortal cultivation sects and senior alchemists can refine it. But there is an iron law within the immortal cultivation sects, which is to absolutely not interfere in mortal world matters, so the initiation pill is hard to circulate. Every time one came out, it would be madly snatched by the world. After all, having a powerful cultivator in the initiation stage is a quantum leap for any aristocratic family. It's actually initiation pill, this trait is indeed worth it. Zhao Huai said with a smile all over his face. He felt that just one initiation pill alone was worth more than all the others combined. It's not over yet. Yan Jing faintly laughed, and then he took out other pills one after another. The big rejuvenation pill, a panacea that works wonders for both internal and external injuries. No matter how serious the internal and external injuries are, if you take this pill, it can greatly ease the injuries and save lives, even if it can't bring the dead back to life and fully recover instantly. Qi and blood pill can replenish a large amount of qi and blood force. It is usually taken immediately after a blood essence fighting battle. Detoxifying pill can neutralize hundreds of poisons. Regular poison, just a sip of water mixed with the pill, can cure the disease. Taking it directly, any strong poison can be neutralized. Mind pacified pill, after taking it, it can get rid of the distractions in your mind and achieve unity of mind and spirit. It is usually taken before retreating. After introducing them all, Yan Jing put all the pills back into the porcelain bottle, threw it to Zhao Huai, and said leisurely, "There are roughly these many kinds, there is also a scarlet pill I can't identify. You can research it slowly in the future." Zhao Huai, holding the pills, couldn't stop smiling. This was a real fortune, full of pills. In the short term, there was basically no need to worry about the problem of pills. Seeing Zhao Huai's expression, Yan Jing curled his lips and teased. "How many initiation stage cultivators did you rob? No normal person would sell you so many precious pills unless they were a fool." "Well, isn't it a fool after all?" Zhao Huai smiled slightly and didn't say more. "Clear the way! Clear the way! Don't block the way!" At this time, a shouting voice from outside the clinic as well as the squeaky sound of wheel rolling attracted the attention of both of them. Zhao Huai looked closely, it was a full caravan passing by, the wooden cart was packed tightly, not allowing any gaps. Around the caravan, there were many bodyguards protecting it, judging from their eyes, each of them was stern and their weapons and equipment were very sophisticated, obviously not ordinary people. Zhao Huai wondered, this caravan looks quite odd. What are they escorting that can't be seen by people? Chapter 24, Mysterious Caravan, Retired Veterans. This setup, it looks familiar. Could it be them? Yan Jing, standing aside, could not help but smile as he watched the wooden carts passing in front of them. "You know them?" Zhao Huai turned his head, with a puzzled look on his face. "Do you remember what I said to you on the day of your wedding?" Yan Jing gave a faint smile. Zhao Huai pondered carefully but shook his head, "Don't remember." Yan Jing was not annoyed, apparently knowing that this was just the kind of behavior the other person had. So he repeated the words spoken on the day of the wedding. "A week ago, I received news from Yanjinj that a cunning rich merchant secretly transported a cartload of stolen goods. He sought out many pawnshops, but nobody dared to buy. It was quite mysterious. No one knows what's inside. At that time I said if this deal is successful, you wouldn't need to work for half a year." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai remembered and could not help but question, "How did you know that the cunning merchant was transporting stolen goods?" Yan Jing smiled without saying a word, "Of course, I heard it from a merchant friend of mine. This caravan headed south and found almost no buyers. Perhaps he's here to find you." After listening, Zhao Huai chuckled lightly, "The other pawn shops dare not accept the goods, yet you assume I can manage." Yan Jing's lips curled into a mysterious grin, a look that was neither a smile nor a frown. "You young man, pretending to be poor on the surface, even though the pawn shop seems shabby, you have a keen eye for good stuff. You have collected lots of valuable items and sold everything on the black market, reaping handsome profits over the years. How else do you think you made your fortune?" Zhao Huai simply smiled without saying a word. Because what Yan Jing said was true. The reason he opened a pawn shop instead of a brothel, a tavern, or a boxing club had its reasons. First and foremost, his ability to mint gold and bronze coins had not only the function of fortune-telling, but it could also be used to make money. A deal is done when the money and goods exchanged hands. After running a pawn shop for 3 years, Zhao Huai has naturally set his own basic rules for doing business. Good stuff, keep it. Bad stuff, don't touch it. It's a rule he's always abided by. Simply by using his gold and bronze coins, he could tell whether each item is worth buying or not. The biggest taboo for pawn shop owners is to encounter something that brings loss, where the goods cannot be sold, and would only drain the capital, resulting in the possible collapse of the shop. There's also the risk of getting involved with forbidden items, which can lead to government's shutdown or even annihilation by unknown forces. Zhao Huai had heard about an incident where a sizable leading pawn shop, with over a dozen branches, collapsed overnight after impulsively buying an exotic treasure. Tragically, the entire staff was killed on the second day. It turned out only later that the item was a soul tool crafted by a devil cultivator, designed to silently harvest human lives. The horror was unimaginable. There were too many unexpected incidents, like purchasing from grave robbers, consequently being held accountable by the imperial court, or selling inherited jade, only to be immediately stolen by thieves. But with the gold and bronze coins, Zhao Huai had nothing to worry about and he could run his business with confidence. Not only did his shop not collapse, but it also grew stronger and bigger. He dares to say that if there was anything he, the owner of the largest pawn shop in Jinzhou, couldn't handle, then nobody else could. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll get going. Having achieved his purpose, Zhao Huai decided not to stay in the hospital any longer. He bid farewell to Yanjing and was about to return to his pawn shop. Don't forget to invite me for a drink when you break through the bottleneck. Yanjing cursed jokingly at his back. Zhao Huai did not turn back, but waved his hand in understanding. Will do next time. At that time on the streets. In front of a carriage wrapped tightly with wood, there was an incredibly luxurious bejeweled carriage. In the carriage, a man in his 40s was sitting on a renowned embroidered cushion. This man had rosy cheeks, prominent shiny forehead, and sparkling eyes. One look at him, and you'd know he was cunning and ruthless. And he was the owner of this batch of wooden carts. Master Huang, are you really going to sell all these things? A middle-aged man dressed like a guard, with a sword in his hand, couldn't help but ask. What? Any problem? Master Huang looked up indifferently and asked leisurely. We previously agreed that these artifacts should be sold quickly and cleanly, either selling all or not selling any at all. You're currently trying to sell them in a cartful way while mixing real with fake. I'm afraid it might backfire. The guard warned earnestly. Do you know how to run a business or do I? Master Huang asked indifferently. Of course, it's Master Huang who knows, but these things are rightly mine. The guard chuckled awkwardly, explaining his point. Master Huang laughed coldly. Even then, I bought them from you, including you yourself. If it weren't for me saving you, you'd have starved to death. And with your current stature, would your previous military status allow you to find such a decent job? The guard sighed helplessly. Even so, all these are artifacts from the previous dynasty. There are few buyers in the first place, and many pawn shops on the road have already refused. You don't need to worry about that, I have my ways. Master Wang's lips curled into a strange smile, possibly scheming something. The guard looked at the bustling streets passing by the carriage window and was lost in thought. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Who would have thought that the once ruined walls and ruins have all been rebuilt to be so beautiful now? He was once an ordinary soldier of the Yan Dynasty. He had fought valiantly on the battlefield and was promoted due to his accumulated merits and won the appreciation of his superiors. He was even appointed as a martial officer guarding the imperial palace. He thought that he'd be able to enjoy the rest of his life, but just a few years later, he heard the ill rumors of the impending fall of the Yan Dynasty, and rebellions broke out like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The main forces of Yan were retreating while the rebel army was heading straight towards the capital. He was then ordered to defend the city. However, while he was fighting at the city gate of the capital defending it day and night, someone suddenly shouted that the emperor had surrendered and those who knelt would be spared. His efforts went in vain. That day, armies from outside the city swarmed in. In his madness, he ran towards the imperial palace. His mind was filled with confusion, only one sentence echoed in his mind. I was ready to fight to the death, so why did your majesty surrender first? Everything happened too quickly. By the time he reached the imperial palace, there was news that the emperor was dead. His mind was sent into a spin, and his thoughts took a sharp turn. I must survive. So he mingled with the rebel army, entered the imperial palace to loot. All sorts of items were taken away in the hope of living a better life in the chaotic times. Who would have thought that these possessions would instead become his burden, unsellable and too precious to throw away? After escaping from the capital, he became destitute and lived on other people's mercy. Even many years later, looking back at these wild memories, he still feels an inexplicable heartache. We're here, sir. This is a pawn shop in Jinzhou, known as Huai's pawn shop. Master Huang responded lightly, and then slowly descended from the carriage. Chapter 25, Iron Mouth Pan Fugui. In the busy streets, various shops and roadside stalls bustled with noise and the shouting of vendors as people came and went continuously. Pancakes. Freshly made pancakes. Tofu. Tofu. Just freshly ground. Fortune telling. Our ancestral divination skill, just 10 copper coins each time, if it's not accurate, it's free. Zhao Huai was passing by, leisurely strolling in the direction of the pawn shop, tossing copper coins in his hand. Today's luck was pretty good, full of blessings, but there hasn't been any life-changing events yet. Truly contradictory. Suddenly, Zhao Huai was stopped by an old man at a roadside stall. The old man was wearing a hemp-brown long shirt, his facial wrinkles piled up, and his hair was visibly graying. He kept muttering as he spoke. Ancestral divination. Young sir, won't you calculate your destiny? It's such a shame if you don't. Zhao Huai quietly shook off the man's hand and expressionlessly said, My destiny is very good, no need to calculate, thank you. After saying that, he tried to leave but was stopped again. The fortune-telling old man had a teaching expression. Young man, I've seen too many people like you. Young and frivolous, relying on a bit of strength, becoming ignorant and arrogant. You don't know how many calamities are waiting behind you. Zhao Huai was directly amused by his serious appearance. With gold and bronze coins on hand, did he still need him to calculate? It'd be better not to be misled by him. Zhao Huai sneered immediately, Fine, I'll let you calculate, but if you're not accurate, you'll give me 100 taels of silver. The fortune-telling old man hesitated for a moment, speechlessly said, Young man, are you trying to rob me for money? What, are you afraid? Will you still calculate or not? Zhao Huai smiled faintly. The fortune-telling old man regained his composure and laughed, Fine, if my words are not accurate at all, what harm is there in giving you 100 taels of silver? Zhao Huai decided on the spot that if there was any discrepancy in what the other party said, he would firmly deny it. It was time to teach these swindlers a lesson. Ancestral divination. My reputation as Iron Mouth Pan Fugui is not baseless. The fortune-telling old man said proudly. Would you like to read your palm or measure your words? Palm reading. Zhao Huai directly extended his hand. The fortune-telling old man grabbed his hand, squinted his eyes, and examined the lines carefully. After a long while, the fortune-telling old man couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Zhao Huai playfully smiled, Can't you see? Unexpectedly, the fortune-telling old man shook his head and smiled, No, this old man has roughly figured it out. Really? Zhao Huai was suspicious. Of course. The fortune-telling old man was very confident. Based on my observations, young master's palm lines indicate yin and yang, happiness overflowing from the heavens. You should have just gotten married a few days ago. Hearing this, Zhao Huai was slightly taken aback and then frowned, asking, What else? The fortune-telling old man laughed, looking at the young master's face, Happiness is overflowing. Madam is certainly very beautiful, and the two of you are deeply in love. Are you spying on me? Zhao Huai said indifferently. These things were known to anyone who knew him and paid a little attention. This old man certainly did not. The fortune-telling old man shook his head and continued, Since the young master doesn't believe it, then I'll talk about your fortunes. Just now, I was wondering. Young master's fortune is indeed a noble one, and by rights his fortune should have fallen apart 3 years ago and become completely destitute. Now, however, his fate has been brought back from the dead, bringing with it a glimmer of hope. It's quite strange. But one thing is for sure, young master will soar to the heavens in the next few years. The fortune-teller's tone seemed filled with a mix of lament and sigh. If the information just now could have been created by someone else, the things he heard now were somewhat weird. That's because his trajectory was exactly as the old man described. His fortunes plummeted after the collapse of Yan country and only slightly improved upon the appearance of lucky strike. Zhao Huai believed it somewhat but didn't dare to trust it fully, so he said in a flat tone, "Please." The fortune-telling old man smiled and took out a box of wooden sticks, handing it over and explaining, "Young master, if you want to ask or know something, just silently think of the question and then shake the wooden sticks. You'll receive guidance from the heavens." Heavenly guidance? If there really was guidance from the heavens, then send him back to his original world as soon as possible. Although Zhao Huai thought this way in his heart, if there really was such an opportunity, he wouldn't choose it. As of now, he was living more carefree than before. Today, he finally decided to pray. Although he didn't believe in ghosts and gods, after coming to this world, he had no choice but to be half believing and half doubting. Rather than asking about his own goals, it's better to ask how to achieve immortal method. After thinking it through, Zhao Huai shook the stick. Click! A wooden stick landed softly on the ground. Zhao Huai picked up the stick and looked at the words, "For that which my heart desires and cherishes, though I die 9 times, I would not regret it." The fortune-telling old man glanced at the words and smiled. These are the words of the ancient sage, Chu Zi, telling us that as long as our hearts pursue and identify with something, even if we die, we should not regret it. If we persist in doing it, we will achieve it. An immortal path without regrets. Zhao Huai seemed to understand a bit. The fortune-telling old man packed up the wooden stick, teaching earnestly, heavenly fate can change according to human affairs. Heaven is simply giving us a warning. With changes comes the ability to transform. If we can do our best, even a bad fortune won't be bad. Young master, do you think my calculation is accurate? Zhao Huai pondered for a long time, smiled slightly, and did not answer. Instead, he took out 10 copper coins from his waist and threw them to the old man. "Thank you." After that, he turned and left. The fortune-telling old man held the 10 copper coins, watching Zhao Huai's departing figure, and smiled playfully. "Elder Yu, does he really have no cultivation?" At this time, a female hawker selling sugar-coated haws at a roadside stall nearby slowly approached the old man and asked quietly. "Indeed he doesn't." The fortune-telling old man shook his head. "I checked his root and bone, examined his pubic region, and he is indeed an ordinary person." The female hawker nodded and then asked, "So, are all your divinations about him true?" "Half true, half false, I guess." "Which part is true, and which part is false?" The fortune-telling old man smiled faintly. "The part about Qing Han is obviously true. As for the rest, the heavenly fate must not be revealed." The female hawker sighed. "I have been raised by my princess since I was a child, following her all the way up north, conquering cities and winning battles. She is my idol in my heart. But now, where is the senior general who used to be so heroic and peerless in her silver armor and long halberd? Now that King Qin's people already occupy half of the court and the commonalty, what should we do?" The fortune-teller said calmly, "Perhaps, this is the real her." This old man accompanying the princess for many years, strategizing for years, has long known that this day would come. An ordinary life is not necessarily bad. Moreover, the husband she married may not be ordinary after all. Chapter 26, Identifying the Value of Copper Coins, Relics of the Great Flame. Is this fortune-teller really so mystical, or was it just a lucky guess? Zhao Huai walked away, thinking that something didn't feel right. He knew about the tricks these fortune-tellers used, which usually involved observing people's faces and having a basic understanding of psychology to con people. Different people had different scripts, and they would get a few predictions right just by chance, all at no cost. However, the old man he met was indeed quite skilled, managing to predict his fate so accurately, either by mysticism or just a lucky guess. After walking for a while, Zhao Huai returned to the pawnshop. However, he noticed a fancy bejeweled carriage parked in front of Huai's pawnshop, with a long line of wooden carts behind it, surrounded by numerous bodyguards. This was the mysterious merchant team he had seen before. They really came. Yan Jing had predicted earlier that the cunning merchant would come to find him, and Zhao Huai had prepared himself mentally. He strode into the pawnshop and overheard a conversation. "Madam, believe me, this night luminous pearl is truly a priceless treasure, with an incredibly long history and high collection value. If you don't buy it, you'll surely regret it." "Really? Of course it's true. It also has practical use. It can emit dazzling light in the dark, far superior to inferior spiritual stones. The person sitting across from Yu Qinghan was none other than Master Huang. This man wore brocade clothes and a jade belt, had a robust body, sharp eyes, and appeared to be the cunning merchant. Zhao Huai thought to himself. Ahem, so we have guests. Zhao Huai coughed lightly, interrupting the two to make his presence known. Husband, you're back. When Yu Qinghan saw the person at the door, she smiled and joyfully called out. She had woken up in a daze earlier this morning to find her husband gone and only a cup of steaming hot sheep's milk left on the table. She had barely finished washing up when customers arrived at the pawnshop, so she had to receive them temporarily. Husband, you should talk to him. I don't understand these things. I'll go prepare the ingredients for lunch. Yu Qinghan gently stood up, giving up her seat. This merchant bombarded her with introductions about a variety of treasures, jewels, and antiques, which she didn't understand at all. It seemed that the professional matters should still be left to her husband. All right, leave it to me. Zhao Huai stepped forward resolutely and sat down, examining the merchant for a moment before saying with a faint smile. This guest has a kind face and the bodyguards outside are quite tall and strong. You must be from a merchant team from the north. Master Huang, seeing the woman leave and a handsome man taking her place, knew that this person must be the shopkeeper who was more difficult to deal with than the woman. His smile on his face remained unchanged. Shopkeeper, you have a keen eye. We came from the capital city, heading south just for business. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Huang. I am the fourth child in my family, and people call me fourth brother. I have traveled across the north and south for many years and have a modest reputation in the two river regions. With the appreciation of my peers, I have earned the title of Master Huang. So, it's Master Huang, what a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Huai smiled faintly, but his heart was completely unruffled. Normally, when people introduced themselves, they wouldn't reveal so much personal information. The more information revealed, the more they wanted to give their counterpart a sense of security. This was a trick commonly used by merchants. Master Huang smiled and said, Shopkeeper, let me get straight to the point. I've already discussed this night luminous pearl with the madam. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhao Huai picked up the night luminous pearl and carefully examined it. The night luminous pearl was about the size of a fist, with a jade-like body and clear patterns. Even in the daytime, it emitted a faint glow. At night, its glow would surely be even brighter. However, Yan Jing had alluded to him before that this man was a cunning merchant, so how could Zhao Huai not be on guard? Underneath the table, he flipped the golden bronze coin in the palm of his hand. Soon, lines of characters appeared before him. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, just observe this for now. Hexagram 1, timely rain at the pawnshop, sending money to a young child. This is a luminous stone. Buy it, and the instruction you'll get is misfortune. Clue, a bead made of phosphorus stone is far different from a real night luminous pearl. Hexagram 2, discerning all matters, seeing everything clearly at a glance. Refuse this night luminous pearl, and the instruction you'll get is fortune. Clue, deceitful merchant, refuse him directly, and there might be other gains. Upon reading, Zhao Huai smiles to himself. A deceitful merchant is always deceitful and can't change his bad habits, coming up with such a big scam right away. Zhao Huai, who had received 9 years of compulsory education in his past life, naturally knew what phosphorus stone was. Phosphorus stone is an extremely common mineral that oxidizes when exposed to air, emitting a faint light. Pure phosphorus stone can emit dazzling white light in the dark. On the market, the real night luminous pearls are mostly made of adamas, with a value equivalent to large modern diamonds. Certain unscrupulous merchants sell pure phosphorus stones as night luminous pearls to wealthy, vain nobles. If they are not experts, it is difficult to see the difference, but with time, the verdict is clear. A real night luminous pearl can last for 100 years without deterioration, remains extremely stable, and has excellent lighting effects. While a phosphorus stone-made night luminous pearl may not seem any different for a short time, as its use continues, the bead becomes smaller and smaller, then disappears completely. Unscrupulous merchants take advantage of this to perpetrate fraud, knowing by the time the bead is gone, you can't find them anymore. How is it? Master Huang, squinting his eyes in amusement, watches as Zhao Huai examines the night luminous pearl for a long time. His impatience grows, and he can't help but urge Zhao Huai. Master Huang, isn't this bead you're selling a bit too perfect? Zhao Huai puts the bead back. His eyes with a smile, look firm and unfathomable. Master Wang's smile remains, as he taps the table lightly with his hand. Yes, a night luminous pearl is that perfect. If you buy it, it's sure to be the treasure of the shop. Zhao Huai's mouth curls into a smile and says, Master Huang, you're truly a master of feigning ignorance. Shopkeeper, what do you mean by that? Zhao Huai says indifferently, enough, don't pretend. Just say what you want to sell. I don't have time to go round and round with you. If you have nothing good, please see the guest off. The tone gradually becomes impatient, with a clear intention of dismissing the guest. Upon hearing this, Master Huang laughs instead, his mouth curling up at the corner and his eyes revealing his interest. He pauses for a few seconds before laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. A straight talker doesn't resort to insinuations. Shopkeeper, you're a keen observer, not like those mediocrities. So I won't beat around the bush. Shopkeeper, please come with me. I promise you won't be disappointed. Master Huang stands up directly and walks outside the house. Zhao Huai does not hesitate, and directly follows. Once outside, the burly bodyguards gather around, keeping Huang securely inside their formation. Zhao Huai takes a slight glance, feeling the fluctuations of their true qi, their cultivation is apparent to see. Most of the bodyguards have power at the first stage of refining qi, while the leader is at the third stage of refining qi. However, a middle-aged man carrying a sword nearby has cultivated to the fourth stage of refining qi, making him the strongest there. What does Master Huang want to show me? Zhao Huai, unflustered by the bodyguard's stares, remains expressionless. Master Huang smiles without answering. He lifts a coarse cloth covering a wooden cart and lets Zhao Huai see for himself. Seeing the contents of the wooden cart, Zhao Huai's pupils shrink slightly. He looks seriously at Master Huang and questions, where did you get these things from? Chapter 27, Destiny Box, 10 consecutive draws. In front of Zhao Huai was a large sandalwood box. Inside were not only valuable items such as phoenix-shaped hairpins, silver bracelets, and porcelain bottles, there were also calligraphy models, painting scrolls, classic books, ancient books, and a large number of things, including ancient tripods, silkworm clothes, treasured swords, and so on. On the ancient tripod was engraved in small seal script, "Everlasting prosperity of Yan country, blessings boundless." These objects were all covered with dust, and some classic books and calligraphy models were slightly yellowed. There was no doubt that these things had been around for quite some time. Especially upon seeing that familiar ancient tripod, Zhao Huai's heart was still very surprised. The sealed memories in his mind were unlocked, and the embarrassing experiences of his journey south came flooding back. Zhao Huai inherited the original owner's memories, so these things were very familiar to him. Weren't these things from the imperial palace? He had practically grown up with them, so even now, a glance at them gave him the feeling of being pulled back into the past. Master Huang carefully observed Zhao Huai's expression, and upon seeing no fear or worry, he sighed with relief and softly explained. These items are not only ancient objects, but also some extremely rare ones. I bought them from various places, and they are definitely authentic and safe to acquire. Young master, you may be assured. The middle-aged guard beside him heard his words, and a hint of hidden resentment flashed in his eyes, but he quickly turned his head away. Hearing this, Zhao Huai knitted his brows and fell silent. At this moment, he finally understood why the pawnshops earlier dared not accept this merchant's items, and why the deal was never completed. Seeing through the cunning merchant's true face was one thing. The other reason was even more crucial. 3 years ago, when Xia country was first established, the national treasury was found to be so empty that even the things in the imperial palace had been looted. But the order had just been established, and it was time to spend money. How could they not have silver? In desperation, a prohibition was issued. All property left by the previous Yan Dynasty, including the national treasures, calligraphy, and paintings, were to be handed over and not be privately traded. Only then did they overcome the financial crisis. Now, wasn't Master Wang's behavior crossing the red line? No wonder no one dared to accept it. Zhao Huai indifferently said, "Indeed, they are extremely rare, but these things of yours, if I'm not mistaken, are relics from the previous dynasty, and treasures collected by the Yan imperial family for hundreds of years. Aren't you afraid of losing your head?" Hearing this, Master Huang did not panic, and even smiled. "I didn't misjudge you. The shopkeeper really has great eyesight. I am afraid, of course, but these things are worth silver, and who would dislike having more silver? Zhao Huai, expressionless, did not believe a word of his lies. With hands behind his back, he immediately threw a copper coin. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent, let's see. Hexagram 1, money and treasure desired by all, take all the relics, your guidance is misfortune. Trace origins, the merchant does not mean well. Hexagram 2, look back in the past, go further, part with the relics of the previous dynasty, your guidance is misfortune. Trace origins, the merchant's trust is shallow. Hexagram 3, deceive and be accommodating, keep a low profile, pretend to offer, stall for time, selectively choose the items, your guidance is fortune. Trace origins, the merchant is deceptive, the treasures are not his property. It seemed that the situation was still a bit tricky. Agreeing would definitely not work, and refusing directly would probably lead him to use some treacherous tricks. The third one was more reliable. Zhao Huai's thoughts flowed quickly, making his decision and chuckling. Since Master Huang said so, why not introduce these items first? Seeing Zhao Huai's tacit approval, Master Huang was secretly delighted in his heart. Was he finally going to find a buyer this time? When Zhao Huai made his decision, a golden light entered his mind. He knew very well that the destiny had arrived. However, there's no time to check now, he could only listen to Master Wang's explanation first. Shopkeeper, take a look at this ancient tripod first. This artifact was cast by the Lord of the Immortal Yearning sect at the time of the unification of the Yan country. It is inscribed with Great Yan Eternal, blessings without boundaries, which is enough to prove its authenticity. Besides, it is said that placing it in the house can suppress demons. A thing from the immortal world is naturally excellent. Listening to Master Wang's explanation, Zhao Huai nodded and responded perfunctorily while calculating in his mind. Since it's about checking in, one shouldn't waste resources. Why not treat this appraisal as a blind box draw? With so many treasures, what if there was a destiny draw of 10 in a row, wouldn't it be too exciting? Thinking about it that way, his mood improved significantly. Zhao Huai looked at the ancient tripod in front of him, examining the misfortune and fortune in his eye. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent, let's just take a look. Hexagram 1, Great Yan Eternal, blessings without boundaries, by taking the treasured tripod, you receive the indication of fortune. Trace origins, a treasure for suppressing demons and evils in the house. Hexagram 2, the merchant woman doesn't know the sorrow of her country's demise, still sings of the flowers in the rear garden across the river, by losing the ancient tripod of Great Yan, you get the indication of misfortune. Trace origins, rejecting the first item, the merchant will be displeased with you, and others will feel regretful. A treasure that protects the house from demons and invasions is not bad. The only question is who are the others that will feel regretful? Zhao Huai was very puzzled in his heart. His gaze swept over the bodyguards present, but none of them had any unusual expressions on their faces. Until he saw the middle-aged man in the fourth stage of refining qi. His eyes shifted away, his back turned to them, making it impossible to notice the anomaly without looking. That appearance seemed as if he was avoiding something. Combined with the previous statement, these things don't actually belong to the merchants. Could there be some hidden story behind it? I think this tripod is quite good, I can take it. Zhao Huai looked at the tripod, pretending to be pondering, and replied. That's very good. Master Huang smiled, and then continued to explain the next treasure. The next one is a famous painting. The Prosperous Age painting of the Qingping period is one of the current top 10 famous paintings handed down from ancient times, and it is also a work of the painter Gu Kai at that time. It took 7 days and nights, more than 10 meters long, depicting the scene of the flourishing capital of the Great Yan 300 years ago. Its collection value is unparalleled. Master Huang pointed at the characters in the painting, smiling faintly. The Great Yan was once prosperous, but who could have expected this day to come? The collapse of such a huge foundation, how unfortunate! Zhao Huai was unexpectedly moved by the sight, his tone full of regret. After this remark, the middle-aged guard at his side looked over, his eyes somewhat surprised. As for Master Wang's reaction, it was very cold. What's wrong with this Ya's country? Shopkeeper, you don't have to worry about it, continue looking at the treasures. After a long time of explanation, Zhao Huai was almost dozing off from listening to these descriptions. But Master Huang had introduced most of the items. As each hexagram appeared in front of Zhao Huai, the fortune and misfortune of obtaining or not obtaining each item were presented. He made both choices and rejections. This Master Huang was indeed cunning, selling things both genuine and fake. If it were not for his divination, he would certainly be cheated. He picked some items that were useful for himself and avoided those counterfeit goods. In total, he obtained 7 destiny orbs, not as many as 10 as he imagined. After all, blind boxes could also be empty. He had 2 human grade, 3 yellow grade, and 2 mysterious grade. These destinies were all more or less related to these antiques. Chapter 28, Destiny is like a star, Old Dynasty and Old Graces. First of all, among these 7 destinies, Zhao Huai felt the most useless were the 2 human grade destinies. They were obtained from a calligraphic model of erudite and a famous painting respectively. Fiddle at writing and painting technique beginner. The first one allowed him to write beautifully, mastering all styles such as running script, regular script, and cursive script, as if they were written by a master calligrapher. The other one granted him the talent in painting, making everything he drew look lifelike. Zhao Huai never kept useless destinies. Without a second thought, he let them enter the box to eat dust, or use them to upgrade other destinies. Next were the 3 yellow grade destinies, Expert Appraiser, All-Around Gracefulness, and Doctor of Classical Studies. Expert Appraiser was easy to understand from its name. It was a destiny that improved his ability to appraise treasures, identifying the authenticity and flaws of objects. It sounded quite fitting for his pawnshop business. However, to be honest, this destiny was barely satisfactory for Zhao Huai. Barely meeting his standard. Because of the presence of the copper coin, Zhao Huai didn't need to know the authenticity of the treasures. He just needed to know if he should buy them. As for all-around gracefulness, it was a social type of destiny, making him more eloquent and smooth in dealing with people, having a glib tongue, and being thoughtful in interpersonal relationships. Doctor of Classical Studies came from a pile of classical and ancient books, granting the person vast knowledge of scriptures and texts, easily understanding various obscure theories, mastering the writing style of 8-part essays, having a photographic memory, and writing articles like a great scholar, reaching the peak of classical studies. But what use did it have for him? Zhao Huai was following the path of immortal cultivation, charging forward relentlessly, and had no intention to serve the emperor. It might be useful for scholars or students, though. Students from his previous life would surely be overjoyed if they had obtained it. Fortunately, the last 2 black grade destinies provided Zhao Huai some consolation as they emerged before his eyes. Refining bones into jade, black grade lower level, absorb this destiny to transform your bones into ones as hard as spiritual jade. Crystal clear sword mind, black grade middle level, free your mind, lifting the limit of the sword techniques you've learned, enabling you to perform sword moves as you wish without a fixed set of techniques. Zhao Huai was quite satisfied with these 2 destinies. The first one emerged from 100-year spiritual jade dragon bone carving, strengthening his defense further. Spiritual jade was used as a material for crafting magical weapons, and after becoming jade, it could withstand tremendous impact, providing better protection. Vajra body only ensured that he had unbreakable, iron skin, while refining bones into jade perfectly complemented his defenses. Copper skin and jade bones complemented each other. The second destiny came from an ancestral sacrificial ancient sword. Originally a magical weapon, its power had significantly diminished after 100 years had passed, reducing it to a mere symbol. This destiny not only aided him in learning sword techniques and mastering swordsmanship, but more importantly, it broke the limits. All sword techniques have limits or weaknesses that constrain their power, but crystal clear sword mind allowed one to break those limits and make a sword technique even more powerful, enabling one to advance further on the sword path. Moreover, through these 7 destinies, Zhao Huai discovered a pattern. Higher value items tend to yield rarer destinies. High value items can yield high-level useful destinies as well as low-level useless ones. However, low-value items can only yield low-level destinies and cannot jump in quality. For example, the Earth Grade Destiny Lucky Strike he obtained from an unknown cultivator's black ring was worth the value of an Earth Grade Destiny. In contrast, Master Wang's forgeries and other unremarkable items had limited value, only able to yield low-level human grade destinies. Zhao Huai carefully examined the cart full of antiques and treasures, picking up and putting them down, one after another, for a long time, at least half an hour. Master Huang naturally wouldn't just stand there. Instead, he lay leisurely in the sedan, waiting patiently with a smoking pipe that somehow appeared in his hand. He took deep drags from it, puffing out white smoke every now and then. Zhao Huai finished checking the items and sought Master Huang out. "This should be everything. When do you want to settle the payment, sir?" "Whenever you want, shopkeeper." Master Huang sat up with a grin, taking a glance at the items Zhao Huai had selected. His joyful smile froze for a moment, before returning, but it wasn't as intense as before. Instead, it looked somewhat forced. That was because he noticed that Zhao Huai had taken the best items from the batch, and they were all genuine. He had carefully forged a large number of fake goods, but Zhao Huai didn't pick a single one. How could his eyesight be so perfect? This deal would be a substantial loss for him. Something wasn't right. Master Huang was clearly very unhappy. Upon deciding that after the deal was done, he definitely wouldn't let the shopkeeper take these items away so easily. Zhao Huai could clearly see the subtle changes in Master Wang's expression, but he pretended not to notice, casting a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man beside them. In contrast, the middle-aged guard's expression seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. Zhao Huai secretly wondered, why was this man concerned about the whereabouts of these relics? Did he have some special connection to them? Or perhaps, these relics were not discovered by Master Huang, but by this middle-aged guard? Zhao Huai pondered for a moment before probing. "Master Huang, how did you acquire this batch of relics from the old dynasty? I mean, before you got hold of them, if someone took your items and I end up getting charged, that wouldn't be good. You know what I mean." After listening, a hint of wariness flickered in the depths of Master Wang's eyes, but he reassured with a smile. "Don't worry, shopkeeper. These are items that the destitute royal nobles sold to me after being stripped of their titles. As these Yan nobles were demoted to commoners, I was able to collect these items. Therefore, you don't need to worry, it's absolutely safe." Zhao Huai nodded after listening. Master Wang's explanation sounded reasonable. After the demise of Yan country, the vast imperial family disintegrated and completely lost their former privileges. As they had fallen into the world without any means to support themselves, many people could only secretly sell their jewelry to maintain their family property. However, he didn't fully believe it. How could these royal nobles have access to such national treasures? They were all locked in the emperor's private collection. Seeing Zhao Huai's expression, Master Huang asked curiously. "I see the shopkeeper has quite a bit of sympathy for the Yan dynasty. Why is that?" Zhao Huai sighed lightly, lamenting, "Time flies, and feelings change. The Yan dynasty stood for 100 years, and after all, I was born under its rule. My grandfather once served as an official in Yan. Even though 3 years have passed, it's hard to let go. Yan may have been weak, but there were people who stood up to fight against adversities. Level ministers of Yan, veteran generals of Yan, soldiers of Yan, if one of them died for their country on the battlefield. To say it was all for naught would be too heartless. Perhaps Yan had many shortcomings, but it was still the old dynasty and its past kindness. We cannot forget everything." Chapter 29, Teaching Husband to Cultivate. Zhao Huai said this to once again test the guard and find out what the relationship was between this person and Yan country. As expected, the guard's face showed a thoughtful expression, and he sank into contemplation. Clearly, Zhao Huai's words had an effect on him. However, Master Huang beside them chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. "Shopkeeper, you're too emotional. In life, we always cross paths with others, and when disaster strikes, we all flee in different directions. Of course, that's just my opinion. It doesn't matter where we make money, as long as we make it. Who cares who the emperor is? Besides..." The middle-aged guard couldn't stand listening to Master Wang's words any longer and interrupted with an expression of disgust and impatience. "We should leave, Master." His words cut off Master Wang's sentence. "What gives you the right to interrupt me?" Master Huang scolded him coldly, clearly dissatisfied with his behavior. He then glanced at the high sun and realized it was noon. Indeed, it was time to leave. So, he put on a smiling face and said to Zhao Huai, "It's time for lunch. I won't bother you anymore, shopkeeper. The amount of money is not small, so just have one of your assistants deliver it to Lefu Inn." "No problem," Zhao Huai replied, watching the carriages and guards gradually leave. At the same time, he saw that guard among the crowd, who looked back at him from afar. Still no success. Hi. On the street. Carriages moved while the bodyguards followed. Master Huang sat in his sedan, smoking leisurely and said coldly to the middle-aged guard beside him, "If you interrupt me again, I'll deduct your entire month's salary." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged guard replied expressionlessly. Master Huang took a drag on his cigarette, trying to calm his annoyance. He then said in an indifferent tone, "Just follow the usual plan tonight. We'll make a move after they deliver the money." The middle-aged guard asked puzzledly, "Master Huang, didn't you already sell them the items? What do you know?" Master Huang flung his cigarette, and suddenly began cursing. "He took my best batch of goods, the spiritual jade, the treasured tripod, and the other things he chose. Do you want me to lose money? Have I ever lost money on this journey?" Master Huang boasted proudly, "Those who are afraid to buy or buying fake goods can be ignored, but those who dare to buy real goods, I will frame them as remnants of the old dynasty and make them return the relics. This strategy has never failed. But this shopkeeper bought only genuine items." The middle-aged guard fell silent, not saying anything further. Using this one method of ripping others off, Master Huang had made a fortune from those who dared to take risks. He wasn't afraid of others coming after him, and no one knew where he got his connections. He knew people in the capital city and wasn't afraid of being arrested, but even if he was, it would only last a few days. He then advised Master Huang, "Master Huang, this shopkeeper seems different from the others we've encountered. He looks like a kind man. Will killing him harm the harmony of heaven and earth?" After listening, Master Huang took a puff of his cigarette and scoffed, "I don't care if he's a good or bad person. If he blocks my path to wealth, then he's as good as dead. Just do as I say, and stop talking nonsense." "Understood." The middle-aged guard replied, an inexplicable glint flickering in his eyes. At this time, inside Huai's pawnshop, a red square wooden table stood in the center of the room, covered with steaming dishes. "Husband, come eat." Yu Qinghan called out to the doorway. "Oh, coming." Zhao Huai stepped over the threshold, his eyes fixed on the mouth-watering table of food, his appetite stirred. Yu Qinghan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Zhao Huai's bowl, then smiled and said, "You've worked hard discussing business, husband." Zhao Huai ate the meat and nodded slowly. "Indeed, it's not easy. This businessman is not a good person. He's totally cunning. You don't know, the night luminous pearl he gave you before was fake." Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan raised her eyebrows. "I have to settle accounts with him. If he doesn't die, he must lose a layer of skin." Zhao Huai thought Yu Qinghan was talking about reporting him to the authorities, so he comforted her. "Forget it, I've taken advantage of him a few times too." Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan's expression returned to normal. During the idle talk at the dinner table, Zhao Huai finally remembered the previous assassination attempt and asked casually, "By the way, madam, do you still have contact with your family?" Yu Qinghan's expression tightened, and she shook her head. "I didn't ask deeply at the beginning, but what kind of conflict did you have with your family that made you leave home?" Zhao Huai had been curious about this for a long time. Yu Qinghan's initial reason was that she had become tired of the battlefield life, but Zhao Huai believed this was only part of the reason. There must be some other conflict between her and her family. It wasn't appropriate to ask too much when they first met, but now that they were married, it was natural for him to delve deeper. Yu Qinghan sighed, "What else can cause a conflict? I have 2 brothers, and we had a falling out over dividing our family assets. After arguing with my father, he said that he no longer recognized me as his daughter. I got the freedom I wanted. Do you have any regrets?" Yu Qinghan firmly replied, "No regrets. With my husband's support, there's no need to go back to my old home. The time I've spent with you has been the happiest of my life." After listening, Zhao Huai held Yu Qinghan's jade hand tightly and said earnestly, "Qinghan, I will treat you well." Yu Qinghan gently responded with a and then asked, "Husband, do you remember when I said I would teach you how to cultivate?" "Yes, what's up?" Zhao Huai replied. Yu Qinghan smiled faintly, "I think we can start these nights. I have the cultivation techniques from my family, so my husband can start by refining qi and building a strong foundation." Zhao Huai looked at Yu Qinghan's smiling face, deeply touched that she cared so much for him. Now that he was still concealing his cultivation, he felt guilty. What kind of fortune had he accumulated in his previous lives to marry such a virtuous wife? Well, now was the perfect opportunity to gradually reveal his true cultivation level. From now on, he could openly cultivate at home. That's fine, no problem. I'll rely on my wife. Zhao Huai smiled faintly and agreed. Having finished their meal, Yu Qinghan eagerly pulled Zhao Huai to the backyard for cultivation. It must be said, her way of teaching was unique. From theory to the beginning, she had her own unique understanding of cultivation. Yu Qinghan's talent was vastly different from Zhao Huai's. Unlike him, who relied on destiny to improve, she had genuinely and diligently practiced, hardly ever using pills to break through. As a result, her foundation was incredibly strong, and her combat abilities were much higher than ordinary people. With this qi cultivating technique, my husband will be able to refine qi quickly. To succeed in the first layer, you just need to be able to absorb the spiritual qi from the universe into your body and transform it into true qi, Yu Qinghan explained to Zhao Huai very seriously. This left Zhao Huai in an awkward position, as these concepts were utterly basic, and he, of course, knew them. However, at this moment, he had to pretend to be a novice and nod his head in agreement. Is that so? Zhao Huai thought it was about time, so he released his cultivation, adjusting to the first layer of refining qi, and pretended to ask for guidance. Yu Qinghan's hand gently touched Zhao Huai's pubic region, feeling the flow of true qi, and upon confirming that he was at the first layer of refining qi, she exclaimed in astonishment. You've succeeded already? That's great. Zhao Huai's breakthrough gave her a lot of confidence. Chapter 30, Bloodshed in the Dark Night. Seeing the surprise on Yu Qinghan's pretty face, Zhao Huai smiled and said, perhaps it's because of Madame's guidance. Before, I was struggling to get started, but now it's much simpler. Yu Qinghan nodded at his words. Her husband's words made sense, having someone to guide him would indeed greatly increase the success rate. Next, Yu Qinghan looked at Zhao Huai with a sincere gaze and instructed. Qi travels through the meridians and gathers in the pubic region, which means husband has broken through to the first level of refining qi and has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. From now on, you must diligently practice and not slack off. I understand, I will work hard in my cultivation. Zhao Huai nodded solemnly, then smiled and touched her serious face. Otherwise, how can I grow old together with Madame? Yu Qinghan's cheeks flushed, her eyes full of gentleness, and she softly said. When did my husband's words become so sweet? As long as my wife enjoys hearing it. Zhao Huai could not resist leaning closer as he looked at the delicate face before him. Why not now? Boom boom. Just as they were engaged in their intimate conversation, an untimely, urgent knock came from outside, as if some significant matter had occurred. Unbelievable, it had to happen right now. Zhao Huai muttered, his train of thought disrupted. Yu Qinghan, covering her mouth with a smile, urged, all right, go on. Fine, I'll go open the door. Zhao Huai spoke, then stood up and walked towards the door. With a dead fish eye, he impatiently opened the bolt. Once the door was opened, however, the person he saw was somewhat unexpected. Brother Yan, what's the matter? Zhao Huai was surprised, as the doctor, Yan Jing, was standing at his door with a serious expression. There's been an incident. Yan Jing said solemnly. What happened? Zhao Huai furrowed his brows, glancing at the sky outside at the same time. It was already slightly dark, and it seemed the sunset was fading fast. Time truly flew by while cultivating. Do you remember the group of swindlers from earlier today? I remember, what happened? I even managed to get a good deal. Zhao Huai laughed softly. Seeing Zhao Huai's expression, Yan Jing relaxed and said. That swindler has died. Zhao Huai raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. How did he die? Although this news came suddenly, he wasn't shocked. Perhaps he was already prepared for it mentally. Yan Jing indifferently explained, his throat was cut with a single sword stroke, his belongings and cart were robbed and his heart was removed, leaving it to be gnawed on by wild beasts. The police are now investigating this matter. At first, I thought it was you who did it, considering that he stayed at your place more than anywhere else except the inn. However, when I thought about it, your carefree and detached nature and lack of conflict with the world made me think that it couldn't have been you. Zhao Huai smiled, understanding Yan Jing's purpose for the visit. Yan Jing initially thought he had killed someone, so he wanted to help him. Zhao Huai felt warmth in his heart and said. Indeed, you understand me. If I wanted to kill him, the police would not even find his corpse. Yan Jing heard this and couldn't help but smile. He continued, nevertheless, you shouldn't take this lightly. I estimate that after the police investigate overnight, they'll probably come to question you tomorrow morning. You should be prepared. All right, I understand. It's a small matter anyway, since I didn't kill the person. Zhao Huai spread his hands. Yan Jing nodded, and then pondered, the murderer's method is somewhat strange though. Why was only the swindler's heart removed while the surrounding bodyguards were left untouched? Zhao Huai thought for a moment before reaching a conclusion. Perhaps the swindler's heart was blacker. Yan Jing asked again, did you notice anything unusual or suspicious about him today when you saw him? The sooner the murderer is found, the safer you will be. There is someone, but I can't be sure. I'll tell you when I'm certain. Zhao Huai had a suspect and a guess in mind, the guard from the day. Initially, he thought his words hadn't worked, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. However, he also didn't dare claim to have 100% certainty, and although he didn't have coffin-nailing evidence, he did have some 70% confidence. Is there any other news? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Huai wanted to ask for more information. Yan Jing thought for a moment, then replied seriously, there is one thing. Recently, the nearby towns have been troubled, with frequent appearances of demons. It would be best not to go out, as Jinzhou is still safe. Understood, Zhao Huai nodded. Inside the room. In the shadows, a maid quietly appeared, handing several bundles of tied-up medicinal herbs over to Yu Qinghan. My princess, do you really want to teach young Master Zhao cultivation? He is already quite old, and I estimate it will consume a lot of resources. It is worth the expense. Even if I have to spend all my pills, I will assist him in his cultivation. Yu Qinghan accepted the panacea and replied seriously. The maid sighed softly, sigh, young Master Zhao is really lucky to have married such a virtuous wife as the princess. If the veteran generals in the army saw this, they would be dumbstruck. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. The maid asked, Princess, since your father's old wounds have recurred, won't you go back to see him? Father is sick again. Yu Qinghan furrowed her brow, a trace of concern in her eyes. Yes, he has been bedridden for 3 days now. The imperial physician said it's a relapse of the hidden injury he sustained on the battlefield. Yu Qinghan scoffed, when did they both become so understanding? Back when the kingdom was first established, they argued ceaselessly over their fiefs. This servant does not know. After all, the crown prince has been staying by his majesty's bedside day and night, showing great filial piety. Even the civil and military officials are praising him. Well, then, let him take care of it. He can use this opportunity to show his filial piety. Yu Qinghan spoke indifferently. The maid helplessly said, yes, understood. This servant will take her leave. With a whoosh, her figure leaped up and passed through the skylight, disappearing into the night. Madam, I'm back. From outside the bedroom door came Zhao Huai's voice. Yu Qinghan pulled open the skylight and, carrying the medicinal herbs, walked out the door, asking. Husband, what was it? Zhao Huai explained, a friend came to deliver a message, saying there was a murder tonight. It must have been the work of a demon, so he advised me to be careful. In reality, he was very clear that it could not have been the work of a demon. He said this only as an explanation for his wife. Madam, what's that in your hand? Zhao Huai suddenly noticed the bundle of herbs in Yu Qinghan's hand and couldn't help asking curiously. Yu Qinghan smiled and explained, these are the medicinal herbs I selected for my husband. They can temper the body and speed up the refinement of spiritual qi. For someone at your current level, the effects would be significant. Don't worry, it won't cost much, and you don't need to worry. Although my dowry isn't much, it's more than enough to buy you medicine. Upon hearing this, although Zhao Huai was momentarily stunned, he felt deeply moved and tenderly said, Madam, you are truly wonderful. Let me reward you properly. Chapter 31, Commander's Seal and Constable. Zhao Huai slept straight through to noon the next day. If there wasn't anything urgent, he wouldn't get up early, sleep as much as he could, and the daily business of the pawnshop was just average, so he was not in a hurry. Seeing that Madame was already busy in the kitchen, Zhao Huai smiled slightly. He was about to open the door of the pawnshop habitually and flip the open sign. However, when he opened the door, he saw a blood-stained storage ring on the carpet by the doorway. Zhao Huai stepped out of the door, scanned the street from left to right, and saw nothing unusual. Whose ring is this? So he curiously examined it. But the contents inside surprised him somewhat. Stacks of spiritual stones and banknotes, which looked quite numerous, along with a large number of antiques, and finally, a seal and a blank piece of paper. Aren't these banknotes the ones I gave out yesterday? And these antique playthings were left over from yesterday's pick. Zhao Huai immediately knew the origin of these things. Weren't they all from that treacherous merchant yesterday? In almost an instant, Zhao Huai realized something. Rushing to take out the last seal and blank paper. This is a small seal, with dried blood smeared on it, only as big as a thumb, made of amber jade, carved in the shape of a tiger body, with small seal script engraved on the bottom. Is this a military seal? Zhao Huai recognized the object before him at once. It was indeed the tiger-shaped military seal, also known as the commander's seal, used in ancient times to mobilize the army for war. He quickly opened the white paper to see what was written on it. Shopkeeper, your words yesterday inspired me greatly, I'll leave these things to you. Zhao Huai only read the beginning and had already guessed who the author of this letter might be. It must be that sword-carrying guard, so he continued reading. After a while, Zhao Huai finished reading the letter and, after looking at the signature Yan country old people, was even more certain that the letter had been left by the guard. At this point, Zhao Huai finally figured out the events of last night and the origins of those treasures. This letter was left by an old soldier of Yan country who had once been a servant in the capital. When Yan city fell, he took away many treasures, but later felt extremely guilty and, after seeing the treacherous merchant's cruel acts, finally decided to kill him. Recollecting the divination result of that day, Zhao Huai now understood why, whether they bought from the treacherous merchant or not, the result was always misfortune. Because he didn't rely on these cultural relics to make money, he relied on secretly usurping others. If it weren't for this old soldier, the treacherous merchant would have sent someone to deal with him. In this case, the death of the treacherous merchant indeed solved one of his troubles. I never expected that he was also a member of the Yan army. Zhao Huai still had a bit of admiration for this old soldier deep in his heart. Although he failed on the battlefield, he managed to repay his loyalty and gratitude for the past, which was rare and commendable. Of course, he might also be overthinking it. The treacherous merchant might have deserved it, and if he hadn't provoked it, the guard might not have killed him so quickly. Zhao Huai tightly held the tiger-shaped seal in his hand, tidied up the antique banknotes in front of him, and put them back into the storage ring. Anyway, what happened has already happened, and people should look forward. Clear the way for the police station. A yell came, and several blue-robed constables appeared on the street. Armed with iron rulers and a solemn expression, they strode towards Huai's pawnshop and directly surrounded the entrance. Seeing this situation, Zhao Huai remained composed. Last night, he thought the police station would come early in the morning, but he didn't expect them to arrive only at noon. It seemed that he and Yanjing had overestimated the efficiency of the police station. Officers, what case has brought you to my shop? I am a law-abiding citizen, and I do not engage in illegal activities. Zhao Huai pretended to be puzzled, speaking innocently. The leading constable did not reply but first sized up Zhao Huai's appearance. This was their professionalism, gauging some basic information through observation. However, the person in front of them had fair skin, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and was quite handsome. At first glance, he appeared to be a gentle, well-kept young man with no connection to a vicious criminal. Here's the thing, shopkeeper, last night at the hour of the rabbit, a businessman was killed on the outskirts of town. I investigated his itinerary, and he only came to your place on that day, and he stayed here the longest, so you are highly suspicious. The constable leader spoke while staring intently at Zhao Huai, trying to find any subtle changes in his expression. That businessman is dead. Zhao Huai's face was filled with surprise, as if he had just heard the news. How did you suspect me? I have no reason to kill him. Zhao Huai's tone was quite aggrieved. You do have a motive. Perhaps the deal didn't go through, or the price was not right, all of which are possible. Another constable standing nearby said. Zhao Huai said with a bitter smile, what deal? What price? I was completely deceived. Explain briefly. Zhao Huai complained directly, that businessman was clearly a treacherous merchant. That day, I kindly discussed the price with him, but he deceived me with a fake night luminous pearl. My wife can testify to this. A fake night luminous pearl? Was it because you were deceived that you killed him in a fit of anger? That's impossible. It's just a pearl, not worth it. Zhao Huai shook his head. The head constable always tried to lead Zhao Huai towards the direction of murder, but Zhao Huai was not affected at all. The head constable exchanged glances quickly with several constables behind him. They watched Zhao Huai's reactions closely but found nothing unusual. Tell us the details at the police station. We'll also file a report. The head constable turned to Zhao Huai and said. Go to the police station. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai naturally objected. Can't we just talk here? There are officials at the police station who will record the situation, and we will take note of everything you say. The head constable explained. Zhao Huai understood that they wanted him to go to the police station to give a statement. But who would want to go to that cold prison? He still didn't know what these constables were thinking. It was not so much about recording a statement as it was about using the threat of prison to see if they could expose any faults in him. Get out of the way. Don't block your master's way. Just as Zhao Huai wanted to take out a copper coin to divine good and bad luck, a domineering voice came from the side of the road. He and the surrounding constables all looked over. A wealthy young master dressed in fine clothes and wearing 3 rings on one hand strode towards them. Li Yanqing. Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile when he saw the newcomer. Striding towards the pawnshop, the pompous Li Yanqing saw the constables blocking the entrance and Zhao Huai in the middle. His expression suddenly turned ugly, and he roared directly, "Damn it, you all want to die! You dare to surround the life-saving teacher of this young master!" Chapter 32, You have demonic eye on you. Young Master Li. Several constables looked at the newcomer, and the aura on their faces diminished considerably. They all bowed their heads respectfully, cupping their hands. That's because the identity of the newcomer was notorious to them. The biological son of Jinzhou Prefecture Chief Li Chong, Li Yanqing. He could be seen in the police station every day, and people had to address him as young master. After all, he was a genuine troublemaker in the station, not to mention that he often used many strong constables as his lackeys. Could there be anything more outrageous than this? But no one dared to confront him except his father. Governor Li was busy all day and had no time to deal with his son. As subordinates, they were afraid to complain and could only talk about it behind his back. So they usually kept their distance from Li Yanqing. Now, Li Yanqing had already run over and stood in front of the constables. He raised his finger and began scolding. Who gave you the guts to arrest my master? Master! The constables looked at each other, bewildered. Li Yanqing placed his hands on his hips and sneered, This senior is the new master my father found for me. Don't you emo? A few constables glanced at each other, obviously unaware of the matter. Young Master Li, we really haven't heard about this. You haven't heard about it because your rank is too low. If I say there is, there is. Li Yanqing replied coldly. Zhao Huai watched the arrogant Li Yanqing in front of him and glanced at the constable's expressions, which were evidently constipated. The head constable knew that he absolutely couldn't offend the young master in front of him, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to keep his position. At the same time, this case was very important and not easy to compromise. So, he could only reluctantly smile apologetically, Young Master Li, we were just following the normal procedures. Besides, we didn't know he was your master. We were just inviting the shopkeeper over for a chat, and it won't cause any harm. Li Yanqing crossed his arms and refused, his tone resolute. The constable asked suspiciously. Li Yanqing said calmly, I have something to ask the senior. You can't take him away. But he's related to a significant case, and it's difficult to explain to the governor. Please don't make things difficult for us. The constable said troubledly. I'll handle it. Li Yanqing impatiently said. Are you trying to take action? Are you still not leaving? After exchanging glances, a few constables reluctantly turned around to leave, planning to report back first. Senior, my apologies. Seeing the constables finally leaving, Li Yanqing turned back and smiled at Zhao Huai, performing a salute. The difference between his demeanor now and just a moment ago was like night and day. Zhao Huai leaned against the door, silently watching the entertaining scene unfold, and couldn't help but smile. Your young master's prestige is quite impressive. Li Yanqing shook his head and sighed, it's still nothing compared to you, senior. When will I be able to control swords through the air like you, kill someone within 10 steps without getting blood on me? That would be real prestige. Alright, enough bootlicking. What do you want from me? Zhao Huai asked with a faint smile. As soon as this topic was brought up, Li Yangqing's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "It has been several days since I last saw you, senior. You promised to teach me refining qi. I've been eagerly waiting, so I took the initiative to come here. I've been somewhat busy for the past few days and forgot." Zhao Huai explained the reason, then leisurely said, "This matter is not urgent, and I'll have some free time in the coming days. Why not examine your qualifications now? Senior, please check." Li Yangqing raised his hand straightforwardly, not caring at all. Zhao Huai grabbed the young man's hand, and his true qi entered Li Yangqing's body to check him. However, it was just a moment of contact. Eek! An invisible face of a fox formed out of black smoke screamed sharply and rushed out of Li Yangqing's meridians. It launched an attack directly at Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai squinted his eyes. At this moment, the stable Taoist mind destiny in his head suddenly activated. An invigorating qi gushed out from his mind, merging into the spiritual power barrier formed by the insanity technique. The spiritual power expanded until it became like a solid substance, eventually transforming into an ancient bell emitting a deep dong-dong rumble. The deafening bell reverberated endlessly, capable of cleansing one's state of mind and removing demonic nature. Instantly, the demonic qi in the shape of a fox face was shattered. Then, Zhao Huai took out a stack of yellowed talisman papers from the black ring. He used his hand as a brush and qi as ink. He began to draw the talisman with a single hand, his movements so fast that only after images could be seen. With the backing of the excellence in talisman inscription destiny, Zhao Huai's proficiency in drawing talismans had risen by another level. "Senior, what is this?" Li Yangqing looked puzzled at the scene unfolding before him, somewhat confused. Zhao Huai did not respond, but continued drawing talismans. True qi at the tip of his fingers glowed brightly, like a lantern. The intricate patterns on the paper surface were deep and tricky, dancing like a flying dragon. In just a short moment, 2 talismans were completed. Without saying anything, Zhao Huai directly pasted them onto the back of Li Yangqing's neck. After doing all this, Zhao Huai slowly let go of Li Yangqing's hand. "What happened, senior?" Only now did Li Yangqing dare to speak up and ask. Zhao Huai frowned and said solemnly, "You have demonic qi within you." Demonic qi. Hearing this word, Li Yangqing's brain buzzed. "Yes, a very strong demonic qi." Zhao Huai nodded slightly and began to explain, "I originally wanted to examine your meridians, but a burst of demonic qi suddenly surged out. I suppressed it with my spiritual power, but it still remains within your body. Senior, what should I do?" Li Yangqing's expression was quite painful, resembling a bitter gourd. Zhao Huai reassured him, "I've drawn the Water Thunder Talisman and Earth Suppressing Thunder Talisman to hold down the demonic qi for now. You don't have to worry for the time being. The Water Thunder Talisman and Earth Suppressing Thunder Talisman belonged to the 5 Elements Thunder Talisman, basic Taoist talismans, which were sufficient for now." Although Li Yangqing was relieved after hearing this, he was still puzzled. "Why would I have demonic qi inside my body? The demonic qi is very strong and has been lurking within you for some time," Zhao Huai added. While contending against the demonic qi earlier, Zhao Huai clearly felt that it carried a hint of peculiar allure. Over time, it could corrode a person's state of mind. Seeing Li Yangqing deep in thought, Zhao Huai reminded him. "Think about it, where have you been recently? Where do you usually go every?" "I got it." Suddenly, Li Yangqing slapped his head and said in realization, "It must be the Drunken Flower Tavern." Drunken Flower Tavern. Zhao Huai was stunned, but quickly understood. Wasn't the Drunken Flower Tavern a brothel? This kid went to the brothel every day. No wonder he encountered demons. If he wasn't sucked dry by demons, he would be sucked dry by other stuff. Li Yangqing recalled, "I remember the Drunken Flower Tavern brought in a group of new girls. One of them was not only extremely seductive but also had a pleasant voice. I went there quite a few times in a row." Having thought about it, Li Yangqing laughed bitterly, "Senior, can you eliminate that demon? It would count as getting rid of a menace for the people." Zhao Huai stretched lazily and said indifferently, "Not going, I'm too busy." "Why bother with that? Just don't go to the brothel anymore, problem solved." Chapter 33, The Debate on Demons, Destiny Upgrade. Hearing Zhao Huai's rejection, Li Yangqing felt slightly disappointed in his heart. Zhao Huai glanced at him and slowly said, This is the second lesson I'm teaching you, do what you can and don't show off. Because you don't know how many enemies there are. What if you kill one and a group comes, then you kill a group and another horde comes? What would you do? So the best thing to do is to avoid it. Upon hearing Zhao Huai's words, Li Yanqing nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand, and firmly said, I understand, senior. I will not go to the brothel anymore. As long as you understand, you can go back now. As long as the demonic qi on your body is not cleaned, it is impossible to refine qi. Zhao Huai said with his hands behind his back. I understand. Although Li Yanqing was helpless, he had no choice. Who could blame his bad luck? Wait. As soon as Li Yanqing turned his head, he was stopped by Zhao Huai. What's wrong, senior? Zhao Huai took out 3 Taoist talismans from the black ring and smiled. Take these 3 Taoist talismans first. Thanks to you for today's constable incident, with these talismans, you can repel ordinary demons and still have time to escape. Li Yanqing took the talismans, a sly smile flashed in his eyes. It seemed that senior still cared about him and deliberately left 3 talismans for self-defense. You don't have true qi magic power, so just aim and throw them when using. Zhao Huai reminded him again. Li Yanqing smiled brilliantly, I understand, senior. If you need help in the future, just come to me. Once a teacher, forever a father. Your business is my business. I'll take my leave now. Watching the departing figure, Zhao Huai couldn't help but ponder deeply. The demonic qi on Li Yanqing was not weak, and it should be among the top-ranked demons he had ever encountered. Though he hadn't encountered many demons himself. Speaking of the word demon, Zhao Huai carefully recalled these 3 years since he came to this world, and the number of demons he had seen with his own eyes should still be within 10. As for demons, his understanding was also very limited. At present, the only information Zhao Huai knew was the following. First, demons like to eat humans and disguise themselves as humans, wearing human skin, hiding among mortals, deceiving and eating people. They are often ferocious, some are beasts, and some are ghosts. Powerful demons will keep humans in captivity, fattening them up before eating. Fortunately, they also have weaknesses. No matter how much they look like humans, there will always be flaws, and often a certain part of their body is a demon's characteristic. Second, demons are also graded, but he doesn't know the specific grades. It is said that the more human-like the demon, the higher the grade, and the more similar to humans, the more difficult it is to find the small flaws in their bodies. Lastly, magical weapons are the best tools for cultivators to kill demons. The stronger the magical weapon, the better the effect. Magical weapons are divided into 1 to 9 stars according to their power, and 9-star magical weapons are the strongest in the world. Every year, many immortal cultivation sect disciples go down the mountain to eliminate demons, maintaining the order of the mortal world. The human race still maintains the upper hand, and small demons dare not show their heads easily. As for more information, Zhao Huai's research was not thorough. He learned much of the information above from ancient books. For example, how do demons disguise themselves as humans? Where are their gathering places located? What specific species of demons are there? He didn't know these questions. When Zhao Huai first saw a demon, it was on his way south to escape. At the lakeside, a group of people was drinking water. As he was drinking water, someone was pulled into the water by a hidden, unclear monster at the bottom of the lake. At that time, he was just a young man who had just turned 20. Where had he seen such a scene? His face turned pale with fright, and he fled on the spot. It was after witnessing the tragic scenes of people being slaughtered in chaotic times that he firmly resolved to pursue immortal cultivation. He cultivated his detached mentality in the face of difficulties. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhao Huai walked towards the house. However, after looking around for a while, he still hadn't seen Madame's figure. Not in the kitchen. Did she go out? He looked around and saw the ready-made dishes on the table, slightly puzzled. At the same time, there was a medicine furnace in the middle of the kitchen, emitting hot air, and he didn't know what was being prepared inside. The fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted out from it. "Husband, I'm back." As Zhao Huai was pondering, a familiar voice came from the back door. Zhao Huai saw Yu Qinghan returning with a basket of vegetables and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Madam, where did you go just now? You disappeared in a short while." Yu Qinghan put the vegetable basket in the kitchen and smiled. I saw that you were awake, so I went out to buy some medicinal herbs. I'm also going to start cultivating, so I thought I'd buy mine at the same time. The medicine takes a long time to boil, so you'll have to wait a few more days, husband. Yu Qinghan was telling the truth. Her cultivation was progressing rapidly. Although she didn't need pills to break through, she needed medicinal strength to stabilize her cultivation. Let's eat first. All right. By the afternoon, Zhao Huai was idle in front of the counter, and his wife had gone to see a play. The pawnshop's business was still average, occasionally someone would pawn some silver or jade, but it was always small money. Since he had some free time right now, why not upgrade his destiny and clean up the bottom of the box destinies? Zhao Huai began to check his mind and found that apart from a few evergreen destinies, many destinies still needed to be upgraded. For example, light as a swallow, human grade, medium, and swordsmanship specialization, yellow grade, high. These two destinies had been with Zhao Huai for a long time, and their effects were quite good. However, their grades were a bit low, so they needed to be upgraded. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huai first disassembled the fiddle at writing and painting technique beginner destinies. The white star points in his mind all flowed into light as a swallow. Bright yellow light came, and a new destiny was born. Quick mover, yellow grade, high, your movement is very fast, the speed has increased greatly, twice that of the original. Zhao Huai nodded in satisfaction. With a speed that reached double the original, he could definitely dominate a large group of people at the same level. Then, it was time for swordsmanship specialization. Dismantle Doctor of Classical Studies and all-around gracefulness. Zhao Huai murmured in his heart. He had thought about this in advance. Doctor of Classical Studies could only enhance his academic talent in classics, which was not very relevant to him. The other one was all-around gracefulness, a social type destiny. He felt that his own brain was already enough for him and didn't need to be upgraded. He could give it to something more useful instead. He still planned to save Expert Appraiser as a trump card, since it was something to rely on for his livelihood, and he would see if it was useful in the future. The yellow light spot disappeared in his mind, and a new dark blue destiny appeared, and swordsmanship specialization finally transformed. Zhao Huai took a closer look. Sword skill genius, black grade, high, you possess unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, and your cultivation speed in sword skills is very fast. Special effect, swordsmanship enlightenment, achieve a state where man and sword are one for an hour, once a week. Chapter 34, Mastering Sword Drawing Skill, Sword Skill Breakthrough. Seeing this destiny, Zhao Huai's eyes lit up. Sword skill genius? With this destiny, I can make even greater breakthroughs in swordsmanship. I need to ponder on this swordsmanship enlightenment. Zhao Huai would never underestimate this special effect, as he had experienced the Ultimate's Intention stage within peak Ultimate's Intention. The horror of having 8 times the strength of the physical body could completely shatter any method. So, this swordsmanship enlightenment cannot be underestimated either. Zhao Huai had only heard of the state of man and sword as one, but he had never personally experienced it. Do you want to merge destiny? Merge. Sword skill genius destiny's faint blue light bloomed, slowly returning to its position. As an early permanent destiny, its status is hard to shake. With the support of the destiny, Zhao Huai clearly felt that his understanding of swordsmanship in his mind began to deepen, and he made a qualitative leap. All the basic sword techniques he had learned before, many of which were wrong and cumbersome, he could now discern one by one. He could even evolve them in the simplest way. This is the extraordinary aspect of swordsmanship talent. Zhao Huai then absorbed Quick Mover, and a refreshing feeling immediately spread through his body, making his limbs feel very light. Invisibly, his speed had reached twice that of before. At the same time, Zhao Huai didn't forget about the 2 Xuan grade destinies he obtained from the unscrupulous antique dealer. Refining bones into jade and crystal clear sword mind. He was most impressed by the crystal clear sword mind destiny, which could unleash the upper limit of sword technique and not be limited by each move. Zhao Huai suddenly had an idea. This crystal clear sword mind and sword skill genius have the same essence but different techniques. Both destinies enhance swordsmanship, but in different aspects. Crystal clear sword mind focuses on sword moves, while sword skill genius is about talent. What would happen if both were combined? Zhao Huai couldn't help but get excited and immediately picked up a swordsmanship cultivation technique to study. If it were an ordinary technique, that would be fine, he could learn it at a glance. But this sword technique was quite special. It was something you might learn, but it would be extremely difficult to master in a lifetime. Cultivating such a sword technique requires great talent. At this moment, Zhao Huai was revisiting this sword technique he had learned before in his mind. Its name is sword drawing skill. Sword drawing skill is an extremely basic sword technique, but those who master it are very few. Many people misunderstood it as a sword drawing technique to practice, including Zhao Huai at first. But in fact, this was entirely the wrong direction. Sword drawing skill is not a sword move technique, but a constantly evolving, growing sword technique. What is the real sword drawing skill? It is adjusting oneself to the peak state, with the mind, spirit, and chi united as one. Nurturing the sword in the heart, sheathing the blade. The strength gathered over many years, and the moment of release. If it doesn't sound, it's already amazing. When it does, it's extraordinary. Ancient classics record that immortals used swords to break stones, overturn seas of clouds, and call it the sword. Zhao Huai restudied sword drawing skill, corrected the previous mistakes, but there was still a little gap to achieve a real transformation. Don't underestimate this gap, it often determines the key to success. Outsiders come and go at Huai's pawnshop. As long as they look inside, they can see a person with closed eyes, leaning on a recliner, as if taking a nap. In fact, Zhao Huai was in a state of meditation and enlightenment. However, no matter how many insights he gained, his understanding of momentum was still vague. How could he use sword momentum and guide it? As long as he could break through this thin layer of paper, he could truly master the sword drawing skill. Activate swordsmanship enlightenment. Zhao Huai silently chanted in his heart. The special effect of sword skill genius destiny was activated, and he suddenly fell into a mysterious realm. He felt as though he had become a sword, with a bottomless sharpness, refined in a deep, cold environment. With Zhao Huai as the center, invisible whirlwinds began to form around him. He made the posture of drawing a sword, and although there was no sword in his hand, there was an inexplicable momentum. Whirlwinds followed him, releasing a mysterious power. It was fierce but harmless. Zhao Huai's body was still, the whirlwinds grew larger, and his hand gripping the imaginary sword became tighter and tighter. At this point, he had entered the realm of man and sword as one. More and more whirlwinds were spreading from Zhao Huai, even causing the copper coins on the shelves to jingle. With the crystal-clear sword mind destiny, it allowed his state of mind to be imprinted with the sword, breaking the shackles of the upper limit. Until a tipping point, there was a whoosh sound. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from the pawnshop, shaking the branches of the willow trees outside the shop door. A fierce wind swept across, causing the passers-by to cover their faces and complain, feeling inexplicable. This is the sword drawing skill. I've got it. Zhao Huai stood up hurriedly, with sharp eyes and beads of sweat on his forehead and neck. Now he had finally learned the real sword drawing skill, mastered the sword intent, and taken a big step forward in swordsmanship. Understanding sword intent is an essential step for sword cultivators in their cultivation path. Pear Blossom Alley. People filled the benches in rows, with a makeshift stage in the center where actors passionately recited their lines. Yu Qinghan sat among the audience, engrossed in the performance, her face still showing a smile. Invisible to the surrounding, many people were watching her, their eyes gleaming with cold light. She seemed not to notice, still focusing on the stage. My princess, King Yan wants to form an alliance with us, hoping to join forces against King Qin. A young-sounding woman's voice whispered softly into Yu Qinghan's ear. This middle-aged woman was a disguised maidservant. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan shook her head. My second brother? He's no good either. If I were to say that my eldest brother is a foolish brute, then he is as cunning as a fox, fond of using tricks when employing soldiers, and treating people with inscrutable depths. He probably doesn't have good intentions. Does your highness mean to refuse him? Yu Qinghan glanced at her and said indifferently, I don't need to join anyone, or even defeat anyone. The war is over, and what's the point of these internal struggles? Upon hearing this, the maidservant nodded and said. But the assassination order is still in effect, and now your highness's situation is still very dangerous. Just some trivial matters, unworthy of attention. The shadowless pavilion in the black market, right? Wait for me to reach the initiation stage, and I'll wipe them all out. Yu Qinghan's indifferent tone was as if she was discussing a trivial matter. However, someone is bothering me while I am watching the performance, which is indeed irritating." After saying that, she stood up and gracefully patted the creases in her embroidered cloud skirt. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The maidservant was taken aback. To kill. Chapter 35, Disciple of the Immortal Cultivation Sect. Huai's pawnshop. Zhao Huai felt increasingly better after mastering the sword-drawing skill. He glanced towards the shop entrance and business was still slow. He couldn't help but think about the prospect of reaching the initiation stage. He had been in possession of the initiation pill for a few days now, and the only reason he had not immediately consumed it to achieve a breakthrough was because he was waiting for the right opportunity. However, this breakthrough needed preparation. It was best to adjust both the physical and spiritual states to their peak and then use panacea for assistance. Zhao Huai estimated that it would be time for his breakthrough when the medicinal herbs prepared by the madam were ready in a few days. With the medicinal herbs as catalysts and in a secluded and peaceful location, a breakthrough aided by the initiation pill would be more reliable. After all, there was only one initiation pill, which could not be wasted. So, all factors needed to be carefully considered. Feeling idle, Zhao Huai took out a sheet of aged yellow talisman paper from the black ring, dipped his brush in ink, and began to experiment with new talisman. He had already mastered several fundamental talismans like the Fire Thunder Talisman and the Five Elements Talisman. He could draw them single-handedly and without the need for paper or pencil. The Water Thunder Talisman and the Earth Suppressing Thunder Talisman used to suppress the demonic qi within Li Yanqing were examples of this. However, this practice required quite a bit of proficiency and demanded high-quality true qi. Drawing talismans with paper and a brush conserved true qi. You could draw as many as you want in advance, provided you had enough materials. Of course, drawing talismans directly also had its advantages in terms of convenience and adaptability. However, Zhao Huai once read about a more potent method in the 3000 Thunderbolt technique. But, this was a more advanced method. There were also theories that different cultivators with different constitutions used different types of talisman. As Zhao Huai was engrossed in drawing talisman, customers finally arrived at the door. "Is anyone there?" "Shopkeeper," a female voice asked. Zhao Huai stopped his task and looked up to answer. "Of course there is, do you wish to pawn or sell something?" Selling meant bringing valuable items to pawn in exchange for money. Those items usually included treasures, land deeds, house deeds, etc. Pawning, on the other hand, meant temporarily putting valuable items in the pawn shop as collateral for a loan to tide over urgent needs. The belongings could be reclaimed once the owners had the funds. There was another more direct way borrowing money though with high interest rates. Many pawn shops made profits by providing high interest loans. "Neither, I am here to change some money." A young woman walked into the shop. Only then did Zhao Huai get a chance to look at her face and attire. The woman, dressed in a blue long skirt, had her silky hair draped over her shoulders and sported a fragrant sachet at her waist. She was remarkably tall and the slits in her skirt revealed a pair of slender and fair legs. Her eyes were beautiful and bright, comparable to autumn water. However, the glance in her eyes was rather cold. There was a flowing imprint at the center of her eyebrows. The woman had a strong aura every time she moved. The aura stemmed from her strength. Zhao Huai nearly concluded at first glance. The woman must be a cultivator. Both her complexion and demeanor were beyond comparison with ordinary people. Under the sensing of stable Taoist mind, he found that the surrounding spiritual qi was slowly flowing towards her. She is not just any cultivator, she is a formidable one. Her cultivation is likely to be higher than his. Considering her youth, it could be concluded that she is a disciple of an immortal cultivation sect. Zhao Huai concluded in his heart that the woman's cultivation should be at the initiation stage. The girl in the green skirt seemed slightly surprised by Zhao Huai's age but quickly regained her composure. She lightly flicked her hand and brought out several radiant spiritual stones, placing them on the counter. Zhao Huai took the spiritual stones, glanced at them, and was slightly surprised. The quality of these spiritual stones was exceptional, and they were filled with an abundance of spiritual qi, almost in a misty state. They were undoubtedly not inferior spiritual stones. They were genuine superior spiritual stones. One superior spiritual stone could be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver. "All right, please wait for a moment." Zhao Huai didn't hesitate to take a few high-denomination silver notes from the box behind him and immediately handed them over to her. The girl in the green skirt accepted the silver notes and said, smiling faintly, "Shopkeeper, do you know where the dog meat shop is around here? I want to buy some dog blood." "Dog meat shop? Continue down this street, and it will be in the third alley at the end," Zhao Huai replied, pointing out through the door. "Thanks, shopkeeper. Looking at you, it's clear that you are not an ordinary person. You must be a disciple of a sect. It's been a while since I saw someone of your caliber," Zhao Huai said with a smile. Meeting a formidable cultivator after a long time, he naturally wanted to curry favor and try to acquire some valuable information. Just as the girl was about to turn around and leave, she heard Zhao Huai's words, and her expression remained unchanged. She smiled and replied, "Indeed. Most disciples of a sect were arrogant and indifferent to ordinary mortals. This girl, however, was different. She was relatively approachable." "Why do you need dog blood?" Zhao Huai asked, puzzled. The woman in the green dress stared at Zhao Huai and explained slowly, "Naturally, it's for exorcising demons. Recently, the demons have re-emerged, wreaking havoc everywhere. The sect sent us disciples down from the mountain to exterminate these demons one by one." Acting as though he understood, Zhao Huai said, "I see, that truly is a good deed. Shopkeeper, you meet many people in your business. Have you sensed any movements from the demons?" asked the woman in the green dress, seemingly gaining information as well. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Huai replied, "Jinzhou seems safe. Is there any activity in the vicinity regarding demons?" The woman in the green dress nodded. "A powerful demon appeared in Jingyang town, causing many deaths. Many people were abducted by the demon. The way they died was pitiful." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai was somewhat surprised. "Jingyang town? Isn't that near Jinzhou?" "Yes. So it should be wandering around somewhere near Jinzhou," the woman in the green skirt replied, furrowing her brow. "If you sense anything, you must inform the officials. They will contact the sect, which will then send people. We'll take action at that time." Having heard the woman's instructions, Zhao Huai nodded and complimented. "Ah, it's good you guys are taking action. This demon has truly killed many." Looking at the back of the woman in the green skirt receding away, Zhao Huai couldn't help but wonder. The incident in Jingyang town was no small matter. A town usually has about 2,000 people, but it was uncertain how many had perished. The fact that disciples of the initiation stage were dispatched implied the issue was serious, as normally the cultivators at the initiation stage were pivotal to the sect and wouldn't be sent out casually. It seemed Yan Jing spoke the truth. Recently, he really should not venture out. But he couldn't fathom why the demons had suddenly become so rampant. Could it be related to the 4 demons he encountered last time? Chapter 36, The Fox Demon. Rebel. Kneel down. In the inner city of Jinzhou, in a majestic mansion, a lean middle-aged man berated a wealthy young master. The surrounding servants stepped back, somewhat fearful. This rich young master was none other than Li Yanqing, who had just returned from outside. At this moment, he was filled with unwillingness and stared coldly at the middle-aged man, saying, "What did I do wrong?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at his son, trembling with anger. This person was Li Yanqing's father, Li Chong, who was also the prefecture chief of Jinzhou. Governor Li was an elegant and learned middle-aged man in a green official robe, with cloud embroidery on his sleeves, and a short black beard on his chin. His appearance gave a reliable impression. However, the dark circles around his eyes were quite heavy, and his expression was haggard, obviously overworked from day and night. "You dare say you did nothing wrong? Who gave you the courage to obstruct the constables in handling the case? Do you know how big this case is, how many people have died, and you dare to stop them?" Li Chong scolded sternly. Li Yanqing showed no fear on his face at this moment, but instead had a calm and composed demeanor, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He chuckled nonchalantly. "Father, this person is the teacher I'm looking for. Naturally, he can't be arrested. Didn't you say that as long as I find a teacher myself who can teach me refining qi, you won't interfere with my affairs?" Upon hearing this, Li Chong furrowed his brow. He had indeed said that. Initially, because of his mediocre aptitude and hopeless cultivation, he took the exam for an official position. He wanted to cultivate a better successor to enter the immortal sect, so he found a teacher for Li Yanqing. However, they all said that his son had poor aptitude and could not be taught. He then thought about letting his son study, but Li Yanqing was simply not interested in studying. Unexpectedly, his son turned out to be such a disappointment, neither good at cultivation nor studying, becoming a prodigal son. He had scolded Li Yanqing that if he could cultivate, he would let him do whatever he wanted and not interfere. If he couldn't, he would obediently return to his studies. However, this was an angry remark, and who would have thought that Li Yanqing would actually go looking for a teacher? But most of them were still swindlers. Li Chong coldly said, "What kind of swindler from all folk corners of the country have you found? The recent huge expenses in the mansion are all thanks to you, right?" Li Yanqing confidently said, "This time, the teacher I found is definitely not a swindler, he is a genuine teacher, and I have witnessed his strength with my own eyes." Seeing his son like this, Li Chong didn't believe in his heart that he could find any powerful figures. Because powerful cultivators were all insects, and powerful loose cultivators were few and far between. He knew very well what kind of person his son was, so he didn't believe it in his heart. "Stop causing trouble. Father, what I said is true." Li Chong coldly snorted and ignored him, directly ordering the steward beside him. "Notify the police station that the person who should be tried must be tried." "Yes, master. I said, you can't try him." Li Yanqing rushed over, blocking the steward's path and said firmly, "Today, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to touch a single hair on that senior." Insolent. Governor Li saw his son not only did not repent but dared to talk back, and was instantly filled with rage. The old and new anger surged, and the annoying matters of the case had already put him in a bad mood. "You unfilial son!" He strode forward and slapped his son's face. Smack! A clear sound echoed as Li Yanqing was slapped to the ground by his father, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He covered his bruised cheek, staring at his father with wide eyes. He didn't expect his father to actually hit him. His heart filled with rage as he roared, "What right do you have to hit me? How many times have you been home since I was a child? Even when my mother died, all you had in your heart was your official position. Do you deserve it?" Listening to these words, Li Chong became even angrier. "What do you imo? I'm doing this for the common people." He grabbed Li Yanqing's collar and was about to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by the pleading of the steward by his side. "Master, show mercy. After all, young master is your son." As Li Chong grabbed Li Yanqing's collar, he accidentally tore off the Taoist talisman on the back of his neck. He only felt a paper-like thing in his hand. As the Taoist talisman fell off, a strong black smoke emanated from a black mark on the back of his neck and entered Li Yanqing's body. Li Yanqing suddenly smelled a fragrance that made him feel extremely happy, as if he could forget all his troubles from his nose to his brain. Then, his vision went black, and he passed out. As soon as Li Chong let go, Li Yanqing instantly fell to the ground. "The young master has fainted," steward shouted as he tried to help Li Yanqing up from the ground. Ching-er! Seeing his son collapse in front of him, Li Chong's anger dissipated and he looked frightened. After all, he had only one son, his only heir. "Quick, call Dr. Yan!" Li Chong hastily ordered the steward. "Yes, sir, I'll send someone right away." "And what's this?" Then, Li Chong stared at the Taoist talisman crushed in his hand and muttered. "Sir, it seems to be a Taoist talisman." Among the numerous pavilions in Jinzhou City where music and dance flourished, stood the famous Drunken Flower Tavern. Inside, the women were dressed in gauzy, revealing clothes, baring their arms and shoulders as they performed on the central stage. Listening to the music and admiring the beauties was an indulgent way of life. Third floor private room. Inside the room, incense wafted, and the curtains fluttered with the breeze. A stunning woman lay on the bed. Her exposed shoulders and collarbones were tempting enough to send one's mind racing. "Hi, I thought the aura had disappeared, but it was just suppressed. How annoying." The beautiful woman stuck out her tender tongue. The sultry lips below her breath exuded the most primitive desires of men. Her captivating coquettish voice could evoke emotions in men. "A guest has arrived, Hooer." The old procuress's voice came from outside the room. "Got it, mother," the woman replied, gracefully getting up and opening the door. He. "My beautiful madam." A skinny, lewd-looking man barged in, chuckling as he closed the door behind him. The beautiful woman dodged him with a swift move and a charming smile. "No need to hurry, dear guest. My beautiful darling, I've missed you so much. I've booked you for the whole week. The thin man's face was sickly pale, with heavy dark circles around his eyes, but his mouth was full of laughter. Giggle. Slowly approaching the man, she giggled and traced circles on his chest with her delicate jade fingers. Your slave is all yours, but are you willing to give your life for me? Grabbing her hand, the man greedily sniffed the fragrance from her fingertips, and laughed. Of course I am. With a slight smirk, the gorgeous woman embraced the man and coquettishly said, Your slave is touched. Buoyed with pride and a beauty in his arms, the thin man suddenly noticed a fluffy object behind the woman. My beauty, what's that tail on your back? A new accessory, don't you like it? Of course I do. Anxious, the thin man pulled the curtains and got overwhelmed with passion. But merely a few minutes later, gasping for breath, the man wondered. What's the matter today? The enchanting woman sighed seductively, laying on the pillow with her hair scattered around her. Oh, my, your vitality is so pitifully scanty. Go to die, then. In an instant, a terrifying fox face appeared in front of the man, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Do you like me this way, too? The man's mouth was tightly sealed, his eyes exuding terror, which then turned into lifeless grey. Crack! The sound of skin and bones separating sent chills down one's spine. Scarlet blood gushed, splattering on the bright red wallpaper. After a while, an emotionless man emerged from the room, his face devoid of any blood. Like a puppet, he left the Drunken Flower Tavern. I can't let that target I just spotted get away, huh? Giggle. The girl's sultry laughter echoed once more from the room. Chapter 37, Jingyang Town, Black Wind Cave, The Great Omen. Jishi Pharmacy. The place was filled with a pungent smell of herbal medicine, with paper bags tied with hemp rope scattered on the table. All right, brother Zhao, what's the matter? Couldn't it be discussed outside? Why drag me in here? Yan Jing was pulled into the pharmacy room by Zhao Huai, helplessly patting his own sleeves. Brother Yan, what you said came true. Zhao Huai looked at Yan Jing, his eyes filled with seriousness. What matter? Yan Jing felt that he had said quite a lot, as there were countless bits of news big and small every day. There was always more work for his brain to do. Did you win the bet on Kuju? Or the case where you were questioned by the constable? Zhao Huai shook his head, neither, the constable's case has already passed. You forgot? It's the matter of the demons. Yan Jing looked at Zhao Huai, his eyes revealing a sudden realization, and finally remembered it. Do you know about Jingyang Town? Zhao Huai asked quite seriously. Yan Jing nodded. Of course, it was because this happened that I reminded you. Tell me more. Zhao Huai raised his eyebrows. Well, the matter is quite simple, but somewhat bizarre, Yan Jing mused. One night a few days ago, many people in Jingyang Town suddenly disappeared. Everyone thought it was the doing of demons and reported directly to the government office. But the next day, most of the missing people returned. According to them, they were blown away by a demonic wind and woke up in the jungle. As for whether that demonic wind was a demon, and what happened to those people in the end, I don't know. How is that different? After listening to Yan Jing's explanation, Zhao Huai couldn't help but mutter. What's not the same? Where did you hear other news? Yan Jing asked directly, and his sources were indeed extensive and unparalleled, even if sometimes inaccurate. He didn't believe anyone could get news faster than him. Zhao Huai replied, your version is indeed different from what I heard. My version is that the town was ravaged by demons, and many people died. Who told you that? Yan Jing furrowed his brows and said straightforwardly. The people who came back were all normal. Nobody died. A sect disciple told me. Did the disciple really say that? Zhao Huai recounted the conversation with the girl in the green skirt to Yan Jing. A sect disciple in a blue long skirt told you that demons killed many people in Jingyang Town. Yan Jing stroked his chin, pondering. Why would they say that? Is it possible that all the people who returned are dead, and all are transformed by demons? Zhao Huai revealed his thoughts. Yan Jing pursed his lips, that possibility is quite small, demons have never done such a thing. Their main goal is to eat humans, and the purpose of infiltrating and disguising themselves is also to eat humans. Your reasoning is completely meaningless. What's more, there are no flaws in the returned people, and they've been living in peace. Then he thought about it and comforted, Jinzhou is still safe for now. Since sect disciples have come down the mountain, there should be no need to worry. Zhao Huai pondered, is it possible for a large number of demons to invade a town? Yan Jing couldn't help but smile, denying, there are basically not so many demons now. Forces led by the immortal sect have vigorously eliminated many of them, and demons are no longer rampant. Even the notorious demon lair of 100 years ago, Black Wind Cave, was rumored to have been destroyed by a mighty of a section. Black Wind Cave. Zhao Huai heard a new term and found it quite intriguing. Yes, it's an old demon lair with all kinds of powerful demons and evil spirits. They've devoured countless people, but in the end, it was all flattened with a sword. Just as Yan Jing and Zhao Huai were talking. Outside the door, a flustered servant ran to the entrance of Jishi Pharmacy, shouting loudly. Dr. Yan! Dr. Yan! Please save my young master! What happened? Yan Jing looked up and saw that this servant was clearly a member of some family. My young master fought with his father and suddenly fainted. No matter how we call to him, he won't wake up. Pinching his acupuncture points is useless, his face is bloodless, and it's as if he's been hexed, the servant said mournfully. Which family are you from, and who is your young master? The servant was too anxious and hadn't mentioned his name or family background. Yan Jing didn't blame him and had already gotten used to it. People tend to be like this when they are in a hurry. My master is the prefecture chief of Jinzhou, and his son is Li Yanqing of the Li family. Upon hearing the servant's words, Zhao Huai also couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? He had just seen Li Yanqing earlier. Wasn't he fine just then? How did this happen so suddenly? So, it's the son of Governor Li. Yan Jing listened and slowly nodded, then asked again, tell me more about the symptoms so I can take some medicine with me. He's unconscious and often talks in his sleep, with painful expressions. It sounds like he's been poisoned with a hallucinogen, Yan Jing concluded, but noticed that Zhao Huai's face was no longer as calm as before, so he asked tentatively. Why, you know this person? His tone was full of curiosity. Yes, he once apprenticed under me. Zhao Huai furrowed his brows, his mind still not understanding how Li Yanqing could have had an accident when he had been fine just a moment ago. Yan Jing could see from Zhao Huai's expression that he seemed to know something, so he said to the servant at the side. Wait here for a moment. Yes. Although the servant was anxious, he had no other choice. Do you know what's wrong with him? Yan Jing pressed Zhao Huai for an answer. Zhao Huai explained, I just found out today that he had demonic qi in him. However, I have suppressed it, and it should be harmless. Could it be that the suppression has failed within this short period of time? Yan Jing smiled from the corner of his mouth and said, suppressing demonic qi is not easy. It seems that you have some abilities that I haven't seen before. Would you like to come with me? He didn't dare to let the servant wait too long. After all, people's lives were at stake, and he asked Zhao Huai directly. Zhao Huai nodded. Let's go and have a look. After all, Li Yanqing helped him before, and he couldn't just stand idly by. Of course, on the way, Zhao Huai also habitually threw his gold and bronze coins. Lucky strike. The hexagram's message for the night read, good fortune relies on misfortune, as misfortune hides behind fortune, consider every aspect, all lies within your heart. Hexagram 1, alluring fragrance attracts demonic forces unintentionally while mentors have no intent and people have no destiny. Following this path, you will receive the instruction of misfortune. Seeking guidance, rising demonic winds, numerous calamities. Hexagram 2, demonic wind lingers alone, cutting down anyone in its way. Stand still, and you will receive the indication of misfortune. Seeking guidance, dire misfortune and tribulation. What is this situation? Zhao Huai looked at the result, unable to help but be dumbfounded. Going and not going, both bring misfortune. What the hell? The hexagrams today were a bit strange. Change the result of misfortune. Facing this situation, Zhao Huai had experience and decided to use the special effect of lucky strike first. Misfortune leans on fortune and fortune is hidden in misfortune. Hexagram 3. Chapter 38, Misfortune comes after great fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Hexagram 3, in a greatly misfortunate mansion, demons appear, and the multi-faced demon gazes with divine pupils. In this journey, the guidance you receive is luck. Chasing the clue, a fox demon emerges, bringing trouble in its wake. Seeing the finally changed result to luck in front of him, Zhao Huai let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems that I will encounter that fox demon on this journey. I have to be extra careful. Just as Zhao Huai thought of this, the hexagram result in front of him changed once again. Hexagram 3, in a greatly misfortunate mansion, demons appear, and the multi-faced demon gazes with divine pupils. In this journey, the guidance you receive is misfortune. What does this mean? Why did it turn back into misfortune again? Zhao Huai was puzzled in his heart, and his face showed confusion. Didn't he change the results of misfortune and luck? Could it be that it was of no use? No, Zhao Huai felt that there must be a problem somewhere, so he slowly began to think. He carefully recalled the previous time he escaped the army's disaster. After getting luck, he went to the matchmaking agency, and everything went smoothly. The key was meeting a savior, which turned misfortune into a blessing. Savior. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zhao Huai's mind. Could the so-called savior be the key factor in the divination results? By this analogy, each divination result has a decisive factor of misfortune and luck. The more Zhao Huai thought about it, the more it made sense. I think I understand. Whether the result of the copper coin divination is misfortune or luck depends on my actions. Changing the result of misfortune and luck only provides a correct path. If the thoughts in my mind are put into action but are detrimental to me, even if the path is correct, if I take a wrong step or make a wrong move, the result will still turn into misfortune. For example, during the matchmaking agency incident, by sheer coincidence, I found Ching Han's room and resolved the crisis. If I had found another woman, it would have probably turned into a misfortune. So the key factor was her. And now I'm going to the governor's mansion. The path is correct, but perhaps my thoughts are wrong. That's why it turned into misfortune. Obviously, I haven't found the key factor yet. Zhao Huai continued to ponder. Naturally, the key factor must be found in the hexagram, and each hexagram is different, with varying degrees of difficulty. Misfortune and luck depend on each other. Indeed, even if the result is luck, one wrong step or wrong move can turn it into misfortune. What does demons have many faces, looking at divine pupils in this hexagram mean? He must have taken a wrong direction earlier. Instead, the carriage that he and Yanjing were riding in had already stopped. The servant in the front hurriedly called out. "Gentlemen, we have arrived." Zhao Huai got out of the carriage, and in front of him stood a magnificent mansion. There were 2 stone lions as tall as a person at the entrance, and the vermilion door was very eye-catching. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The governor's mansion was indeed grand and luxurious. "Dr. Yan is here," the servant quickly reported. "Please come in." A steward had already been waiting inside the gate to receive them and led the 2 inside. As Zhao Huai stepped into the main entrance, he felt many pairs of eyes looking at him. The security at the governor's mansion was indeed strict, but it was probably of no use against demons. Li Chang's figure hurriedly came from the courtyard, his already weary face now showing a trace of worry. "Dr. Yan, you're finally here." As he grabbed Yan Jing's hand, he noticed Zhao Huai out of the corner of his eye and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my close friend who has some insights into your son's condition, so he came along." Yan Jing explained with a smile. "Oh, I see." Li Chang nodded. In his heart, he had already regarded Zhao Huai as Yan Jing's colleague, thinking he was a doctor as well. He didn't overthink it. "Let me have a look at your son's condition," Yan Jing said seriously. "All right." Li Chang led the way, walking quickly towards the bedroom without stopping. Before entering the room, Zhao Huai looked up at the eaves and saw a crow on the parasol tree. Its pitch-black eyes were round and glaring. In the room, Li Yanqing, who used to be lively, was now lying quietly on the bed. His face was pale, and his lips had no color, making him look terrifying. Seeing the change in him, Zhao Huai's brow furrowed. He also noticed that the Taoist talisman that had been attached to Li Yanqing's neck, suppressing the demonic qi, had vanished without a trace. No wonder there was a sudden problem. The talisman was gone. It would be strange if there were no problems. Who removed his talisman? Was it him? Or was it the fox demon? As Zhao Huai pondered, Yan Jing had already finished examining the pulse and his face became very serious. "So, what's the situation?" Li Chang was filled with unease. This was his only son, if something happened to him, his lineage would be severed. Yan Jing turned his head and solemnly said, "The young master's body has no problem, but his essence and blood are rapidly disappearing." Li Chang didn't quite understand and asked, "What kind of illness is this? Can it be cured?" Yan Jing frowned while explaining, "Your son is not suffering from a disease, Demonic qi has entered his body. What? Li Chong was instantly stunned, murmuring. Demonic qi, where did it come from? Dr. Yan, are you saying that my son was harmed by demons? Li Chong seemed to only just regain his senses. Yes, and the demonic qi has penetrated very deeply, entering his meridians, even his limbs and body. Is there a way to save him? Li Chong's eyes were filled with hope. Yan Jing shook his head, solemnly saying, it's very difficult. It would have been easier if it had just entered his body, as we could have used true qi to seal it, then gradually removed it. Now that it has penetrated too deeply, the best method is to eliminate the source of the demonic qi. Governor Li, you'd better report this to your sect first. I'm sorry, but I am powerless to help. Yan Jing sighed. How could the matter of demons be resolved so easily? Upon hearing this reply, Li Chong's face instantly turned ashen, and his heart chilled by half. Even if he reported this to the sect, it would take ages for them to send someone. By that time, his son would have been long gone. At this moment, the seemingly elegant and strong middle-aged man had tears shimmering in his eyes. How did the talisman on the young master's neck fall off? At this moment, Zhao Huai's voice rang out. The talisman? Are you talking about this? Li Chong raised his head slightly and took a crumpled piece of yellow paper from his sleeve. No wonder. Seeing the state of the talisman, Zhao Huai suddenly understood. He had initially thought that there was a problem with the talisman, but now he saw that there was no problem with the talisman. It had simply been ripped off. Yan Jing picked up the crumpled talisman, studied it for a moment, then explained to Li Chong, this is a demon-suppressing talisman. It has a strong, true qi on it and should be used to suppress demonic qi. As he said this, he even glanced at Zhao Huai with an inexplicable look. With things explained so clearly, how could Li Chong not understand what had happened? It was obvious that he had torn off his son's life-saving talisman while they were quarreling. He had directly caused his son's death. My son. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit you, I shouldn't have scolded you. Li Chong could no longer hold back, wiping away tears as he was overcome with grief. He believed it was his own actions that had killed Li Yanqing. Chapter 39, Thousand-Faced Demon Fox. Destiny reflecting the demon. Watching the grief-stricken Li Chong, Zhao Huai's heart wasn't feeling well either. If he could save Li Yanqing, he would have taken action long ago. But at the moment, he didn't have a good solution. Just like Yan Jing said, only by finding that demon and killing it can they truly save Li Yanqing. Doesn't the hexagram say that the fox demon will come? Zhao Huai looked at the divination result in his hand, which still read misfortune, furrowing his eyebrows and searching for a solution to break the predicament. Do you have any ideas? Yan Jing stood up and whispered in Zhao Huai's ear. Zhao Huai solemnly shook his head. None. Not none, but it's very tricky. That demon is in the brothel, and if we go there recklessly, it's bound to be dangerous. Zhao Huai didn't need to think to know that Drunken Flower Tavern was a deadly place. He had merely divined the way here and already got 2 misfortunes. The third hexagram, even after using a change of fortune, turned into misfortune in the end. It goes without saying that this operation must be approached with extreme caution. Have you fought her before? Yan Jing asked curiously. Not really a fight, just a clash of our demonic powers. Although I won, her demonic power is at least at the 7th stage of refining qi, and I guess her original form is even stronger. Zhao Huai replied. Getting such an answer, Yan Jing couldn't help but purse his lips helplessly. In his eyes, Zhao Huai was already the strongest person he knew, apart from official sect disciples. If he said it was tricky, it must be difficult. Governor Li, you should still send someone to the Ascending Immortal sect first. I know you're grieving, but now that the demon is still there, you owe it to your son to explain. Yan Jing tried to persuade Li Chong, who was squatting by the bed with all the bitterness in his heart. The Ascending Immortal sect was the largest sect within 1,000 miles, with tens of thousands of disciples, only they could deal with these demons. We have no other choice. Li Chong's already exhausted body now lost even more energy, his face filled with numbness. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared from behind everyone at that moment. It turned out to be a servant who served tea, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, with ferocious eyes, pointing it at Li Chong. You! Li Chong's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. In the next instant, Zhao Huai's 2 fingers stood together, and he forcefully pointed his sword. A stream of true qi shot out. The originally descending kitchen knife froze in midair. Ding! Zhao Huai flicked lightly, a finger carrying the force of 10,000 pounds with the peak ultimate's intention, hit the shining kitchen knife and shattered it. Yan Jing's body stood upright, slapping the servant who flew away, his lightning-like gaze swept through the room as he asked himself. What's going on? Was it an assassin? Zhao Huai walked over to the fallen servant, lifted his eyelids, and drew a conclusion. His eyes are off, he was under control. When did this happen? Yan Jing was shocked. Hallucinogenic perfume. Zhao Huai stood up calmly, his face looking grim. Drugs? Yan Jing asked back, his eyes filled with confusion. There was no smell of any drug powder. It's the fox demon. Zhao Huai's divine insight swept through the vast room, finding no one else hiding. In the end, he looked outside the house, his eyes narrowed, and he said 2 words. Step back. Hearing this, Yan Jing's expression turned solemn as he pulled Li Chong, who was still in shock, to stand and retreated to a corner. Zhao Huai's big hand clenched and the black ring flickered. A slender azure treasured sword appeared in his hand. Bang! Zhao Huai kicked the door open with 1 foot. A long saber was immediately swung towards him. In front of him stood a group of guards with long sabers in their hands, drooling, their eyes bulging as if to burst out, looking extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. I knew it! Zhao Huai shouted lightly, stomped his foot, and the floor immediately shattered. Quickly lifting his leg, he kicked at the chest of the many guards in front of him. Boom! Thud! Thud! One by one, shadows were kicked and sent flying out of the house. Zhao Huai transformed into a white streak of light as he brandished his treasured sword, weaving through the crowd. His gaze swept outside the house, discovering that everyone was engulfed in a strange, sinister qi. The steward and the attendants all stood where they were, their eyes dull and vacant. Seeing this, Zhao Huai furrowed his brows and waved his sleeve. One after another, the yellow talisman inscriptions flew out from his sleeve. Wooden Thunder Talisman, arise! Suddenly, an ocean of talismans appeared before everyone, rushing towards them as the Wooden Thunder Talismans hovered above their heads. Soon, strands of black smoke rose from their mouths. The black smoke converged, taking the form of a fearsome black fox face with a sinister grin. It screeched and charged towards Zhao Huai. Subdue! Zhao Huai's expression remained calm, his sword clearing the path as he pointed it towards the attacking figure. The 2 sides faced off. Zhao Huai's other hand was not idle, as he quickly bit his finger and used the blood to draw talisman inscriptions in midair. The single-handed inscription drawing displayed a terrifying speed. In no time, an enormous Taoist talisman formed, and Zhao Huai pushed it forward with his palm while shouting. Golden Thunder Talisman, execute! Suddenly, the sky was filled with flickering thunderbolts, growing brighter and more intense. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded in the sky, an extreme force annihilating the black smoke-formed fox face. The black smoke was completely wiped out, and the people around collapsed, unconscious. Before Zhao Huai could catch his breath, Yan Jing's voice rang out from inside the house again. Brother Zhao! Come and see! Zhao Huai turned into a blur as he entered the house, only to see Yan Jing pointing at the person in front of him with a surprised expression. Li Yanqing, who was supposed to be lying in bed, had strangely sat up. His body twisted unnaturally, his head swaying non-stop, and his eyes completely white. Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed as he gripped his sword tightly. My son! What happened to you? Upon seeing Li Yanqing's condition, Li Chong's face was full of anguish. He wanted to rush forward and hold his son, but Yan Jing pulled him back. Don't go near him, something is off. Li Yanqing's head twisted in a bizarre manner as a hoarse voice addressed Zhao Huai. So, there's a cultivator here. You must be the one who disrupted the connection between me and my human puppet with your talismans. Indeed. Zhao Huai replied indifferently. Good, very good. You think you're so powerful, huh? More than enough to deal with you. Zhao Huai's expression was serene as he retorted. Ha 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 ha. A terrifying, dry laugh came from Li Yanqing's throat, as if mocking Zhao Huai. Such big talk, just wait. Jinzhou City will be next. How much longer can your human race remain smug? In the next instant, Zhao Huai's figure disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was holding his sword behind him with one hand while his insanity technique activated within his mind. Transforming into a giant bell, Boom! The magnificent bell sound could cleanse one's body and mind while eliminating demonic corruption. As expected, under the infusion of the bell sound, a stream of black smoke left Li Yangqing's body. Li Yangqing lost all strength and once again fell back onto the bed. Zhao Huai quickly sealed Li Yangqing's meridians and placed several Taoist talismans around the bed. After finishing these tasks and letting out a sigh of relief, Zhao Huai was about to speak when a bright orange light suddenly entered his mind. This caught his full attention. He looked closely at it. Demon Viewing Eye, Intermediate Earth Grade, allows the user to sense the presence of demons and see hidden demonic creatures wherever they look. Special Effect, See-Through, upon viewing a demon's true form with the Demon Viewing Eye, it locks onto its demonic chi and exposes its weaknesses. Chapter 40, The True Purpose, Fox Demon Human Puppet. Demon Viewing Eye. Looking at the new destiny before him, Zhao Huai felt a slight surprise and delight in his heart. For him right now, this destiny was extremely useful. It could sense the presence of lurking demonic creatures, even if they were disguised as humans, he could quickly locate them. Moreover, it had a special see-through effect. As long as he found the true body of the demon, he could lock onto it, rendering it unable to escape. It was like a tracking compass. The final characteristic of revealing weaknesses was also crucial because dealing with demons would be much easier after their weaknesses were exposed. Merge Destiny. Merge. Zhao Huai muttered in his heart. The next moment, the bright orange demon seeing eye destiny light cluster burst into brilliance. It turned into a stream of light, entering Zhao Huai's eyes. He only felt his eyes suddenly become scorching hot, as if a fiery flower bloomed in his eye sockets. At the same time, accompanied by a torrential influx of spiritual qi, Zhao Huai's eyes were faintly glowing. After a while, it subsided. There wasn't much change in Zhao Huai's pupils and the surface of his eyes visible to others. But in his own eyes, it was a completely different scene. His eyes were bright and alert, everything in front of him became dim, even the gorgeous peonies in the vase next to his bed was no exception. He could see wisps of black lines in his vision, clearly leading outside the house. With this destiny, he no longer had to worry about demons lurking around him. That's what Zhao Huai thought with satisfaction. Relying on the demon viewing eye, he could sense the presence of faint demonic qi around him. The source of these demonic qi was all from Li Yangqing, who was lying in bed. At this moment, Li Yangqing was like a furnace producing demonic qi, with a continuous flow of demonic qi overflowing from his body. Zhao Huai guessed that the guards and stewards in the house had been controlled by someone, and the root of it all must be the black qi on Li Yangqing. This black qi could affect people's brains, causing hallucinations and agitation. However, the black qi was now suppressed by the talismans set up by Zhao Huai. Brother Zhao, I'm glad you were here. Yan Jing saw the situation stabilized and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young hero. Li Chong bowed his hand to Zhao Huai, although his voice was trembling slightly with fear. He felt his legs were soft. If it hadn't been for Zhao Huai, he might have met his end today. Why did these demons target my son? Li Chong looked at his son lying in bed, sighed, and couldn't help but ask. Zhao Huai's treasured sword hadn't been put away yet and was still planted in the ground. He said indifferently, is it possible that the demon's original target was not your son, but you? How did the young hero figure that out? Li Chong was astonished. At first, I wasn't sure until I heard the demon say the next target is Jinzhou City, and I finally realized. Zhao Huai had just wondered why the fox demon would place such an important mark on Li Yangqing, who was just a wasteful son. The demonic qi mark was like a brand, difficult to create and consuming a lot of effort. It could allow the demon's spiritual mark to descend upon a person's body. There must be a reason for placing it on Li Yangqing. There was only one explanation right now. The person the fox demon wanted to kill. Or rather, the person it wanted to control was actually Governor Li. She controlled Li Yangqing in order to get closer to the governor's mansion. The target of the servants she had controlled earlier was also Li Chong. It was evident that the fox demon indeed wanted to deal with Li Chong. But why would she target me? Li Chong was puzzled. Yan Jing thought for a moment, and soon came up with an answer. He said solemnly. Because the governor is in control of the entire Jinzhou. If you fall or are controlled by demons, the entire Jinzhou would be finished. Without the government office's support, there would be no one to report to the sect, which would greatly slow down the arrival of the sect disciples here. That's right. Zhao Huai nodded slowly. That was precisely what he was thinking. This demonic creature is really cunning and sinister. After hearing Yan Jing's words, Li Chong's face showed surprise, apparently not expecting the demons to have this move up their sleeve. Zhao Huai walked to the door, looking at the courtyard with a calm expression. The crisis is not over yet, the true body of the fox demon hasn't arrived, and it could still attack. At the same time, he glanced at the hexagram in front of him, which still read misfortune. That is to say, there are still unknown dangers waiting for him. Zhao Huai pondered. What could the phrase demons look at multiple divine pupils mean? Does it refer to looking at the eyes, and whose eyes? The demons? Or his own demon viewing eye? The divination result remained unchanged, indicating that he had not found the key. He simply started drawing talismans, painting the new ones he had learned at the center of the courtyard. Blackwood Thunder Talisman. Born to guard the residence, it could block demons. Unless faced with a powerful demon at the initiation realm, a single talisman could block their way. In this way, the safety of the people in the house need not be worried about. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the vermilion door of the mansion was suddenly knocked on by someone. The loud knocking made a great commotion, with the sound being very urgent. Zhao Huai came to the door but did not open it. There must be demons in everything. At this point, the sun was about to set, and the daylight was fading in the west. Who would knock on the governor's mansion door? Moreover, the knocking was so urgent and loud, completely lacking any etiquette. Zhao Huai narrowed his eyes, and the demon-seeing eye destiny opened. A bundle of black smoke threads could be seen leading outside the door. That's right, not just one bundle, roughly counting, there were as many as 7 or 8. Of course, Zhao Huai wouldn't open the door. Not only would he not open it, but he would also draw several more talismans at the door. He drew the 5 elements thunder talisman at the door in advance. He needed to draw them on the door and on the door's sides. Boom! 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 The knocking noises continued without pause. After a long silence in the air, bang! There was a loud noise and the vermilion door was blown open. Zhao Huai, seeing this, immediately detonated the Taoist talisman on the door. Boom! Huge flames burst out from the entrance, like a monstrous wave choosing its prey, rushing towards the outside. With a sizzle sound, something was scorched and sent flying out of the door. Only when it was calm again did Zhao Huai's demon-seeing eye examine the situation. The surrounding black threads had been broken. A weak, sly-looking man with lifeless eyes lay on the ground, staring blankly. Moreover, it wasn't just him. There were also several other pale-skinned men lying around silently. Zhao Huai looked carefully, realizing that these were corpses, no longer human. Even the bones were gone, leaving only a completely dried-out skin. The shriveled human skin, driven by the demon's power, could barely move. Is this a human puppet? Zhao Huai muttered, now knowing that all these things before him were human puppets refined by the fox demon. At this time, his demon viewing eye detected an anomaly. Wherever his gaze went, a large amount of black smoke gathered together, transforming into a person. Chapter 41, Fierce Battle Standoff, encountering the green-robed figure again. The shadow in front of him was extremely illusory, but the demonic chi on its body was particularly strong. Are you the demon? Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed, and with a bend of his finger, a treasured sword shot directly towards it. Whoosh! The unknown treasured sword turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards the shadow. The gathered demonic chi dispersed, and once again appeared in front of Zhao Huai. Although the speed of sword control was fast, it was only during a straight line, and he had to concentrate every time he wanted to turn it. Suddenly turning into close combat, a big furry hand stretched out in front of him, reaching for his crown chakra. Black smoke was rushing in front of his eyes, going straight into his brain, making it clear that the fox demon wanted to control him with an illusion technique. Humph! Zhao Huai sneered, and the insanity technique in his mind suddenly activated. Spiritual power turned into a big bell, dong dong sounded, and his mind suddenly clarified, becoming transparent. The black smoke couldn't get close to him. And he could also clearly see the shape of the shadow. It was a monster with the face of a fox and a humanoid body, incredibly burly, with well-defined muscles. Smash! Zhao Huai shouted and clenched his fist, slamming directly into the monster. The tens of thousands of pounds of strength in his arm suddenly erupted, and the power brought by the peak ultimate's intention was unparalleled. If it was comparing strength, he wouldn't be underestimated. Boom! Thud! 2 waves of chi spread out from the middle, and the 2 stone lions standing at the door trembled, shattering. Ultimate, open! Zhao Huai silently recited in his heart, and his strength instantly doubled, with the power in his arm surging again. With 8-fold strength, the opponent simply couldn't bear it, and the fox-faced humanoid monster was directly hammered away. Whiz! At this moment, the treasured sword happened to return. Zhao Huai directly flipped over, stepped on the sword, and rode it, turning the sword light into a ray of light, rushing towards the fox-faced monster at a rapid speed. He could feel the strength of the monster, which was almost at the 8th stage or Renelng, 11 level, DUT it was 11k and empty Snell Witnu vitality. Roar! The fox-faced monster grabbed chunks of broken stones from the ground and threw them at Zhao Huai's face. The terrifying brute force made the broken stones extremely aggressive. Zhao Huai stood on the sword, controlling it forward. With the boost of the quick mover, his speed doubled, and he could see the trajectory of each broken stone clearly, dodging them with ease. The next second, Zhao Huai leaped into the sky and grabbed his sword. With a twist of his body, a mighty force was suddenly formed in front of his eyes. At this moment, it seemed as if time had come to a standstill. Sheathing the sword, Zhao Huai gripped the cold steel, his heart, spirit, and chi merging into one, gathering his sword intent in one point. Suddenly, a gale blew all around, causing even the trees to sway. Everything on the street was moving as if fearful. This was the true sword-drawing skill. Slash! A barely audible whisper sounded. From the other end of the street, a gale howled past, like a locust plague crossing, a sword chi soared into the sky, bright as day. Clang! The sword's chime was crisp and pleasant, a beam of white light slashed across at the waist, and the noise shook the entire area. Even Yan Jing at the governor's mansion could feel the power of this move as he watched the storm outside the window. The sound of the wooden door creaked in the wind, and a rising chi surged outside. What a strong power! Yan Jing looked at the sky and muttered. At this moment, a huge, deep trench appeared in the alley, attracting everyone's attention. The monster, right in the middle of the trench, slowed down gradually, its head separated from its body. Only its torso remained, swaying in the wind, on the verge of collapse. With a pop sound, it exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. Zhao Huai silently sheathed his sword, his face showing no joy. Because in his eyes, the demonic chi on the monster in front of him was dissipating, but it was also regrouping, leaving this place and disappearing. This meant that this was not the fox demon's main body, but another clone. The fox demon wasn't dead yet. A fox is a fox, cunning indeed. Every time it can't win, it uses another way to confuse me. Zhao Huai could basically confirm that this fox demon was not his opponent. But it was very cunning, not confronting him head-on, and trying to engage him in battle with various strange techniques. The demonic chi dissipated, and the human body in front of him was just skin. The so-called fox head was just a toy woven from grass. Zhao Huai discovered something odd. That was that these human puppets didn't have any eyes. The eyes on their faces were all mud balls. Their eyes were empty, and their expressions lifeless. Seeing this, Zhao Huai had a sudden insight. Demons can change their appearance. I think I know what it means. Zhao Huai suddenly understood. Although the fox demon had many faces and many puppet skins, with various tricks and the ability to change skins and faces, it could be said that finding it was not easy. But there was only one point that couldn't be imitated, the eyes. The real eyes were only one pair. Perhaps the eyes were its weakness. Just as Zhao Huai was thinking in this way, he checked the hexagram once more. At some unknown time, misfortune and fortune had quietly reversed. Hexagram 3, in the big mansion where disaster meets the demon, look at the divine pupils of the many-faced demon. For this journey, what you get is luck. So that's it. This is the key. Zhao Huai revealed a smile. Seeing that misfortune and fortune had finally reversed in front of him, it meant that his direction was generally correct. Suddenly, a black fog quickly flew across the sky, followed closely by a burst of green light. In a moment, the two colors of light collided, bursting with astonishing power. The black and green light were like two glowing stars, illuminating the sky. But soon, the green light dimmed, falling down like a meteor. What is this? Zhao Huai looked up to the sky, and through the light, his eyes seemed to see a person. The black fog in the high sky didn't linger, turning into a gust of wind and quickly disappeared into the sky. From the ground came a thud sound, as something unknown fell. Zhao Huai hurried to the fallen spot, which was not far from him. As the dust cleared, he saw a woman covered in blood lying in a deep pit. It's her. Zhao Huai walked forward and saw the woman's face, quite surprised. Because this person was the girl in a green skirt he had met at the pawnshop. She was a disciple of the immortal cultivation sect and also a cultivator at the initiation realm. At this time, the girl in the green skirt clenched a long sword tightly in her hand. Her eyebrows were slender, her lips thin, and her delicate face was extremely pale. She closed her eyes, and her eyebrows were furrowed, looking extremely pained. She coughed up blood, and her blue long skirt was torn and tattered, with drops of blood staining her white legs, looking like a blood-stained lily, making people feel heartbroken. She was also weakly muttering to herself. Zhao Huai leaned closer and finally heard what she was saying. Demon, die! Demons die! Zhao Huai heard this sentence and murmured, recalling the black smoke he had just seen. Then he looked at the broken body of the girl in the green skirt, and sighed. I can't just leave her to die. He picked up the girl in the green skirt and slowly walked towards the governor's mansion. Chapter 42 What's going on with this couple? At night, the street was dead quiet. Only a few households had a glimmer of light seeping out of their windows, the lamps illuminating and showing the way forward for those walking in the darkness. Yu Qinghan was on her way home, walking leisurely. Her white clothes were spattered with quite a bit of blood. From afar, it looked as if a few bright plum blossoms had bloomed on a field of white snow. Her fingers were thin and boneless, so beautiful that they looked like they had never taken a life. There were no calluses in her palm either. There used to be, a long time ago when she had just joined the sect, and first stepped onto the battlefield. But over time, as she killed more people, her techniques rapidly improved. Ever since her halberd technique reached its peak, she wielded the halberd less often, her control over true chi becoming more proficient. Naturally, the calluses disappeared. Why did she choose the halberd as her weapon? Of course, because the halberd attacks were swift and broad, it killed more quickly and in greater numbers. Its momentum was fierce, its withdrawal effortless. Under one halberd sweep, there was no survivor. Husband, I'm coming back now. Yu Qinghan was in a very good mood. After watching a play in the afternoon, she cleaned up some troublemakers, then went to the bustling market in the evening, and had some snacks. She had told Zhao Huai when she went out that she might not be home for dinner. It was a pity that Zhao Huai had to mind the shop, so he couldn't accompany her. But it was not urgent, there were long days ahead, and plenty of time. At this moment, a cold wind blew over, causing the nearby trees to rustle. Yu Qinghan had keen senses. Even the slightest rustle would not escape her eyes. She stopped, her phoenix eyes narrowed in vigilance as she scrutinized her surroundings. A shadow glided over the eaves of a nearby rooftop and landed gracefully on the ground. Yu Qinghan saw the figure in the dim light and revealed a surprised expression, saying, Husband. Indeed, the man appearing in front of her right now was the elegant and jade-like Zhao Huai, who was smiling at her. However, the smile of this Zhao Huai looked somewhat eerie, not so natural. It was just like a veneer pulled over his face. Madam, I came to take you home. Faced with a voice exactly the same as that of her husband's, anyone would let down their guard, even in the middle of the night. Yet, Yu Qinghan still wore a smile, saving, Husband, didn't I tell Vu to wait for me at home? I was worried about you being alone. The smile on Zhao Huai remained unchanged, as he stared foolishly at her. The cold wind swept past them again. Madam, let's go, it's late. He turned around, his back to Yu Qinghan. His silhouette, in the dim light, had no trace of radiance. All of a sudden, Yu Qinghan sighed and said, You are still not good at pretending. You fall too short. What do you mean? Zhao Huai's smile slowly disappeared as he asked impassively. Your eyes are too turbid. My husband's gaze is the gentlest I've ever seen. He's like a warm breeze in spring, but in your eyes, I see nothing, they're just like a piece of freezing cold stone. Yu Qinghan stated lightly. Madam really has a sense of humor. Yu Qinghan said indifferently, Stop pretending. How could my husband smell so fragrant? And there's also a wafting scent of a fox. You are a demon, aren't you? You are a cultivator. Zhao Huai's tone suddenly turned icy cold. You are only realizing now, isn't it a bit late? Yu Qinghan's eyes were piercing as she clenched her fist, and threw a punch. This punch was affectionately aimed at his chest, instead of his face. With bellowing true qi, a faint blue light came into view. The true qi within Yu Qinghan was incredibly dense, several times more than that of an ordinary person, and it expanded directly outwards, transforming into a formidable strength. Caught off guard by this powerful punch, the demon's skin was abruptly deflated. A wisp of black smoke flew from it, as if it had been vanquished. Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes narrowed, revealing an extremely dangerous expression. A vixen, daring to impersonate my husband, I'll make you vanish in body and soul. Her droplet pendant that dangled at her snow-white neck flickered slightly, and a double-edged bluish halberd appeared in her hands. Her white robe, embroidered with plum blossoms, billowed in the sweeping violent wind. Her seemingly frail figure erupted with an overwhelming true qi. The black smoke in midair formed a fox face, expressing shock and confusion. What's the deal with this couple? Why are they both so powerful? Her original plan was to use Zhao Huai's skin to deceive his wife, then control the real Yu Qinghan to deal with Zhao Huai. In this way, the credibility would be higher. Because she always seemed to be easily detected by Zhao Huai, and if it was his skin, there was no way she could deceive him. She had finally learned from others who that man's wife was, and after a long time of planning, she finally laid in wait. As a result, this woman turned out to be so formidable. She was no match for her, and not only was she discovered quickly, but with just one attack, the skin she meticulously crafted was knocked off. This level of strength was terrifying. The man with his exceptional skills, his bright eyes leaving her nowhere to hide, his body protected by Taoist talismans, and his sword technique that she couldn't comprehend at all, cut down her strongest human puppet. The woman, possessed of a frightening brute force, holding a large halberd that looked terrifying, and whose body was inundated by such dense true vigor, the flux of which shattered her demonic qi. Could she be a cultivator at the initiation stage? Having been a demon for so many years, it was rare to find someone this hard to deal with. Die! With a swing of Yu Qinghan's halberd, it flew towards the sky, with speed like a flash of lightning. Despite the heavy weapon in her hand, she lifted it as if it were light as a feather. A clanging sound echoed. The black qi was directly pinned to the ground. A duplicate. Yu Qinghan approached and saw that the demonic qi before her was so weak that she couldn't help but suspect that the real body of the demon was not here. The blue halberd manifested a faint glow, its tip resonating with spiritual qi, firmly locking in the black qi. The fox face on the ground voiced its puzzlement. Your robust true qi is akin to an initiation stage cultivator, so why aren't you using magic? Yu Qinghan gave her an odd look and said indifferently. I have just started refining qi. The fox's astonished expression didn't last very long. The very next second, it was crushed into powder by Yu Qinghan's foot. Yu Qinghan took a glance at the deflated skin on the ground and the mud ball eyes, then looked towards the dim street, where she could faintly see that Huai's pawnshop was engulfed in darkness. Her husband was indeed not at home, and the demon had made a move against her. There must be a trick to it, and she couldn't let this go. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes narrowed. With her slender fingers, she picked up the skin from the ground. True qi whirled at her fingertips, she was obviously casting some magic. In a short while, a black guiding thread appeared before her eyes. You can't escape. Yu Qinghan's figure disappeared into the night, heading in the direction of the Drunken Flower Tavern. Chapter 43, Black Wind Granny and Demon's Puppet. The room was brightly lit as the night gradually deepened. Zhao Huai sat in a chair, while the girl in a green skirt lay on the ground. At this moment, Yan Jing bent down, tapping 2 fingers on the girl's wrist to check her pulse. How is she? Can she be saved? Zhao Huai asked. Her injuries are severe, both her meridians and flesh body have been shattered. She can be saved, but it's difficult to remove the demonic qi in her body. It seems she has just experienced a fierce battle, Yan Jing said seriously, then took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, poured out a medicinal pill, and put it into the girl's pale lips. He used his true qi to refine the medicinal pill. The girl's pale cheeks showed a painful expression, and her forehead was accompanied by some sweat. After a while, her complexion gradually turned red. Having done all this, Yan Jing turned around and looked at Zhao Huai, asking. The solidity of this woman's meridians and true qi doesn't seem like that of the qi refining realm. Is she a cultivator in the initiation stage? How did you find her? Zhao Huai answered honestly, earlier, I was dealing with the fox demon's puppet. Suddenly, 2 confrontational rays of light appeared in the sky, and she fell from the sky. She is the Immortal Cultivation Sect disciple I mentioned to you. Immortal Cultivation Sect disciple. Yan Jing quickly recalled, the guest that Zhao Huai had mentioned before. No wonder, she was a sect disciple. Is she a disciple of the Immortal Yearning Sect? Li Chong, who had been silent, couldn't help but ask. Sir, why do you say that? Zhao Huai tilted his head to ask. Li Chong waved his hand to indicate, don't call me sir anymore. I failed to save my son's life, and I failed to handle the demon situation properly. I really can't bear it. Li Chong stood up from the bed, thought for a moment, and said slowly, 3 days ago, the Immortal Yearning Sect had said that they would send disciples down the mountain. The cause was naturally the recent demon events in Jingyang town. Indeed, many demons had been found near Jinzhou recently. But why is there no news about this? Li Chong sighed, in order not to cause panic among the people, the news was naturally blocked. It was enough for the sect to take action. But who could have expected that we would encounter trouble that even a sect disciple couldn't handle? Nevertheless, sir, your cultivation is powerful. You are our lifesaver, so please accept my bow of gratitude. Li Chong's words were true. If it weren't for Zhao Huai, he might have died today. Yan Jing and Zhao Huai exchanged a glance, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes, they couldn't help but smile wryly. The people outside should be awake by now. Governor Li can ask them to report to their sect. The demonic creatures shouldn't dare to attack for a while, Zhao Huai reminded. All right, I'll go and arrange it now. Li Chong nodded and went outside the house after hearing. After a short while, cough. A soft cough sounded. Her clothes were in tatters, not a single piece intact, so her collar was chilly. Fortunately, a blanket covered her chest. Soon, she suddenly remembered that she still had an unfulfilled mission, but the treasured sword she had been holding tightly in her hand was gone. Her beautiful eyes burst with a boiling killing intent as she turned over and got up, only to find that 2 people were sitting in front of her. Directly in front of her was a man in a white robe, who looked very familiar. He had exceptional good looks and his skin seemed to be as smooth as a woman's. Before she could think further, her head throbbed painfully again. Awake! Zhao Huai sensed movement behind him and turned around, smiling faintly. The girl in the green skirt showed a cautious look in her eyes. Still very confused, she swallowed, her dry throat somewhat hoarse, and asked weakly. Who are you? How could you forget me after just a short time? Zhao Huai laughed while explaining. I saw you falling from the sky earlier and lying on the road. I then brought you into the house. Luckily, Dr. Yan was here, so he treated you initially. Although it may not have completely healed you, it at least saved your life. His voice was calm and gentle, as if he were talking to a long-lost friend. The girl in the green skirt closed her eyes and concentrated. The pain in her head subsided a bit, and her mind became somewhat clearer. Looking at Zhao Huai in front of her, she finally remembered who he was. No wonder he looked familiar. He was the owner of the pawn shop she bumped into earlier that day. It was such a coincidence that she was saved by him. Thank you to the shopkeeper and Dr. Yan. Today's events were beyond my control, and I caused trouble for the both of you. My name is Lu Wangkaiu, a disciple of the Immortal Yearning Sect, and I will repay you in the future. Lu Wangkaiu spoke with a sincere tone in her voice. Helping the injured and saving the dying is what I'm supposed to do, young lady. You're too polite. Yan Jing waved his hand and laughed. In fact, he was delighted in his heart, as it was not an easy thing to obtain the gratitude of a sect disciple. Could you briefly tell us what happened? Zhao Huai couldn't help but ask. In his mind, he still were wondering about the swirling black mist, which he felt must be a powerful demon. Yes, there's still demonic chi within the young lady, it seems something troublesome has occurred, added Yan Jing from the side. Lu Wangkaiu's beautiful eyes dimmed as she sighed, have you heard of the Black Wind Cave? Zhao Huai and Yan Jing exchanged looks before saying, of course, the notorious Black Wind Cave disappeared 100 years ago, didn't it? With a calm expression, Lu Wangkaiu said, a powerful demon has emerged and now calls itself Black Wind Granny. This demon is quite powerful and has committed evil deeds in the surrounding area, harming many people. I was ordered to descend the mountain and exterminate it. After listening, Zhao Huai thought for a moment and asked, "Young lady, are you not able to defeat that demon?" Lu Wangqiu shook her head, "I am not a match for Black Wind Granny, but I didn't expect that there would be other demons in Black Wind Cave. Some of them are quite powerful. I barely managed to kill a few of them but ended up severely injured myself, allowing Black Wind Granny to escape." Although her words seemed relaxed, Zhao Huai knew that such encounters were more dangerous than one could imagine. Demons were difficult to deal with, like the cunning fox demon he encountered once. And there are even more difficult demons out there. Was it that black mist in the sky? Zhao Huai inquired further. "She's at the end of her strength and can only flee." Lu Wangqiu added, "I believe that the incident in Jingyang town is also related to her." At this point, Zhao Huai voiced his confusion, "Why does Miss Lu say that? Jingyang town suffered great casualties? I heard that the people of Jingyang town are alive and well." Lu Wangqiu exhaled and said calmly, "They have all been turned into demons' puppets and became accomplices of the demons." Demon's puppet. It was the first time Zhao Huai had heard of such a term. Lu Wangqiu explained, "There are 3 types of demons: demonic creatures, ghost and monsters, and devil creatures. Among them, the demons' puppets are the weakest, belonging to the class of demonic creatures. They appear no different from ordinary humans, but their minds are no longer their own and they are bound to follow the orders of demons." It was also Zhao Huai's first time hearing about these detailed classifications and individual categories. Who will deal with these minions of the demons? Lu Wangqiu looked deeply into his eyes and said, "The Immortal Yearning Sect will take action." Chapter 44, Cultivator in the Initiation Stage Paving the Way. Zhao Huai had heard quite a bit about the prestige of the Immortal Yearning Sect. The sect had roughly tens of thousands of members, divided into inner and outer sects. Lu Wangqiu, the lady in question, should be a disciple of the inner sect. Only those who had broken through the initiation stage could enter the inner sect, be called elites, become the backbone of the sect, and formally step into the immortal cultivation. Unlike the martial arts of refining qi, initiates could not only master part of the magic but also undergo a change in levels. Only with magic power could they practice a large amount of magic. Miss seems to hate demons very much. Zhao Huai noticed the change in Lu Wangqiu's tone and casually mentioned it. Lu Wangqiu took out a pill from her storage ring, took it immediately, and said while circulating her true vigor, "When I was a child, my whole family was killed by demons, so I was an orphan. If it weren't for my master saving me, I might have already died. So, I practice hard to become stronger, then learn magic, go down the mountain to exorcise demons and protect the way." Lu Wangqiu's tone was very calm, apparently used to it. Only when a person could talk about such things at will, it means that they had let go. What replaced it was continuous, resolute execution. Zhao Huai didn't dare imagine how many demons this seemingly cold and detached woman had killed. Every person born had to face different degrees of suffering. In the journey, every time we fall, we feel panic. Only by picking ourselves up and becoming stronger can we get rid of all this. Zhao Huai considered himself quite lucky to have the gold and bronze coins guiding him, keeping him from falling into this dangerous world. After taking the pill, Lu Wangqiu looked much better, and her expression seemed to be much more relaxed. "My senior brother has already taken people to clean up Jingyang town. You don't need to worry. We will also deal with Black Wind Cave soon." Black Wind. Granny and I both ended up injured, and she won't be able to make any moves in a short time. Zhao Huai nodded slightly, knowing that exorcising demons was their profession. It's better to take this opportunity to ask for more information, just in case he encountered it in the future. So he asked curiously. "Miss Lu said that there are 3 kinds of demons, but it seems I have never seen the second and third kind." Lu Wangqiu didn't think much about it. They were all common sense issues, so she gave her answer. These 2 types are nothing more than ghosts and monsters. Some ghosts are resentments formed by people after death, which is called evil spirits. Some are the manifestation of all things in nature, which we usually call spirits. The reason you haven't seen them is that ghosts are afraid of yang energy and generally do not appear in crowded places. However, if you venture into deep mountains and forests, you might still encounter them occasionally. Zhao Huai listened seriously, remembering it in his heart. Demons are rarer. Unlike demonic creatures and ghosts, they retain the appearance of humans but are completely different from humans. They are a very mixed category. For example, you can understand them as cultivators who have fallen into the evil way and lost part of their humanity, turning into a... That's too abstract. Zhao Huai could still understand what ghosts were, but he really didn't understand demons. It sounded like fallen devil cultivators. Lu Wangkai's condition was getting better and better, and her voice became stronger. What happened to this man? She looked at Li Yanqing on the bed and couldn't help asking. How come there's so much demonic qi on him? He's about to be turned into a demon's puppet. Hearing this, Zhao Huai frowned and said. Even without the demonic creatures coming, can he still be turned into a puppet while still alive? Lu Wangkai said naturally, of course, human puppets can be divided into two types. The first type is completely dead and becomes a puppet of the demons, which is the situation you mentioned. The second type, although still alive, has had their minds completely swapped, thoroughly becoming a part of the demon and can be considered as a second body. The difference between the second type and the demon's puppet is that the puppet still has its own consciousness, just that there's a seed of the demon planted in their minds, whereas human puppets have no thoughts at all. This man is probably the second type. Zhao Huai asked in surprise, so you mean, he's dying? You could say that. Lu Wangkai nodded and continued to ask. What happened to him? Judging by this demonic qi, it must be a demon about to step into the initiation stage. Zhao Huai explained, he was possessed by a fox demon at the brothel, and the demonic qi entered his body. Can Miss Lu save him? Yan Jing asked from the side. It's simple. Just kill this demon creature, and that's it. Lu Wangkai said nonchalantly. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Wait, miss, your injuries. Zhao Huai remembered that Lu Wangkai's meridians and flesh body had both suffered severe damage. I have already taken the sex rejuvenation pill, and my injuries are not serious. My meridians have been repaired. It's just a little demon, which can be killed easily. Compared to Black Wind Granny, it's really a case of a small sorcerer encountering a great one. Lu Wangkai waved her hand, her face flashing a sharp color. For her, exterminating demons was her mission, her task. She would kill one if she could. Zhao Huai and Yan Jing looked at each other, apparently moved by her confident words. Truthfully, if there was a cultivator in the initiation stage leading the way, they would indeed be unstoppable. There shouldn't be any little demon capable of withstanding a blow from someone in the initiation stage. In the Drunken Flower Tavern, songs and dances were performed, and drinks were exchanged. In a third-floor private room, a charming and beautiful fox woman had an ugly expression on her face. In front of her were 10 human skin masks, but more than half of them were already damaged beyond repair, obviously scrapped. 4 times. She failed against that young man 4 times. The charming woman gritted her teeth, thinking that she had never failed so miserably as a demon before. If it wasn't for that man, she would have succeeded by now, whether it was luring the rich young master or dealing with the prefecture chief of Jinzhou. Her plan was going smoothly. She didn't know where that man came from, but he repeatedly sabotaged her plans, destroyed her demon puppets, and ruined her plans to control Jinzhou. What did Grandma say? The fox woman asked the woman beside her. By now, the entire Drunken Flower Tavern was her territory. The original prostitutes had been replaced by a group of little foxes. The other fox demons respectfully replied, reporting to the queen, there's no news from Granny, she's probably dealing with the cultivators of the Immortal Yearning sect. I have to say, Jinzhou is a tough nut to crack. The fox woman said indifferently, Granny's situation is probably more bad than good. It seems like tonight is a failure, and it's time to leave. We can't stay in Jinzhou for long, the reckoning will arrive tomorrow morning. Are we leaving tonight, Queen? Right now. The fox woman decisively gave the order. Yes, I'll go inform the other sisters. Boom. Soon enough, a loud noise came from downstairs. A subordinate immediately opened the door in panic, knelt down, and reported. My queen. A terrifying woman in white has arrived outside, exuding true qi from her body, truly frightening. She killed several sisters. And she even questioned us, asking where is my husband? Is it her? The fox woman's eyelids twitched, recalling what seemed like a bad memory. Chapter 45. The Madam is truly terrifying. At the entrance of Drunken Flower Tavern. Those shouting for customers were shouting, and those playing musical instruments were playing. Inside the bead curtain, snow-white enchanting bodies twisted sensually in tune with the music, gaze so seductive like a group of enticing beauties. On the stage, female dancers danced gracefully, their slender waists swaying dramatically. The charming maids dressed in gorgeous and complicated long skirts, revealing their jade-like legs, shone with dazzling eyes as if they were staring at their prey. No man could resist the pleasure offered as soon as they entered this place. All had a foolish smile on their faces, losing their minds in a daze. At this moment, a figure in a white dress with plum embroidery stepped inside the door, expressionless at the scene before her eyes. It was Yu Qinghan, the woman looking for her husband. Monster formation. Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes swept around the invisible aura that enveloped the outside of the Drunken Flower Tavern, an icy expression on her melon seed face. This large pavilion was already inhabited by demonic creatures, making it impossible for men to leave the area. Alone in her sobriety amid the drunk, Yu Qinghan had such a feeling now. All she could see were scenes of debauchery and glamour, the stench of demonic creatures repulsive and omnipresent. Standing at the entrance of the Drunken Flower Tavern like an unwavering, century-old pine tree, her phoenix eyes sparkled like lightning, and no one dared meet her gaze. Her wide cloud-embroidered robe fluttered in the wind, and her hair strands lifted. As time went by, soon, countless pairs of eyes stared at the entrance, their gazes filled with curiosity. But Yu Qinghan simply stood there, becoming the center of the entire Drunken Flower Tavern. "Where is my husband?" Her red lips slightly parted, her magnetic voice low but resounding, extremely cold and icy. A red-clothed madam scoffed as she served tea. "Miss, there are many women who come looking for their husbands every day, and there are also many who leave disappointed. You might as well take a look at these men, which one is willing to return with you? Right? Guanren dash!" The red-clothed madam said with a coquettish laugh, asking the men below. "Hee, beauty, beauty." But the men's eyes were already devoid of reason. Their minds seemed clouded, only capable of laughing foolishly. Yu Qinghan's expression was as calm as water, her stride unhurried, walking towards the woman and softly saying, "The monster formation is well set, to my liking, but do not set it up again next time." Confusion flashed across the face of the red-clothed madam, her pupils changed color, intent on getting rid of this woman. The next second, a loud boom sounded. The red-clothed madam was propelled backward, heavily smashing into the wall, leaving spider web-like cracks in her wake. The sudden chaos toppled several wooden tables, the sounds of shattering plates occasionally heard, fruit plates and roast meat snacks falling to the ground. The body of the red-clothed madam fell to the ground and turned into a grey fox. This scene was seen by many surrounding dancers and courtesans, causing the atmosphere to become tense. The whole scene went silent. In an instant, their eyes changed color, and their pupils split apart, letting out sharp howls, a threatening display belonging to wild beasts. "She's a cultivator, get rid of her." One by one, the fox faces appeared, grotesque and ugly. Dancers let go of the men lost in their foolish stupor and transformed into winds, rushing towards Yu Qinghan to kill her. Looking around, there were as many as a dozen of them. Successive waves of demonic wind besieged Yu Qinghan tightly. Yet her expression remained casual. The crystal-clear droplet pendant flickered slightly. A long halberd, made of the most brilliant blue and sharp as frost, appeared in the sky, wrapped in fish scale like true qi, and kept parallel to the ground. Thud! Yu Qinghan tightly gripped the long halberd in midair and thrust it into the ground, making a deafening noise. Boom! A torrent of murderous intent swept out, with Yu Qinghan at the center. The surrounding fox demons were sent flying, as the terrifying waves of qi rushed like a storm. A round of demon wind dissipated. Without even lifting her eyelids, Yu Qinghan said indifferently, "If you call out your leader, perhaps they can fight me. As for you, you're still far from it." After speaking, an incredibly overbearing blue true qi burst forth from her body, enveloping the entire floor. In an instant, a dragon's roar sounded from within the double-bladed long halberd. A blue dragon's phantom, dozens of feet long, appeared, entwining the long halberd in the center. With such a gentle swing, all the demonic creatures were shattered under the true qi. Bloody mist filled the air, and on the entire floor, there wasn't a single demon standing. The scene was a mess, almost completely destroying the first floor. "Do you really have to be so aggressive?" Slowly walking down the fragrant wood staircase, a charming fox woman spoke with an incredibly cold voice. Yu Qinghan said calmly, "What's your purpose in impersonating my husband? You think I captured your husband, so you demolished my house?" The charming fox woman laughed in anger, her teeth grinding with hatred. This couple was unbearable. Isn't that the case? Yu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. It doesn't matter anymore, I just want you dead. Seeing that most of her subordinates were dead, the fox woman's heart grew twisted with anger. Her demonic power suddenly erupted, charging towards Yu Qinghan. Meanwhile, Zhao Huai and the others slowly approached the Drunken Flower Tavern. This is the Drunken Flower Tavern. Lu Wangqiu looked at the end of the street but didn't feel a trace of demonic qi, showing a puzzled expression. That's right. Zhao Huai nodded, for he possessed the demon-seeing eye destiny. It couldn't be wrong. The demon-seeing eye could track demonic qi, guiding them along the way, even if the other party fled to the ends of the earth. Only Lu Wangqiu and Zhao Huai went on this trip, with Yan Jing not joining them. Zhao Huai was just leading them. With the cultivator in the initiation stage clearing the way, they shouldn't have any problems. Upon reaching the Drunken Flower Tavern, Lu Wangqiu only touched the prohibition at the entrance and realized something was wrong. There's actually a monster formation here? No wonder I didn't sense the presence of demonic qi. Lu Wangqiu said with sudden realization. Can demonic creatures set up formations? Zhao Huai also felt strange. Not just demonic creatures, even ghosts and monsters can do it. Ghost walls, ghost mazes, to some extent, are formations laid out by ghostly creatures. Lu Wangqiu explained seriously. Zhao Huai nodded with understanding. I'll be right back, wait for me here. Lu Wangqiu stepped through the front door, entering the Drunken Flower Tavern. She had changed her clothes, no longer wearing the tattered look from before, but still wearing that green embroidered split long skirt. Zhao Huai watched her figure, not intending to go in. Instead, he looked up at the pavilion from the ground. Suddenly, Zhao Huai saw an astonishing scene. Under the dark curtain of night, a slender figure holding a long halberd soared through the sky, killing a mass of black smoke on the spot, truly terrifying. This figure looks so familiar. Zhao Huai felt that he had definitely seen this figure somewhere before. Chapter 46, The Correct Way to Eliminate Demons. Exactly. When the lights went out at night, wasn't this figure perfectly overlapping the one I saw? Madam. Zhao Huai came to his senses and recognized the figure in midair. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Why did Madam come to the Drunken Flower Tavern? Wasn't she supposed to be at the opera? Carefully calculating the time, she was supposed to return home by now and should have been at home. While Zhao Huai was pondering, there was another fierce battle in the pavilion. After Yu Qinghan suppressed the black smoke in front of her, her cold eyes swept across the sky and found several more places where the black smoke had gone. Dividing yourself into 5, do you think you can escape like this? Yu Qinghan quickly chased after the largest clump of black smoke at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The resentful fox woman cursed and hurriedly attempted to escape to a faraway place. Because she was no match for this woman, she had no choice but to abandon her physical body and flee her primordial spirit. She had several physical bodies, and as long as she left this place, she could replace any of them and survive. For a long time, the Fox Demon clan's cultivation has always been focused on the primordial spirit, and the physical body meant nothing to them. That's why there's a saying in the world that fox demons have 9 lives. In the end, they only switched bodies. It took only a moment for Yu Qinghan to disappear from Zhao Huai's sight. Standing at the door, Zhao Huai pondered, the person facing Madam just now was the fox demon? Could it be that the Drunken Flower Tavern's lair has been dealt with? Thinking about this, Zhao Huai threw a copper coin. Misfortune depends on blessings, just look at it. Hexagram 1, elm money cannot buy 1,000 gold smiles, willow belt doesn't need 100 treasure makeup. Entering Drunken Flower Tavern, the hint you got is blessing. Retrospective guidance, wind, flowers, snow and moon, years will pass. After reading the result, Zhao Huai stepped through the front door and entered the interior of the Drunken Flower Tavern. He saw a scene that surprised him. The place was a mess, with badly damaged red paper walls, shattered glazed teacups all over the ground, and scattered fruit tea and snacks. Who did all this? Could it be Madam? Zhao Huai exclaimed. In his eyes, Yu Qinghan rarely took action. He had seen her in action once when facing pursuers, and at that time, he thought her cultivation was only at the 5th or 6th level of refining qi. Unexpectedly, he underestimated her. The spiritual qi fluctuation here was likely at the peak of refining qi, with amazing destructive power. The only puzzling thing was why Madame came to the Drunken Flower Tavern to eliminate demons. While Zhao Huai was surveying the surroundings, a white ball of light entered his mind. Oh! This can trigger destiny too. He immediately began to examine it. Brothel entertainment, superior mortal grade, going to the brothel can relieve fatigue, invigorate, and positively boost one's mood. Is this for real? Zhao Huai's mouth twitched slightly. Believe it or not, this destiny was surprisingly useful. When he was tired from cultivating, a visit to the brothel would immediately rejuvenate him and eliminate fatigue. However, it's better just to think about it. With Madame here, how could these courtesans even compare to her? Drip drop. The sound of steps descending the stairs drew Zhao Huai's attention. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Well, it doesn't matter. The demons have been cleaned up anyway. Lu Wangkaiu walked down from the stairs, speaking as she went, with confusion on her pretty face. It's strange, the entire Drunken Flower Tavern is empty. I didn't see any traces of demons. Someone must have arrived before us. Zhao Huai naturally knew who had cleared out the demons, and he reminded her. I just saw the shadow of a demon outside, it was indeed being chased away by someone. Lu Wangkaiu asked seriously, where did you see it? Southeast. I'll go and investigate, you go back home first. Just leave everything here to me. In Lu Wangkaiu's eyes, Zhao Huai was just a pawnshop shopkeeper, and she couldn't sense any true qi on him, so naturally, he should stay away from matters involving demons. She headed towards the direction Zhao Huai mentioned, stepping through the air. This fox demon isn't so easy to kill. Zhao Huai muttered to himself and then went upstairs. Having fought the fox demon several times, he knew the opponent's tricks and cunning nature, so he naturally wouldn't leave either. It could be said that he was the person who knew the demon best among those at the scene. With the help of his demon-seeing eye destiny, Zhao Huai searched everywhere, trying to find some clues. The world before him turned grey, and intertwining black qi threads guided his way. The second and third floors of the Drunken Flower Tavern were all separate rooms, beautifully decorated, and filled with the heavy scent of women. Arriving on the third floor, Zhao Huai gradually smelled a strong stench of blood. Where's this smell coming from? He pushed open the door of a private room. The room was elegantly furnished, lit by candlelight, with gauze curtains and beautifully painted folding screens. Various tools were laid out on the square table. Playing this kinky. Zhao Huai marveled at the sight of these tools. The smell of blood came from a cabinet. Zhao Huai opened the cabinet door and saw a nauseating scene. Inside were human skins, both male and female, all covered in blood without exception. Zhao Huai suppressed his discomfort, threw in a fire thunder talisman, burned all the skins to ashes, and closed the cabinet door. After doing all this, he found that the black qi threads in front of him ultimately fell under the bed. An unexpected find. Zhao Huai slowly walked to the side of the bed, revealing a delicate wooden box. Opening the box, he found several masks, but not like the human skins he saw earlier. Half of these masks were broken, and some were intact, looking quite good. The strong demonic qi naturally came from these masks. These might be human face masks that the fox demon refined itself, allowing it to hide among humans and conceal some of its demonic characteristics, thought Zhao Huai. Thud. Suddenly, there was the sound of something landing outside the house. Zhao Huai stared alertly, and the black threads in front of him instantly gathered, all pointing outside. Obviously, the fox demon had returned. The madam and Lu Wangkaiu had chased her together, but she still managed to come back. He put the wooden box into his storage ring, and then hid behind the folding screen, holding his breath and concentrating, concealing his own qi. A mass of black smoke pushed open the door and formed the figure of a woman. The woman's wide sleeves were hooked with crimson silk threads, shaping charming roses, and she had a stunning, bewitching appearance. This was in sharp contrast to the ugly and fang-filled face of the fox. She took out a mask from her sleeve and put it on, and the ugly fox face changed suddenly, turning into a beautiful woman with sculpted eyebrows and fragrant jade teeth. Touching her face, she looked at the bronze mirror and giggled, as if intoxicated by her own beauty. But her expression quickly changed, and she looked quite upset. This woman is truly hateful. She's been chasing me relentlessly, and I've never been so miserable in my life. Luckily, I'm a step ahead, and kept a part of my soul in my flesh body. Hearing this, Zhao Huai figured it out. This fox demon's primordial spirit was divided into several parts, and as long as there was a residual part, it wouldn't die. This should be her last remaining spirit then? Therefore, Zhao Huai quietly pulled out the long sword magical weapon from his black ring. Chapter 47, The Fall of the Fox Demon. Adhering to the principle of strike when one is weak and vulnerable, Zhao Huai decided to launch a sneak attack. Why does it smell like a human? The fox woman sniffed the air and sensed something amiss, which came from a nearby cabinet. She opened the door of the cabinet and let out a shriek. My skins! Who was it? Who touched my stuff? The fox woman yelled hysterically. These skins were the fruits of her years of collection, all top quality and hard to come by. The fox woman quickly withdrew her gaze and looked under the bed, feeling anxious. The masks can't have any accidents. These masks, crafted with a large amount of her demonic power, allowed her to perfectly disguise herself as a human or other demons, removing any traces of her demonic nature. They were essential for her to move freely among demons and maintain her livelihood. Behind the folding screen, a pair of eyes slightly twinkled, waiting for the opportunity for a single, lethal blow. The folding screen. The fox woman walked to the bedside and found that the lingering smell in the air still persisted. Her fox eyes stared at where the scent was coming from and her demonic power began to gather. Just at that moment, a sharp sword light flashed, several meters long, piercing through the folding screen and headed straight for her eyes. The fox woman unleashed all her demonic power to block this strike. Sword chi surged, tearing through the air with a resounding roar. Soon, she realized that she couldn't withstand this attack head-on. Gritting her teeth, she dissipated the black smoke into two halves, trying to dodge this strike. But she was still a little slow, as the terrifying sword chi pierced through her body, scattering everything. Only a small amount of black smoke managed to escape. When she reformed into her human shape, her face had turned extremely pale. Half of the wall inside the room had been sliced open, leaving a deep sword mark. Zhao Huai walked out slowly, stepping on the crushed folding screen. You actually ambushed me. The fox woman gritted her teeth. She would never forget this man's face in her life. He had destroyed several of her human puppets and slain her only clone. And, his wife had beaten her so badly that she lost her teeth all over the ground. Now, he has resorted to such a despicable sneak attack. This sword was a little off target, but no big loss. Just another stab will do. Zhao Huai said indifferently before throwing a purple talisman. The entire room was immediately suppressed by the Taoist talisman, which was meant to prevent the fox demon from escaping. The fox demon's expression changed. At this moment, she realized that she was no match for the man in her current state. Her primordial spirit was too fragmented, and she was wounded, in a terrible condition. So, the fox woman changed her demeanor, putting on a pitiful look, and lowered her dress to reveal her snow-white shoulders. In a delicate voice, she asked, "Do I look pretty, Guanren?" "Quite pretty." Zhao Huai smiled, and at the same time, the black smoke in front of him slowly condensed, focusing on the fox woman's eyes. "As long as Guanren spares me, I can do anything for you. My name is Hu Xiang. I'm the youngest at home and have my grandma to take care of." The fox woman blinked her beautiful eyes and pleaded pitifully. "Really? I don't trust you. Kneel down first." Zhao Huai raised an eyebrow. "Guanren, you're so kinky." The fox woman giggled and did as he said, kneeling down obediently. "Lift your head and look at me." "All right." In an instant, Zhao Huai suddenly burst into action and stabbed her with his sword. Swoosh! The direction was aimed right at the eye. Puff! A sword thrust out, and ripples of true chi splashed. Immediately, a large amount of black smoke surged from the eyes of the fox demon woman. "Ah!" The fox demon woman covered her eyes and screamed miserably, "You deceived me." The fox demon woman covered her eyes and fell to the ground, rolling back and forth. The black smoke gushed uncontrollably, and the human skin peeled off her face, revealing a savagely ferocious and angry fox face. She couldn't believe that this seemingly handsome young man was so treacherous. The purpose of making her squat down was to stab her in the eyes. "Your appearance doesn't even match a single strand of my madam's hair." Zhao Huai sneered and struck Tne Tox demon on Tne ground Witn Anotner sword. Soon, the black smoke on the fox demon woman's body drained away, and her primordial spirit dispersed. She was dead beyond any doubt. "It has to be this position, otherwise, I can't hit the weakness." Zhao Huai casually made a sword flower and felt much better in his heart. He had just said a few more words to aim at the weak spot, otherwise, he couldn't break the fox demon's primordial spirit. All the powerful demonic creatures have weak points. Only by breaking the weak points can they be truly killed. It was just right that Zhao Huai's demon-seeing eye destiny could see the weak points of each demonic creature, which was comparable to a demon-slaying magical weapon. Zhao Huai took out a box of masks, which he had just captured from the black ring, and thought to himself. To burn or not to burn? Let's see what the copper coin says. Zhao Huai took out the copper coin and tossed it again. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, might as well take a look. Hexagram 1, 1000 faces without a shadow, the fox demon's magic. If you keep it, you will receive a fortune. Trace guidance, exquisite masks, worthy of use. Can I use the masks refined by the fox demon? Zhao Huai muttered to himself, feeling very strange. At the same time, a bright orange light ball entered his mind. Another earth grade. Zhao Huai's eyes lit up. Demon slaying, intermediate earth grade, your attack methods pose a threat to demonic creatures. The damage is amplified, and for each demon you kill, your cultivation will grow considerably. My cultivation can improve for each demon I kill? This is an infinite growth type of destiny, quite powerful. Zhao Huai laughed, is this an encouragement for me to slay demons and exorcise devils? The only regret was that this destiny appeared after killing the fox demon, otherwise, he could experience what the growth of cultivation felt like. Zhao Huai picked up a female mask from the wooden box and put it on his face. It felt like a cool thing on his face, just like a mask. Looking in the mirror, he examined himself and saw that his face had changed to another appearance. It was the look of a graceful young girl, with eyebrows curved when she smiled. There's also a pig head mask. Zhao Huai took off the mask and found another peculiar mask in the wooden box, it was very ugly. He tried it on and found that he had turned into a pig head in the mirror. Just like Borzu Gangli. It is indeed ugly. An idea flashed through Zhao Huai's mind. With this mask, can I disguise myself as a demon? As he thought this, there was movement from the stairs again. Zhao Huai removed the mask and put the box away. He activated Demon Seeing Eye, his gaze shone like a torch, and the demonic chi in front of him had nowhere to hide. However, the demonic chi had already disappeared, leaving very little residue. From this, it could be seen that the person who came to the door was not a demon. The door was opened. A woman dressed in white clothes with plum embroidery appeared at the door and exclaimed in surprise when she saw Zhao Huai. Husband? What are you doing here? Chapter 48 QJNG Hands Passed. Zhao Huai was stunned to see Yu Qinghan. Why had Madame returned? Wait. Yu Qinghan was only surprised for a moment before her face quickly became serious again. Her phoenix eyes focused, as if a deep gaze could illuminate the dim. She held her long halberd and slowly advanced. Zhao Huai wanted to greet her, but he felt an overwhelming pressure as she approached. His heart thumped. Could Madame have mistaken him for a fox demon? If so, it would be a disaster. With her halberd in hand, Yu Qinghan paced back and forth, her phoenix eyes fixed on Zhao Huai, her expression serious. Zhao Huai felt helpless but obediently cooperated, standing in place with his hands raised. His eyes like clear spring, clear and bright, he gazed straight back at her. Clang! Quickly, Yu Qinghan released her hold on the halberd, lunged forward, and threw herself into Zhao Huai's arms, choking back tears. Husband, LT really is you. I'm so glad you're alright. At this moment, Yu Qinghan finally confirmed that the Zhao Huai in front of her was not a demonic impostor. Zhao Huai felt the warmth of the delicate body in his arms and gave a small bitter smile, comforting her. I'm sorry to have worried you, madam, but it's all over now. Everything is fine. Yu Qinghan lifted her head from Zhao Huai's chest, her eyes full of curiosity, she asked. Husband, how come you are here? Zhao Huai had already prepared an excuse, and with a sigh, said, Madam, it's a long story. He recounted his reasons for leaving the house, as well as his adventures leading to the Drunken Flower Tavern, albeit with a bit of embellishment. After listening, Yu Qinghan nodded and after a moment said, So, husband, you saw another me and ran after her, only to encounter a demon. Luckily, a passing cultivator saved you. Yes, she appeared to be a disciple from a sect. I was worried about your safety and asked her to find you, Zhao Huai replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Qinghan felt touched. She could imagine Zhao Huai's worried expression at the time, much like her own. Hadn't she come searching for him because she saw a demon impersonating her husband? And why are you here, madam? Zhao Huai touched Yu Qinghan's cheek, asking earnestly. Yu Qinghan pondered for a moment. Like you, I saw a monster disguising itself as you. The demon is a fox capable of assuming many forms, kidnapping and eating people. Seeing him impersonate you made me furious, so here I am, tracking it to its lair. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai showed no outward reaction, but inside, he was quite surprised. Similar experiences? It seems the fox demon went out of its way to provoke my wife. And the story I made up coincidentally fits? But after a moment's thought, he figured it out. The fox demon wanted to disguise itself as him, deceive his wife, and then pounce on him. Instead, it ended up being taught a lesson. In retrospect, the fox demon brought this on itself. Be careful, husband. Do not fall for the wiles of demons. I've encountered them many times and they are all exceedingly cunning, Yu Qinghan muttered, no sign of her earlier cold demeanor. Zhao Huai dutifully held her hand, nodding with a grin, I'll pay attention in the future. But madam's cultivation level is so high, far beyond my expectations. Upon the mention of this, Yu Qinghan explained with a smile. When I was 12, my father sent me to a sect to improve my martial arts. The elders of the sect said that I had spiritual roots and was a natural genius. I stayed there for several years, which is why my cultivation level is quite high. Oh? Well, that's fortunate. The path to immortality is quite interesting, I've tried it myself, but sadly, I lacked the talents, Zhao Huai gave a bitter smile. But then I left and followed my father into the army, fighting wars alongside my elder brothers, Yu Qinghan recalled. Zhao Huai was puzzled, why didn't madam continue cultivating in the sect? It seems quite comfortable there. Yu Qinghan shook her head, the choice wasn't up to me. At that time, the Yan country was in decline, and a period of turmoil had just started. My father joined the rebel army. Zhao Huai was surprised, his eyes sparkling, the rebel army, huh? They were quite formidable back then. He knew Yu Qinghan was from a military aristocratic family, but this was the first time he had heard about these details. He had assumed they were an aristocratic family that had been appeased by the government, not a faction from the rebel army. Yu Qinghan noticed Zhao Huai's odd expression and quietly asked, husband, it seems you have some opinion on the rebel army. It's not exactly an opinion. It's just that my parents were killed in the turmoil of war, which was related to the rebel army. It's hard not to feel a little uneasy, he explained. Yu Qinghan was taken aback, realizing what she had said. In a small voice, she said, I'm sorry. It's okay. Chaos is inevitable in turbulent times. It's been so many years, I have let it go. Zhao Huai gave a cheerful smile, showing he was not affected. Because he had never really cared much about the matters of Yan country to begin with, but he could not come off as too indifferent either. A normal person would react in some way if their parents died, otherwise it wouldn't be optimism, it would be heartlessness. Besides, Yu Oinchen was the daughter of a general. Not some great figure. Amid the tides of history, everyone was akin to a piece in a chess game, she could not do much and could only be manipulated by others. If she really had any feelings about this, at best it would probably just be speechlessness. When he had first taken over, he had thought about enjoying his days as a carefree crown prince, provided that Yan country did not fall. However, that dream had been shattered 3 years ago. But, a casual comment might mean more to the listener. The offhand remark from Zhao Huai had indeed caught the attention of Yu Qinghan. She contemplated it, seemingly understanding something. So, the reason her husband had such a relieved and peaceful temperament was possibly because he had witnessed the turmoil of war before, which was why he longed for an ordinary life. If that was the case, he must despise the idea of joining the military, right? In that case, she needed to keep her identity a secret even more. Her husband might be able to barely tolerate an ordinary general's daughter, but who could guarantee that he would be able to tolerate her true self? If the truth was considered, she was probably the instigator of this war. Thinking about this, Yu Qinghan felt a faint sense of guilt. Seeing her blame herself, Zhao Huai smiled gently, took her hand, and said, "Let's go, it's getting late, we should head home. You've been busy all night, you must be tired." I'll cook something for you. Yu Qinghan responded with a light hum, her eyes full of smiles. No matter what, the past was the past. It was better to live in the present. At this moment, the sky was spangled with stars, the night was quiet, and the only sound was the chirping of insects. Hush! A hunter was moving through the pitch-black jungle. He held a torch in one hand, a long saber in the other, walking across the grassland, making rustling sounds. Weird, where did that boar go? He wondered aloud. Once I catch this beast, I'll have a livelihood for the next few days. I mustn't mess this up. The boar used to sleep in the cave during the day and only came out to find food in the darkness. Its fur and tusks could be exchanged for quite a bit of money. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Because he saw the black fur of the boar. In a mountain cave just about his height. So, it's here. Without hesitation, he advanced delightedly. As he stepped in, a chilly wind blew from behind him, extinguishing the torch in his hand. Hi! The hunter lost his vision and felt a bit panic. However, he quickly brushed it aside when he saw the boar was right at his feet. But when he squatted down to check the boar, he found it was already dead, its body shriveled and covered in sticky fluid. How did it die? The hunter was dumbstruck. The next second, a giant white web appeared, trapping him tightly. From the lurking shadows behind, 8 giant eyes suddenly lit up. They were green and chillingly horrifying. MMMPH. The hunter's mouth was tightly sealed by the web, his eyes wide open, his face filled with terror. In an instant, his body withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the boar from earlier. After his body fell helplessly to the ground, a mature and beautiful woman came out of the cave, licking her lips as if she was satisfied with the taste. She was dressed in a black silk dress, her hair loosely bound with a spider silk hairpin, adorned with a few bells. Every step she took was alluring. Feeling her injuries, she looked in the direction of Jinzhou City and sneered. Immortal yearning sect, the disgrace of tonight, the Black Wind Cave will seek retribution for it. Having said that, she transformed into a gust of black mist and disappeared immediately. All that was left was the extinguished torch lying on the ground, quietly emitting smoke. Chapter 49, Returning to Daily Life, Preparing for Initiation Stage. It was a new day, the sky green as jade, under the canopy near the sea in Jinzhou City. Fuya Mountain's hazy green shadows reached into the clouds. Hi! Zhao Huai yawned, glanced out the window, and stretched lazily. Last night, he had killed the fox demon, putting his mind at ease. If the fox demon had not been eliminated, Jinzhou might not be as peaceful as it is now. Thinking about it carefully, since the fox demon is dead, Li Yangqing's body should have recovered by now. With Yan Jing guarding him, there shouldn't be any issues. Thud thud. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the pawnshop. Who would knock on the door early in the morning? Zhao Huai lazily walked over and opened the door. Upon opening the door, he saw Lu Wangqiu standing elegantly at the entrance. Clothed in a blue long skirt with a white gauze draped over her shoulders, she exuded an elegant aura when the breeze blew past her. Her eyes bright like autumn water, she stared at Zhao Huai, her lips parting slightly to ask. I have a question for you. Go ahead, I'm sorry to trouble miss to come here. Zinao Huol, dressed in a SMRT, rubbed Nis eyes and spoke. Lu Wangqiu furrowed her eyebrows. I searched all night, and I didn't see any trace of the fox demon, nor the mysterious expert you mentioned. But when I went to the governor's mansion, I found that the demonic chi on the governor's son had disappeared, indicating that the fox demon was dead. But from beginning to end, I never saw the fox demon. So, I want to ask you, what did the mysterious person look like last night? Do you have any impression? Zhao Huai's expression didn't change, as he shook his head honestly. It was too dark, so I couldn't see their face. Lu Wangqiu's face flashed with regret. Clearly, she was still bothered by the incident last night. Zhao Huai consoled her with a smile, since the fox demon is dead, everything is fine. Why does Miss Lu need to worry so much? You're right, shopkeeper. Lu Wangqiu nodded gently, then sighed, I've been searching for Black Wind Granny for a long time, but I still can't find any trace. I really didn't accomplish any of my tasks for this trip down the mountain. Black Wind Granny. Zhao Huai contemplated, recalling the dark fog that swept across the sky. Lu Wangqiu explained, its true form is a green-eyed human-faced spider, a notorious powerful demon within 100 miles radius. If it doesn't die, Black Wind Cave cannot be considered thoroughly eradicated, so it must be found. Miss, you've gone through a lot of trouble. Zhao Huai sincerely lamented. People say that sect disciples live leisurely lives, but that's not entirely true. Descending the mountain to practice, eliminating demons and monsters, all these are part of being a sect disciple. The position of the sect in the mortal world is undoubtedly high. However, correspondingly, they bear many responsibilities. For example, the enforcement of cultivator discipline is fraught with countless troubles. Apart from sect forces led by the 5 ancient immortal sects, there are also devil cultivators hiding in the shadows. They are often cruel, ruthless, practicing deviant techniques, and particularly like to disrupt human affairs through force. To deal with them, sects often have to step in. If there is a balance to be maintained in the world, then the ones maintaining balance in the mortal world are undoubtedly human dynasties. And the key to maintaining balance in the immortal cultivation world are the sects. However, Zhao Huai's thoughts are simple. He just wants to survive in the delicate balance, following the path of immortal cultivation with a determined heart. He doesn't need to bother with the rest. Husband, who is this? Behind him came a voice. Yu King Han, wearing a light blue cape, approached. Zhao Huai introduced her with a smile. Madam, this is the sect disciple I mentioned to you. Yu King Han nodded at Lu Wangkaiu, whispering, thank you for saving my husband's life. You're welcome. Exterminating demons and defending the Dao is what we are supposed to do. Lu Wangkaiu smiled faintly, wondering in her heart, wasn't it your husband who saved my life? I should be thanking him instead. But after thinking for a while, she didn't delve further into it. Perhaps he was referring to the help from Drunken Flower Tavern. At the same time, Lu Wanao looked at Yu Kinzan's appearance with surprise. This shopkeeper was truly fortunate. At such a young age, he had married such a beautiful wife. The couple indeed had matching looks. I won't overstay my welcome, then. Farewell, shopkeeper. Lu Wangkaiu felt like she was a little superfluous, seeing the sweet couple before her, and said her goodbye. All right, I won't see you out then. Zhao Huai waved his hand as a gesture and watched her departing figure, reflecting to himself. Life has returned to its normal course once again. Yu King Han turned her head and asked, that fox demon was killed by her in the end, right? Zhao Huai laughed and said, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I originally wanted to find Madam, but I didn't expect that Madam was also looking for me. What a coincidence. Yu King Han nodded and pointed to the stove in the kitchen. Husband, these are the herbs I've prepared for you. I've been making them for a few days, and it should be about done now. You can try it today and see how it works. All right, I'll give it a try soon. Zhao Huai entered the house and quickly caught a whiff of the herbal scent. He realized that improving his strength had become necessary, as his cultivation had reached the peak of refining qi. He must break through to the initiation stage as soon as possible so that he can practice more magic and become stronger, which is a prerequisite for maintaining a peaceful life. However, choosing the location for breaking through to the initiation stage is also essential. A quiet and safe place is the most basic requirement. Otherwise, if someone interrupts the process or intrudes, it will be ruined halfway. He also needs to prepare other herbs and pills to aid in his efforts. Initiation is a major event in the cultivation journey, and he cannot be careless, especially with his mediocre aptitude. If it weren't for the initiation pill, he wouldn't know when he would break through. That's why he needed to seize this opportunity. After considering, he decided to break through in the basement, where no one would disturb him. Zhao Huai gave some instructions and then went to the basement of the pawnshop. This place used to be an ice cellar for storing food during summer. It's perfect as a closed-door cultivation site now. It's safe enough here. First, he poured the herbs prepared by his wife into a large vat. He lit the wood fire, took off his clothes, and stood in the vat, feeling like soaking in a hot spring. Zhao Huai, in the medicinal bath, took out a porcelain bottle from the black ring. Then he took out the one-of-a-kind initiation pill. He observed it for a while, his eyes firm, and his determination set. He swallowed it in one go. Afterward, he began circulating the true qi throughout his body to dissolve the medicinal power. The medicinal power of the initiation pill spread quickly, and within a quarter of an hour, Zhao Huai felt a fierce fire burning in his pubic region. His hands and feet were extremely cold, and his whole body began to ache as if he was sick. This feeling soon subsided, replaced by an intense, unbearable pain. headache, handache, pain in his meridians. His whole body was in pain. It seemed as though thousands of knives were scraping his bones and meridians, causing Zhao Huai's face to turn pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His whole body twisted into a mess inside the vat. He even cursed out loud, but fortunately, he was underground, and no one could hear him. Gradually, the sweat beads on his forehead turned black. Although Zhao Huai felt dizzy, he was very clear-headed. This was the first step of entering the initiation stage. Marrow cleansing and tendon transformation. The medicinal power of the initiation pill would penetrate his meridians and bones, helping him eliminate impurities throughout his body, making his flesh further purified. However, this process was incredibly painful. Chapter 50, Breaking Through the Initiation Stage. The intense pain lasted for half an hour before it gradually subsided. Zhao Huai leaned against the wall of the vat, barely able to sit up, and continued to absorb the medicinal power. At this moment, his body was drenched in sweat as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. His entire body felt sticky and coated in a layer of grey, giving off an odd smell. However, Zhao Huai was extremely excited because he found that the efficiency of the true qi circulating in his meridians had greatly increased, and he had received nourishment from the medicinal bath. His true qi in his body was foggy, showing signs of transformation into true vigor. The initiation pill had only initially transformed his meridians, but even this initial transformation was already much stronger than refining qi. The heat in his pubic region began to spread, flowing throughout his body, and slowly, he began to feel comfortable as if he were in a hot spring. Zhao Huai's bones had already received the blessing of the destiny refining bones into jade, making them very hard. Now, after the bone marrow cleansing and tendon changing, his bones seemed to be coated with a layer of fluorescent powder, emitting a faint glow. He was indeed following the normal process of foundation building, but after the first bone marrow cleansing and tendon changing, there was still a lot of medicinal power left in his body. This was because similar steps needed to be repeated several times. Foundation building is a process of refining one's cultivation. The advantage of choosing a safe place for seclusion was obvious. He could stay in the basement for 3 days and nights without leaving. During this time, he used all his efforts to transform the true vigor in his body and absorb the medicinal power, giving birth to magic power. True vigor is the academic term, while magic power is the vernacular term. After all, this was just the beginning. 1 day and 1 night passed. Zhao Huai suffered the agony of cleansing his marrow, and the same experience had to be repeated several times. Eventually, he became numb to it. At the same time, fewer impurities were emitted from his body, indicating that the bone marrow cleansing was reaching a limit. Furthermore, his aptitude was indeed very ordinary. If he were an outstanding sect disciple, he might have successfully entered the initiation stage after just 1 marrow cleansing. In his case, however, he had to go through this painful process multiple times. Later on, Zhao Huai spent his time adjusting his body's condition. On the 2nd night, he finally transformed all his true qi into true vigor. His meridians were full of magic power, which was more solid and of higher quality than true qi. They appeared foggy and were in the same state as clouds. He discovered that even though he had completed more than half of the foundation building process, there was still plenty of medicinal power left in his body. Zhao Huai didn't hesitate to convert all of it into a source of his magic power. This was an excellent opportunity to increase his magic power. His body once again became scorching hot, and the remaining medicinal power was converted into more true vigor to solidify his cultivation. On the 3rd day, his entire body finally reached saturation. With a sound like the shattering of a lock, his cultivation entered a brand new stage. Initiation realm, achieved. A burst of spiritual light flashed in Zhao Huai's eyes, and he felt better than he ever had before. His lower pubic region was filled with abundant true vigor and strong power, while his upper pubic region, which housed his mind, had ample energy and solidified spiritual power. I finally succeeded! Zhao Huai shouted excitedly. His flesh body had been tempered to be incredibly resilient, much harder than any spiritual jade, and impervious to blades and weapons. With enormous strength, his body was now like steel. He had stepped into a completely new realm. The entire process was full of hardships. Although there might not have been any earth-shattering events, the changes within his body were truly immense. Zhao Huai stood up, and due to his sudden movement, the large vat beneath him shattered into pieces. Splash! The medicinal bathwater, filled with black impurities, spilled all over the ground. Zhao Huai scratched his head awkwardly, looking at the increasingly handsome face reflected in the water. He clenched his fist, feeling the power in his body. The muscles in his arms were incredibly full, and his abdominal muscles were clearly defined. This warm, explosive strength left him ecstatic. He slapped the ground, and with a splash, water splashed up. The splashing droplets hovered in the air, slowly stopping and shining brightly. Zhao Huai waved his hand gently, and the water transformed into the shape of a sharp sword, shooting out. A rays of dark blue sword chi formed, piercing through the underground rock layer. Boom! A considerable noise was made, causing the entire basement to tremble. Just by infusing magic power into ordinary water, he was able to unleash such immense power. What would the effects be if he mastered sword techniques and magic? Thinking about it, Zhao Huai got excited again. The first priority, indeed, was to find some cultivation techniques to practice. Meanwhile, the insanity technique residing in his mind naturally advanced to the second stage. Now, he could release his spiritual power to deter enemies. In other words, it's imposing pressure. It's time to leave the isolation. Zhao Huai patted the dust off his clothes, changed into a white robe, and left the basement. The furnishings of Huai's pawnshop were excellent. The basement was located underground on the left side of the study, on the right side was the kitchen, and behind him was the garden. Overall, it was connected to every corner. When Zhao Huai came out of the basement, he arrived at the study. The study was quaint and ancient. A rosewood 8 immortals table was on one side of the cases, with talisman paper, inkstone, and several tall stacks of business account records. A vase was next to the table with an open belly and blue and white porcelain, containing a dozen rolls of paper scrolls. Further back stood a folding screen with red lacquer and golden flowers, and a glimpse of the bed could be seen. The madam was arranging a vase of flowers in their home with dedication. "Madam." Zhao Huai's mouth curled up, and he placed his hands on her slim waist. Yu Qinghan turned her head to see who it was and revealed a delighted look. "Husband, did you exit isolation smoothly?" Zhao Huai chuckled. "Yes, the isolation went smoothly. It took a while, but I made steady progress and had quite a few breakthroughs. Cultivation is not as difficult as I imagined. A breakthrough is good." Yu Qinghan's smile deepened. Then she pouted and playfully lectured. "For the first 3 stages of refining qi, you only need to be diligent and work hard, aided by pills. It's normal to practice faster, but it won't be that simple later. I know, I'll continue working hard." Seeing Zhao Huai's serious attitude, Yu Qinghan showed a relieved smile, and then remembered something else. "Husband, I'm thinking of renovating the shop soon, adding some decorations, and keeping some pets like cats and dogs. What do you think?" "Of course, you can." Without a second thought, Zhao Huai eagerly agreed. He had been used to living simply and low profile when he was alone, so he hadn't hired any servants or cared for plants, let alone pets. Now that his wife was married to him, it's time to improve the quality of life, adding some items, animals, and plants to make the place more cozy and home-like. "Whatever the madam needs, just let me know. I'll go out and buy it." After staying underground for 3 days, it's a good time to get some fresh air. Zhao Huai patted his chest, volunteering to run the errands. Yu Qinghan picked up a piece of paper from the table, smiling. "Thank you, husband. Here's the list of items. You can just buy according to it."